So we are live, apparently. Hopefully, let me just check. We're having trouble streaming to Facebook. That's useful. Well, apologies to people of Facebook. Let me see if we can sort that one out for you. The joys of going live. Let's try it on that one instead. Cool. All right. Well, hopefully Facebook, you will be joining us soon. But if not, we should be going live on LinkedIn and YouTube. So if you are dialing in on LinkedIn and YouTube, thank you for being here. So this is session 1 of today's Be Better Virtual Summit. We did this the first time 2 years ago. So it's been a while between drinks. And really the intent behind today is just to have a bit of a chat about B Corp, bring the concept of B Corp or B corporations to more of the masses, provide you with some insights, some resources, some connections, hopefully for you to work out whether maybe this B Corp thing is for you. So this first session is going to be hosted by myself. Joining me throughout the day, we're going to have Tam. Tam, are you in the green room? Do you want to pop in real quick and say hi? Are you...
Yep, I'm here.
Hello.
Hello. I'm just saying, Tim, you're live on YouTube. I can see that, but I can't hear you.
Ah, interesting. But you can hear me here. Maybe if people in the interwebs are out there, if you can let us know if you can hear us. Maybe drop us a comment. There appears to be a few people watching live. So interesting. Can you hear us on LinkedIn? I think that's probably the most important platform for people to be able to hear us. But you can hear me, so it must be working. Cool. Anyway, so joining me, and hosting some of the events during today, it's going to be Tam. Here we go. So Sustain Fun, they can hear us on YouTube.
Thank you. Maybe it's my computer.
Okay,
thanks,
well, there we go. Technology, it's brilliant. The last time we did this 2 years ago, the stream completely broke. And Natalia, thank you. You can hear us on YouTube. Excellent. Thank you.
Goodness.
Look, people are actually tuning in, listening, and you can comment. So there we go. Last time when we did this 2 years ago, the platform that we're using, StreamYard, it completely failed after about 30 seconds. So we're beating that at least. We've got a really, really cool day coming up for you. We've got myself just doing a bit of an intro session to B Corp. So aimed really at people who don't really know what B Corp is and want to get their heads around it. And then coming up after that, we've got Tam leading a session on B Corp Women of Impact with some really, really cool people from around Australia and New Zealand who are doing some really, really cool things. We were hoping to get a special guest, one-on-one podcast guest at sort of lunchtime. Unfortunately, that hasn't materialized. So at lunchtime, I think what we'll do is either we might see if we can extend the Women of Impact session if the women are keen for that. If not, we'll probably just do a session. I'll just be live doing an Ask Me Anything type session. So if you've got any questions that you want to sort of really get into, we'll do that around about that lunchtime break. And then after lunch, Tam and I will be checking in on the update to the B Corp standards. So possibly this will be of interest if you're a current B Corp or someone who's thinking about not doing B Corp in the near future. So we'll be looking at, what does the future of the standards look like for B Corp? And then in the afternoon, we've got ThisWayForward. So I'll be running that panel discussion where we'll be talking to some established B Corps about what they see as the future for the B Corp movement. Obviously, today's event is part of B Corp Month, and the theme for this year's B Corp Month is this way forward. So we'll be looking into the future. What does the future hold for B Corps? And then penultimate event, Tam's going to be talking to some freshly minted B Corps about their journey. Why do they do it? What have they got out of it so far? Any tips and thoughts that they have? And there's some really cool companies joining us on that one. And then finishing up, be Tam and I just hanging out, having a chat, decompressing, seeing what the big themes of the day have been, and there we go. So that'll be it, hopefully. I don't know if anyone stays for the whole day other than me and Tam. I don't know, maybe there's a chocolate fish on offer or some small reward. We fully probably don't really expect anyone to be here for the whole day. This is being recorded, so if you can't make the whole thing, we'll get the recordings to you so you can go and check in on the session that you want to check in on. And other than that, I think that's about it. Anything from you, Tam, before I get stuck into it?
No, I've gone blank. So in the background, I've got my husband pulling out our bathroom. So that's why I was just put myself on mute there. So that's handy.
You're good.
So I'm going to disappear into the green room. You do your thing. If you need me, give me a shout. I'll be watching, and then I look forward to doing the Women of Impact soon. All right.
Awesome.
So,
all right. We will see you in a bit. All right. I will turf you out the studio. There you go. Cool. Well, let's get into it. So I just need to share my screen because I'm going to do a little bit of some PowerPointy to add some visuals to this. There we go. Cool. Look at that. It's all working, I think. Cool. So to be or not to be. The what, why, and how of B Corp certification. So, like I said, this first session really is a bit of a setter to just get us in the mood for B Corp, really aimed at people that perhaps don't know what B Corp is and why they should be looking at it. So, obviously, if you don't know me, I'm Tim, also known as that B Corp bloke. I run Grow Good. We are basically a global consulting firm. We specialize in helping organizations simplify and fast track their journey to B Corp certification. We've been doing it for quite a while. We are ourselves a 3-time certified B Corp, first certified as B Corp number 5 here in New Zealand, way back in 2016. And we've helped companies from literally all over the world smash their B Corp or their path to B Corp. So that's kind of what we do. That's probably all you need to know about me, really, at this point. What are we going to look at in this session? Okay, so the first thing we want to do is help people understand actually what is a B Corp, if you don't know what one actually is in any detail. So we'll spend a bit of time talking about what B Corp is. We'll then discuss what the journey looks like to certification, how you can go and get B Corp certification if that is something you're keen for. And then if you're kind of like, yeah, this B Corp, sounds okay, but really, is it the thing that everyone says it should be? There are some huge trends driving the rise of interest in B Corp. The interest in B Corp is just going through the roof, day by day, week by week, hour by hour even. So we'll look at some of the trends that are driving the rise of interest in B Corp. And then we'll finish off by looking at what I call the ROI ×2 of B Corp. So basically, what's the return on impact? So B Corp is fundamentally a certification, a framework to enable you to become a better company, to measure and report the impact you're doing. But there is possibly also a return on investment. So all of you CFOs or accountants tuning in, the numbers actually do tend to stack up by doing some good with your business. So there we are. We will get into it. So maybe if you are tuning in, and you are B Corp curious, and you're not really sure whether B Corp is the thing for you, maybe just if you're able to put a comment in the chat, like why are you B Corp curious? What is it that you're interested in, or have you got any specific questions that you'd like me to cover as I go through this presentation? So yeah, just have a think about that. Whilst you are pondering on that, I will crack on. So B Corp. The creation myth story of B Corp. Typically, when I run this workshop or this session, I'll ask people in the room, does anyone recognize this brand? Or is there a basketball, someone who's interested in basketball? And maybe, again, if there's someone, if you're listening in, if you're interested in basketball, give us a thumbs up in the comment. And if you are, do you recognize this brand? And the reason why showing you this brand is relevant to B Corp is because the co-founder of this brand, and one, not Andy, went on to become the co-founder of the B Corp movement, and his name was Jay Cohen Gilbert. And now, back in the day, and one was second only to Nike globally for basketball shoe apparel sales. And I guess that was a significant driver in their business. They wanted to take on Nike and become the #1 brand. But at the same time, they did recognize that how they aimed to achieve that goal was significant. And so throughout their time at the business, they were looking at how they could do some good with the business. So you got to remember, this is in the late 90s, early 2000s. So the idea of corporate social responsibility was not perhaps fully established by that time. And so despite that, they were looking at how they could do more good. So things like they looked at how they were treating their employees. So again, before kind of Google and Facebook were doing all their cool internal culture things, and one had such things as massage treatment, yoga therapy in the workplace. They introduced a significant amount of employee ownership opportunities for the staff. The company being headquartered in Philadelphia, in quite a low socioeconomic area, they were working with local not-for-profits to create leadership outreach programs for at-risk youth. to try and help them get into sort of, leadership roles, get out of a path that would typically lead them to the justice system. And beyond that, they had started having some conversations with their supply chain. So by no means were they perfect, but recognition that they wanted to improve conditions within their supply chain. And by doing this, the business kind of went from strength to strength because people enjoyed working with them. Their suppliers thought they were pretty cool. Their customers thought they were pretty cool. Their employees loved them. And this was going at a decent pace, but was accelerated by, I guess, what I would call Jay's existential wet fish to the face moment. So this is a snapshot from Monty Python, and the tall gentleman is John Cleese, and he has a big salmon, excuse me, a big wet fish, and he's about to give Michael Palin a slap in the chops with this big wet fish. And so the existential wet fish to the face moment occurs for people when they have typically some external event happen to them that leads to a shift in consciousness and a change in mindset. And for Jay, this happened in 2001, where in pretty quick sequence, initially his sister was trapped in one of the Twin Towers in New York in September 11th, but fortunately was pulled out. She was one of the survivors. Not long after that, one of his close friends at An 1 passed away. And then later on that year, his father passed away. And so it's well documented. If you have a near-death experience, the loss or almost loss of someone close to you, and or the birth of a child into your immediate family or extended family who might have some significance for you, those can all create these moments. And so having had this moment, that really led to Jay wanting to accelerate the good that they were doing. Anyway, fast forward to 2005. They have a few turbulent years between 2001 and 2005 in terms of market forces and trying to build a financially better business. And come to 2005, Jay and a couple of the other co-founders have kind of had enough, and they decide they want to sell the business. And so they take the business to the bankers on Wall Street, and the first thing they look at is obviously the numbers. And looking at the numbers, they're like, hey, guys, you've got an amazing brand. Everyone loves and knows An 1, but the numbers are terrible because you're giving away all this equity to your staff and to your local communities, and, you're looking after your supply chain. So they ripped all that stuff out before they sold the business and went on to sell the business. And so having done that, Jay and a couple of the co-founders, Bart Houlihan and Andrew Cassoy, they walked away from that sale process just thinking, look, we literally did just sell out to the man. And so the three of them got together and started thinking about, well, what if we could create a new business together? And this time, we wouldn't focus on short-termism so much. We wouldn't focus on just shareholder value maximization. Ultimately, we would actually look to bake in all the good stuff we were doing from day one. And over a few conversations, they got talking about, could we set up like a pizza franchise or some other fashion business franchise or so on and so forth. But ultimately, Jay, and I interviewed Jay recently on our podcast, hashtag check out our podcast. We'll put a link for that somewhere. And he was actually in New Zealand, which is where we're based as Grow Good. He was in New Zealand whilst he was having these big thoughts and big conversations. And it was partly his experience of being in New Zealand and looking at the beautiful scenery here that led him to go, look, I think we need to play really big here. I don't think we should think about creating one more business. And so the conversation led the three guys to come up with this idea of, well, instead of creating one business that aims to make a difference to people and planet, what if we created a global movement of businesses that aim to be the best for the world, not the best in the world? And so in 2006, they formulated the idea of this B Corp certification framework, and they took that concept to the market, to some of their connections in the business world. And in 2006, they got the first 10 companies to go through the B Corp certification journey. And the rest, as you say, is history. Now, the B stands for benefit. So basically, beyond just making a profit, what benefit does your company provide to people and planet? Now, B Corp certification is more than just a pretty little logo that you get to put, on your company logo or, your marketing material. I think that one of the key things it is a verification. So it is proof and verification, and more to that, it is independent verification of the good that you are doing as a company. And almost every company in the world will be doing some good. It is also a movement and a community of like-minded businesses. It's been pretty easy for us to wrangle some B Corps together to come and have a chat on an online platform today, because most B Corps are pretty easy to get on with, and they all recognize that they want to help grow the movement, and away we go. There are movements and communities within the B Corp community. For example, there is the B Beauty Alliance. So a bunch of beauty brands coming together to share tips and tricks so as to how they can create more positive impact as a group. But equally, it is a commitment. B Corp certification is a very, very rigorous assessment. So you are committing yourself to operating at a very, very high level of accountability in terms of your performance as a company. But perhaps most usefully of all, it is an impact guide. And so by that, what we mean is it will just shed a light on your company, on parts of the business that maybe you just have not even considered in your business, that will lead you to create more positive change. So B Corp, definitely more than just a pretty little logo that you get to put on your products. Any questions, any point, just drop them in the chat, and we will get to them. If not, there'll be time for Q&A at the end. Now, some of you might have heard of an organization called B Lab, and you might think, oh, hang on a minute, is this a competing framework to B Corp? No, it is not. So when Jay, Andrew, and Bart launched the B Corp framework, they then behind it created the organization B Lab. So founded in 2007 in the USA, B Lab is a non-profit movement that serves the global community of B Corps around the world. So if you go through the B Corp assessment, ultimately the assessment has been created and curated by B Lab, and the independent audit of the process is done by B Lab. So B Lab is kind of in charge of building the certification, running it, as well as also community building globally. But your business, if you want to go down the path of B Corp certification, your business will certify as what's called a B Corp. So you just want to make sure that people don't think there's these sort of two competing frameworks out there. And B Lab, and I guess the broader B Corp community, has got a vision. And that vision is that all people will benefit from an economy that builds community and regenerates the environment. So really, it's setting its stall out. B Corps are here to try and make a dent socially and environmentally. Now, typically, in some cases, it will be more obvious how your business can be impacting socially versus environmentally. But, we want you to be considering both if and where you can. Excellent. All right. So who can certify as a B Corp? Maybe if you're tuning in, if you want to play guess a game along with me, do you think anyone can certify as a B Corp, or do you think there are some companies that can't be a B Corp? I don't know. You tell me. I think there's possibly going to be a bit of a delay on the live feed, so I'll pause just for a few seconds and see if anyone is game enough to put an answer in to the chat. But if not, I will just keep jogging on. So the answer is not everyone can be a B Corp. So there are some stipulations and requirements you must meet. So in general, you need to be a for-profit business. There have been some not-for-profits, some charities that have certified as a B Corp, but it's less common and possibly a bit more of a process. And you typically have to be able to demonstrate that the majority of your revenue comes from trading for your impact rather than being reliant on fundraising or donations. So for-profit business, you need to have been in operation for more than 12 months typically. In the UK and the USA, they do have a thing called B Corp pending, which means you can start taking the B Corp assessment before you've been in operation for more than 12 months, which would then mean that on your 12-month anniversary, you can then submit your assessment. You can start the process before you've been in operation before 12 months if you're based in New Zealand and Australia and some other regions. You're not eligible to use the B Corp pending. Don't ask me why. It's a B Lab global thing. So you can start the process before you've been in operation for 12 months, but you would not be eligible to certify until you've served that first 12 months in business. Pretty much any geographic location. There are some countries that are currently on, I guess, the international naughty step. We're looking at you, Russia and Belarus. So if you are based or indeed operating in any of those countries, then you would possibly not allowed to be a B Corp. There are also some countries that don't have a B Lab. So, for example, Australia, New Zealand, we have B Lab Australia, New Zealand. There's B Lab USA. There's B Lab Europe. And then within that, there's B Lab UK, B Lab France, B Lab Ireland. etc. So where there is a regional B Lab that can basically take you through the verification process, you're good to go. But there are some regions, for example, India, where there currently is no B Lab. And so if you're based in those countries, you wouldn't be able to go through the process. If you want any specific information around any of this, we can get some links up, or we can get those to you. Because there's a couple of lists that will make that really easy for you. Beyond that, you can be any legal structure. So you can be a sole trader, limited company, partnership. That's about it. Oh, and pretty much any industry. That's the only other thing. So again, there are some industries that are kind of on the naughty steps. So if you are in, say, for example, casinos, you couldn't certify as B Corp because B Lab have sort of made the call that your industry is just too existentially risky for you to be able to overcome the inherent negative impact of the very core of your business, that you wouldn't be able to certify. So again, there's a list of controversial industries. If you think your business might be in a controversial industry, we can provide you with all this info, and we can put some links up to ensure that you can get hold of those. So some examples of some B Corps out there globally. Kickstarter, Ben & Jerry's, Allbirds. We try and obviously claim them as a New Zealand-based B Corp, but fundamentally they're based in San Francisco. We've got Puckatee, Etique. Shout out, we've got Brianne West, former founder and CEO of Etique. She's now doing some other amazing projects, which you'll no doubt you'll learn more about later on. But one of my favorite B Corps, B Corp number 2 out of New Zealand here. Cotopaxi, a fairly recent up-and-coming brand in the outdoor world. Coursera, some big brands here. Athleta, yeah. So a wide variety of brands and different companies currently B Corp certified, and just getting more and more and more. Cool. All right, then. So what does this B Corp certification actually look like? So the B Corp certification looks at 5 main areas of your business. And those 5 areas look like this. So the B Corp assessment looks at your governance, your workers, your community, your environment, your customers. And then there is a 6th section called the disclosure questionnaire. So basically, the disclosure questionnaire is where they sort of just make sure that you don't need to have a CME from the teacher. So they will ask you such things as, are you involved in the sale, trade, or operation of tobacco products? Are you involved in the sale, trade, or operation of prison labor? So again, some sort of existentially risky activity that if you tick yes to, you'll just get a CME from the teacher. Won't necessarily mean that you can't be a B Corp, although in some cases, increasingly, it might mean you can't be a B Corp. But again, see that controversial industries list if you are, or make contact with us, and we can talk you through all that stuff. So those are the 5 main areas: governance, workers, community, environment, and customers. And so if we look at that in a bit more depth, governance essentially looks at ethics and transparency within your business. So do we have things such as a code of ethics? Do we have whistleblower policies? Are we doing more than just financial reporting? So do we have social and environmental KPIs and reporting as a company? Is it really easy to work out who owns this company? Or are we making use of numerous shell companies ending up somewhere in the Bahamas with a big party and a dodgy accountant? The workers section is mainly looks at compensation and development. So compensation, rates of pay, what's your minimum hourly wage if you've got hourly workers? Do you provide any extra benefits such as health insurance, employee advisory services, things like that? And then the development side of things looks at basically training and development. So options and provision of on-the-job training, cross-skills training, such things as that. Community looks at a wide sort of selection of topics. It looks at job creation. So are you creating jobs, and ideally are they good jobs, and are they local jobs to where you're based? It looks at a little bit of diversity of the makeup of your team across all levels, so down from employees all the way up to the board. It looks at your charitable work. So that could be volunteering, cash, pro bono, in-kind donations that you're making. And it also looks at your supply chain. At this point, I should make note or let you know that there is no one assessment. There's about 70 different assessments that you can take. And that will all depend and vary based on your geographic location. So at the high level, they split the world into developed and emerging markets. So if you're USA, Aussie, Canada, Northern Europe, New Zealand, you would be a developed market country. And if you are, sort of Southeast Asia, typically, maybe Vietnam, country like that, or Brazil, some of the South American countries, you'd be considered an emerging market. And typically what that's just delineating is in the more developed countries, there's typically more high-level government support for things like workers' rights, entitlements for leave, so on and so forth, whereas in some of the emerging nations, that's less prevalent. So that's the big split. The next split is by the size of company. So if you have no employees, if you are a founder only operated company or a small team of co-owners, then literally you would not have any questions on workers because you don't actually employ any people, you don't have any workers. And then the next thing that will dictate what questions you get is what sector you're in. And there's 5 sectors that you could be in: either agriculture and growers, manufacturing, service with minor environmental impact. So that would be most office-based companies, so law firms, marketing consultants, things like that. Service with major environmental impact. So that's typically tourism, hotels. If you sort of provide a product within your service, if that makes sense. So if you've got a physical location, so food and beverage, any of those would be considered service with a major environmental impact. And then the last sector is wholesale retail. So obviously, if you're a large manufacturing company, you're going to have more questions on supply chain than if you are a small one-man or one-woman band consulting firm. So yeah, hopefully that makes sense for you. So then environment looks at mainly inputs and outputs. So inputs, energy in, if you're a manufacturer, water use in, so on and so forth. And then outputs is your usual suspects: waste management, emissions. If you're in manufacturing, water outputs, so on and so forth. And then lastly, the customer section at the high level looks at, do you provide guarantees, warranties to your clients? Are you on top of data privacy? Obviously not selling your customer data, things like that. As well as, quality assurance, things like that. Now, around this slide, I don't know if I can see my mouse is moving on the screen. So around this slide, you will see that there are some dark blue boxes with the light blue writing in it. So these questions in the middle here, or the questions on the assessment in the middle here, are what are called operational questions. So whilst you're running your company, how transparent are we being? How are we compensating our staff? How much have we done in terms of local volunteering or charity work, etc., etc. For the really, really high scoring B Corps, so for you to become a B Corp, you need to score a minimum of 80 out of 200 points on this assessment. That's why there are these little scores here. So you're looking to score 80 out of 200 points across this assessment. And like I say, the majority of the questions look at operational questions. The higher scoring B Corps, so think of like a Patagonia, who are typically like a 150 point B Corp, very high scoring B Corp. It's worth noting there is no 200 point B Corp. I think the highest, last time I checked, the highest was about 186, I think it was. And they were an architectural design company somewhere in the States. Someone can fact check that for me, possibly. So yeah, the high-scoring B Corps unlock what are called an impact business model. Oh, we've gone too far. One slide too far. An impact business model. And each of the 5 sections has an IBM that you can unlock. Now, for the governance one, it is now compulsory that you must agree to unlocking the mission log. And essentially what this means, you need to update your articles of incorporation, your constitution, or other governing document that governs your business to include a purpose clause and a stakeholder clause. So in most countries, the Companies Act will say historically, the Companies Act that governs directors and shareholders and business owners activities basically states, your job is to run legally and solvently. And beyond that, you're kind of all good. The B Corp mission log is basically jumping 2 steps ahead of that. In the UK, the Companies Act now gives directors, officers, shareholders the right that they may consider the impact of their operations on all their stakeholders. So their workers, the communities that they work in, the environment, their suppliers, investors, and so on. As a B Corp, you have to be willing and able to basically agreeing to include in your articles of incorporation or your constitution the text that you will at all times consider the impact of your operations on your stakeholders. Again, if you're kind of really B Corp curious and you want some more information on that, we can furnish you with that depending on which part of the world you are in. Under the workers section, the two most common impact business models that people either have or would be interested in would be worker ownership. So basically significant amounts of the company dedicated to employee ownership schemes. Or the other one is what's called workforce development. So essentially a program running in conjunction typically with a not-for-profit or other group where they can demonstrate a pathway and a program that is helping people who are historically challenged from the work environment getting into mainstream work. So an example of that might be providing a mainstream workplace opportunity for people with disabilities, for example. Under community, the two most common ones are supply chain. So basically having a fair trade or direct trade supply chain. Lucy Bennetto from Bennetto Chocolate, they're a great example of a B Corp that unlocks that impact business model. And it's also really yummy chocolate. So hashtag go buy some Bennetto chocolate if you haven't got some already. And the other one is called Design to Give. So basically, again, a company making a commitment to provide either 2% of revenue or 20% of profit to charity ongoing. So that has to be every year, regardless of how much revenue or profit you make. Excuse me. Under environment, there's a few that you can unlock here. Right, let's get rid of that. Mainly, typically, it's for product-based companies. Consulting companies, if you are sustainability consultants, you will possibly be able to unlock an environmental impact business model here. But the most common ones are product-based companies where either they have a less toxic product. So if you have a product that uses no chemicals compared to industry standard, or you use organic products, you will unlock that impact business model. And the other most common one is sort of resource conservation. So you making a product in a less resource intensive way. So yeah, those are some of those ones. And then the customer one, there's a couple here that are quite common. One would be, again, consulting firms like ours, where we provide, consulting that is around improving businesses to make them be a better business. Or if you are, say, a marketing consultancy or an HR company that is supporting not-for-profits, helping to them create better business or find better employees, then that would count. Because so provision of services where you are increasing the operational performance of not-for-profit or other B Corps would count as an impact business model. And the other one that's really common is the health impact business model. So shout outs to Ollie from MedSalve, Ian from Tasman Trolleys. So they provide products into the healthcare system. So if you have a product that's actually solving a health issue, then that will unlock that impact business model. Hopefully that's all making sense. Again, if you want deeper information on all or any of this, just shout out and we can either have a one-on-one chat with you or we can send you some information, whatever you need. Cool. All right. So how do you actually do the certification journey? Well, when we work with clients, we basically like to get the whole team on board. If you're not going to work with us, that's cool. We'll just cry in the corner. It's okay. But if you're going to do this by yourself, don't do it by yourself. You need to get the team on board. Build a project team around the B Corp journey. Have one person who will be the king or queen bee. So you want one person who's going to run the process and be accountable for it. But you want to bring as much of the team on the journey with you as possible, because A, it will spread the load of the certification for you as the king or queen bee. But most importantly, you're going to spread awareness and insight and interest about B Corp around the company. So we're really dogmatic about making you bring your team on the journey with us while we work with you. And it gets amazing results when you see like a real fire lit up underneath the team. Basically, what you want to do is, like I say, you need to get to that 80 out of 200 threshold to become eligible to then submit for the independent verification. So what we do at Grow Good is we help you get through that journey. So we simplify and fast track this journey. We've heard of some people taking, well, I'm not going to mention any names, Antz, Rohan. We've seen some companies take 10 years to get through certification. We can typically help you get through the certification journey in a matter of weeks. Typically 5 to 7 weeks would be where we can get you to that over 80 threshold so that you're ready to then submit. So once you're over 80 out of 200, you submit your assessment then for independent verification. You sit in a queue and waiting for an auditor from B Lab. And that queue really will depend, the length of that queue is typically the biggest time that you have to wait on the journey. And at the minute, that time is dependent on your geographic location. So currently in the US and the UK, the time is quite significant. Possibly 12 months is what you're looking at in sitting in the queue waiting for the auditor. In the Australia, New Zealand region, you're looking at more likely 3 to 6 months. Typically, the smaller the business, the quicker you go through the process because there's just less for the auditor to understand and get their head around. The bigger and more complex you are, it just takes a bit more time as well. That's something else I should also mention. So if you are a complex business, as in if you're operating in 2 or more industries, if you're a big company, if you've got subsidiaries, that is also something that you need to have a think about before going on the B Corp journey. There are some complexity issues that might need to be worked through. Again, we can get some links up for that. And also, yeah, if you want to have a chat with us about whether you think, oh, hang on a minute, we've got 3 different brands in 3 different countries. Yeah, any of that kind of stuff, just let us know. So yeah, once you've gone through the audit process, so long as having gone through that audit, you're still over the 80 out of 200 mark, you'll be invited to pay your B Corp certification fees. Congrats, you're a B Corp. You might be able to see behind me, I've got my little red B Corp certificate. That's the old school B Corp certificate. You get a slightly different color one now. But you'll be sent your B Corp certificate, or you'll go and find your B Corp certificate, download it, put it on the wall, put the B Corp all over your logo, have a big party, tell all your friends and family, tell your customers, your other stakeholders, everyone thinks you're amazing, and away we go. But the clock is ticking because in 3 years' time, the recertification will come around. And we strongly suggest that you don't wait for 2.5 years before you get on that recertification journey. You kind of bake all this goodness in, you get onto it, and you start thinking about how you can be a better business over that time. Cool. All right. So where does B Corp sit within a sort of continuum of impact? So as I mentioned before, if you're a business owner right now, your only legal requirement is to trade solvently and legally. There is no moral or ethical decision-making that you need to put across your business unless you are of a moral and ethical disposition yourself and you feel like you want to do that. But there is no legal requirement for you to do that. Increasingly over the last few years, we've seen CSR pop up as a real thing, corporate social responsibility. The problem with that is it is right. This is the area that is really ripe for greenwashing. Because corporate social responsibility means, yeah, sure, look, you know, we'll have a think about how we operate, but there's not really many standards around claims that you're making. So we see companies making claims such as we have more sustainable options in store, or they make claims around maybe emissions neutrality, but against what and verified by whom and compared to what. So there's a lot of area for greenwashing in the CSR world, which is why B Corp is popping up as one of the, if not the framework that people are looking at, because it is independently verified, it is globally recognized, and it is social and environmental performance. And there is no other framework in the world that has all 4 of those factors in one. Now, ideally, we kind of want every B Corp to be a B Corp with an impact business model. So like Atik is, again, one of my go-to examples here. So for people who don't know Atik, they make solid bar solid soap bar health and beauty products. So conditioners, shampoos, body washes, dog scrubs, dog wash equipment, all sorts of stuff. And essentially, so if we wanted to build a shampoo business today, we would go and get some chemicals, we'd mix them all up together. Those chemicals could possibly even at some level be toxic to humans and the environment, but they might still be approved for use. We can jam them all together in an ingredients mix. We can top it up with some water. We can put it into a plastic bottle and then start shipping it around the world. We're in business. Whereas what Brianne did when she founded Atik was, hang on a minute, why don't we just get rid of the water? Why don't we get rid of all the toxic chemicals? So toxin reduction, resource conservation, I think it was. And then we put it all in a cardboard box and then we ship it around the world. So basically building a better version of a current product. And there is plenty of examples of B Corps with an IBM out there. And really, in my sort of mind, every B Corp should be thinking about what an impact business model is. Because really, if your business isn't attuned and built around making a positive impact, then kind of what are you doing? But ultimately, if we are to fulfill the vision of B Lab and really to create a world where every human can thrive on this little green and blue dot that's spinning around a universe and an infinite number of universes, we kind of want business to start thinking about being regenerative. And by that, what I mean is every dollar of product or service you sell only has a positive impact. And at the minute, there's a handful of examples of businesses doing this at scale. Interface is one of the great examples. And again, interestingly, their CEO, who has passed away now, but he had a bit of a existential wet fish to the face moment. He had a health scare, came back from that. He's like, hey, we are completely reimagining this business. So Interface sells carpet tiles. They went from being built on a purely extractive model, high reliance on petrochemical-based products to create carpet tiles, flip and sell as many as we can, to now thinking about, no, hang on a minute, how do we sell less? How do we recycle? How do we, loan products to people so they don't have to capitalize up to buy products, and made in a regenerative fashion. So if you want to dig into that, if you just Google Ray Anderson Interface on YouTube, there's a bunch of talks, keynotes that he gave about that journey and why he did it and how they did it. They called it the journey up Mount Sustainability, I think it was. And it talks about this 7-year transformation of the company. Really, really cool story. So that's kind of what we want to be aiming for. All right, then. So why is B Corp becoming a bit of a thing right now? Well, if you have a think about it, what are the social and or environmental things that you are really passionate about? For me as an individual, the plastics thing, like plastic pollution, what plastics, and I guess sort of secondarily to that, just toxins in general in the environment and that are affecting us on a hormonal level, cellular level, as well as affecting the planet on a really, really deep level. That for me is one of my really big things that I'm personally really passionate about. And this is the thing, as individuals, there is something that you are passionate about socially and or environmentally. There's a bunch of stuff planetarily that could be better. There's a bunch of stuff socially that could be better. And it's never been easier, and we've never been more connected. I would imagine one or all of you tuning in are probably members of some Facebook group or some local community group where you might be working to solve a social or environmental problem that is particularly of pertinence to you. And all of this was accelerated by COVID. So many stories of COVID being a trigger point moment when a lot of people, CEOs, captains of industry, business owners, all had a bit of a J moment. We had a collective sort of near-death experience. It was doom and gloom and terror for a couple of years. Like, well, we're all going to die. We're all going to die. And that, I think, had a cultural effect. It had a real impact on us all globally, where and even companies were trying to work out how can we be part of solving a problem, how can we transition from selling what our day-to-day product is, partly for survival, but recognition that there was a real need. And I think it's always interesting, if you're the CEO of a company, to reflect on, if your business wasn't considered essential, getting out of the politics of whichever governments were in charge and they said, well, what's essential? But fundamentally, if your business isn't essential to humanity, then what are you doing? I think that's an interesting question to pose yourself. But this is the thing. You are an individual who have concerns about people and planet, but you as an individual make up one of the 4 groups of humans that every business needs. You are a customer. So whether you own a business, run a business, or work in a business, you also go and buy stuff. And so the thing that you are passionate about, and the thing that is driving consumer behavior across billions of other consumers, is, in general, they want to support the brands that can prove, and prove is the key word, prove the good that they're doing. The challenge is they're finding it really, really hard to find those brands. There was a report, so Kantar is a global research company, and they do a really good report based on some of their New Zealand work, where they look at trends around sustainability. And pretty much every year that it's been run, they reference the fact that people either can't find the brands that are actually operating sustainability in a sustainable manner, and or they don't believe the claims that those companies are making. So if only there was a way for you to independently verify the claims that you're making so that you could better engage with authenticity with your customers. What a crazy idea. And we're seeing this demonstrated in terms of a response to this on a global level. So Waitrose in the UK, one of the UK's biggest supermarket chains, you can go on their store online and search by brands that are B Corp certified. It's currently B Corp Month, and in the UK right now, Waitrose have in-store end-of-aisle activations around B Corp and promoting B Corp brands. The same with Ocado, another online store based in the UK. You can search by brands that are B Corp certified. And this is a thing when this is even in New Zealand. So shout out to HealthPost. They themselves are a B Corp, and on their online store where you can go and buy healthy nutrition and supplement type products, again, you can search by brands that are B Corp certified. So when it's in New Zealand, you know that it's a thing. And this is why we are seeing a large number of B Corps in the consumer sector. So FMCG brands, so fast-moving consumer goods, around about 40% of B Corps globally are in the FMCG sector. Around 23% are in the tech sector, and around about 12% are in the marketing sector. So if you're in one of those sectors and you're not a B Corp, I'd suggest you maybe start having to think about that, because most likely your competitors will be, if not very soon, they will be already. So you might also be an employee. And increasingly, employees are expecting that the company that they work for has some kind of greater purpose and is making some meaningful societal impact. Because increasingly, people are noticing that maybe what they're doing on the day-to-day at work might actually be contributing to the thing that they want to try and fix. We are also seeing increasing supply chain pressure. So there was a survey done by EcoVadis in 2019. 69% of respondents said that when they were thinking about renewing or selecting a supply chain partner, sustainability was going to be one of their top criteria, and that was up from 51% the year before. So increasingly, and we're seeing this, we've got a couple of clients we're working with right now where literally they've said, hey, our European or US distributor has just said we need to have an independent certification around our claims, around our social and environmental performance. So we're seeing this live right now. So again, typically we're also seeing larger companies globally are now having to do mandatory reporting on their social and environmental performance, and that is now being pushed down into the next tier of companies. So even if you're a medium or a small size company, if you haven't yet, I wouldn't be surprised if in the very near future, some of your bigger supply partners will be coming to you saying, hey, we need to know how you're performing socially and environmentally. And it's a really easy slam dunk to go back and go, yeah, we're a B Corp. Here's a little bow on it. Done. And we are seeing this pressure all the way back beyond the manufacturer. So, back to the farm gate, back to the people providing the raw materials that are being manufactured for your supply chain. And then lastly, there's investment pressure. So global sustainably backed investments are on track to exceed 53 trillion by 2025, which will be about 30% of the total investment market. Again, we're seeing this pressure locally with local banks here in New Zealand. We're hearing the same from Australia, the UK, and the US. Increasingly, the banking sector is becoming reluctant to provide loans to small businesses, medium businesses, unless they can demonstrate that they're at least not causing any harm to the planet and to people, but are giving some incentives to people who can prove the good that they're doing. I did a podcast with Paul from Rotorua Canopy Tours, who's one of our guests later on. He was saying, after they certified, New Zealand-based company, they had a conversation with their bank, and they saved about 30 grand on a loan that they had with them because they were a B Corp, because the bank could recognise the social and environmental impact their business was having now. So, like I say, this thing, B Corp can just help you solve so many of the challenges. And typically it's those big four, employees, customers, suppliers, and investors. If you haven't got those, haven't got good relations with those, and you can't demonstrate the good that you're doing, increasingly that's going to become a challenge. Right, coming into the final furlong. B Corp, a lot of people kind of go, doing good, sustainability, it's going to cost us a ton of money. We can't afford it. The argument for that is a complete don't even think about it, because it turns out that doing good makes sense and it can make you sense. So we know that B Corps are doing some good. So we know that there is a return on impact, because every year B Lab curates an impact report. So it gets the data from all the B Corps around the world and it works out what they're doing, and it can compare them to industry and global averages. So we know, for example, that a B Corp is 2.2 times more likely to be assessing its environmental impact compared to a non-B Corp. We also know that the average pay ratio of a B Corp is 7 to 1. So the highest to lowest pay ratio is 7 to 1 for a B Corp, excuse me, compared to 144 to 1 for a non-B Corp. For those of you CEOs tuning in who really, really want to go and get yourself a rocket in the shape of a, like Jeff Bezos did, you need to be aiming for 6,000 to 1. So that's the ratio of his pay to his lowest paid employee across his companies. So we know that B Corps are, certainly not contributing to inequality. But we also know, for example, that on average, a B Corp is 1.5 times more likely to be a zero waste company than a non-B Corp. And this is where the financial connection comes in, because obviously if you're creating zero waste, well, there's a massive environmental win. But at best, there's going to be an operational saving because you're not having to pay for your what would have been paid, what you would have been paying to go to landfill. That's going to be cost neutral. But even better, if you're really, really smart, and maybe you're hanging out with some cool people like Chris and Sarah from Circular, you might actually be able to sell what was your waste to a company that wants that as an input material. So that's just one example of how thinking about your business socially and environmentally could actually lead to some savings. But wait, there's more than that, because we know, and again, this is data from the UK B Corp community. So in 2020, 2021, the average turnover growth rate of a UK B Corp was 24% compared to a market average of 3%. So B Corps outperform financially. Proof. We also know that on average, again, this is data from the UK, 10% was the average staff attrition rate for a UK B Corp compared to about 16 to 18% for non-B Corps. And we know that 65% of UK B Corps secured the investment or more than they were seeking compared to only 56% of non-B Corps. And then for those of you who are like, yeah, sure, but I really, really, really want to see some evidence. This is a panel dataset study from the University of Ghent in Belgium. So they did a panel dataset study of all European B Corps that certified between 2012 and 2018. And as they say here, this paper empirically shows that B Corp certification positively impacts turnover growth rates 1 year pre versus 1 year post certification. So the whole, but this is going to cost me money, blah, it's not an argument. Fundamentally, this is a slam dunk argument for business for good, and in my mind for B Corp, because even if you care just about making more money, you should really have a look at B Corp and try to do some more good with your business. And clearly, if you do care about doing some good in your business, you should be looking to prove it, substantiate the claims that you're making, verify it, and bring everyone on the journey with you. Come at me with your counter arguments. I'm willing. Maybe in the new Ask Me Anything slot around lunchtime, we can do. I'll do my best to fend off any counter arguments for B Corp and business for good in general. That could be a fun session for me to try and get my mental acuity sharpened on the counter arguments. But wait, there's even more, because we know that B Corps are super resilient. They are built to withstand the trials and tribulations of the modern business world. So again, this is data from B Lab's Global Impact Report in 2020. So in the middle of a global pandemic, 52% of B Corps hired more employees and 47% had employee growth of more than 15%. And 2/3 of all B Corps increased revenue in the middle of a global pandemic. This has been further proven or substantiated by an insights report that B Lab issued late last year. And again, if you want links to this report or any of this other data, just let us know and we can send it through to you. They did a review of the B Corp performance compared to the market between 2019 and 2021. B Corps outperform ordinary business in terms of top line growth. They were significantly more likely to survive the pandemic. And 16 out of 18 studies showed that the cost of doing the work to become B Corp certified was either cost neutral or a positive return on investment, with only 2 studies showing short-term costs associated with certification. So I think one of the big things that people often say at this point is, but clearly these B Corps were all selling pandemic-related equipment. Far from it. To this day, there is still only one company that sells PPE equipment that is a B Corp, and that is Eagle Protect, based here in Otatahi, Christchurch, New Zealand. B Corp #1 in New Zealand, and as far as I'm aware, they're still the only company globally that sells PPE that's a B Corp. Quite a damning indictment, perhaps, of that industry over the last couple of years, the fact that none of them can really perhaps prove their social and environmental creds. And similarly, there are no pharmaceutical companies that are a B Corp. So this is from the general market. In general, B Corps outperform. My theory on this is, if you have got better employee relationships because they're really attuned to your purpose and your mission, and you're actually looking to make a difference, your customers will be wanting to support you because they see that the good that you're doing. Your investors are more likely to want to support you, and increasingly so now. If you are doing anything existentially risky or damaging to people and planet, it's highly likely that they will no longer even look at giving you money. And lastly, your suppliers and your supply chain is going to put you under scrutiny. And so if you've got great relationships with all of those people and they understand the good that you're doing beyond just making money, then they probably want to see you survive more so than what I would call big evil bastards Inc. If you're just looking out there chasing the money and basically screwing all your stakeholders to make as much money as possible. And so this is why I believe this is the B Corp moment. So we recently tripped over 8,000 B Corps globally, which sounds like a lot, because when I first connected to the movement back in 2014, there was around about 1,000 B Corps. So to go from 1,000 to 8,000 since 2014, 2015 sounds like a lot, but that is still only about 0.01% of businesses globally are currently a certified B Corp. But that we are definitely in a hockey stick situation. The growth of the movement is exponential right now. And I'll leave it with the words of Rose Macario, the former CEO of Patagonia, where she said, the B Corp movement is one of the most important of our lifetime, built on the simple fact that business impacts and serves more than just shareholders. It has an equal responsibility to the community and to the planet. Cool. That is it from me. Are there any questions? I'll bring Tamara back in, and I will try and stop sharing. If I can work out how to do that. There we go. Like that, almost, or like that. Well, there we go. Extreme close up. So there we go. So you were chucking in some fun facts in the chat there. So what are a couple of the fun facts you've got there? Patagonia has a B Corp score of 166. It's not about the score. Let's remember. However, it's not about the score. Kiwi B Corp Gemelli, good old James Stewart, is the highest scoring Kiwi B Corp, I think, at 143.7. I don't know what the highest scoring B Corp is, and it's not easy to find because when I looked a few years ago, see if I can shout out to Helen in the green room. We'll be right there. B Corp, see if I can find it. B Corp data. If I can't find it right now, I shall do it. And post it while you are doing your. Here we go. I think we have it. B Corp data, every country, PNG. Or is it this one? I definitely had it. Here we go. So it was. So I believe it could be a company called South Mountain, who are an architecture design planning company, and they had a B Corp score of 183. Ooh. And that was a couple of years ago. But I kind of feel like we possibly would have heard if someone had got more than 183 by now. I can be proven wrong, but there we go. Cool. Oh well, there's no questions coming in, but if questions do come in, that's all cool. I should also say, if you want to go and have a look at the B Corp Impact Assessment, the easiest thing to do is we're putting the little ticker up. So if you just look for bimpactassessment.net, or if you just Google B Corp Impact Assessment, you can go and have a look at the B Corp assessment. It's completely free for you to go and look at the assessment. You only need to pay money if you want to go on to be independently verified by BLAB. So there we go. And if you want some more info on B Corp, we have a free ebook, which is pretty much a summary of what I just went through to be or not to be the what, why, and how of B Corp certification. So yeah, crack on with that.
I put the link to that in the comments.
Cool. Link is in the chat as well. Too easy.
So Tim, just so you know, I don't have the little things to put the ticker in, so I can't do that stuff.
That's right. I will be in charge of tickering.
Fact. You're the ticker guy.
Cool. So coming up in about 2 minutes, we have got the sort of women of B Corp. Cool. Right. We've got a question. Nikki Goodson. How does governance requirement work for sole traders? So that's a great question, actually. Sole traders.
It's optional for sole traders, certainly in this region. And I think they're still highly encouraged to create a constitution and put the stakeholder and purpose clauses in it. I think it's worth 2.5 points as opposed to the 10. Is that right, Tim?
Yeah. The big challenge that we quite often find in New Zealand is that people don't actually have a constitution full stop, because you don't have to have a constitution in New Zealand. So if you're in the UK, Aussie, and the US, which would be sort of the main places that we hang out with people, and a bit of Southeast Asia, in all of those countries, you have to have articles of incorporation or a constitution. In New Zealand, you don't have to have one. We have a template constitution, however. So if you We also have a bunch of other resources. We call it the magic folder. It's about 300 different templates, examples, resources of the most commonly required documents that you will need for B Corp, and that includes a constitution. So, but yeah, Nikki, I'll drop you some info on that. How about that? Cool. All right, we are. What are we? 1 minute away. Who have we got coming up next?
It's the B Corp Women of Impact. Yes. So we've got Helen Townsend, we've got Brianne West, Robyn McLean, Lucy Bennetto, and Tesh Randall. And I can see Helen, Brianne, and Robyn in the green room. So thanks, ladies. Be right there. Lucy and Tesh haven't arrived yet, but hopefully they will.
I reckon. Well, if not, you've got 3 amazing women to get started with. And I'm sure if the others are running a bit late, they'll make an entry with panache and style and grace. Yeah. Cool. All right. Well, it's 10:30. I will leave you to it. I'll go and sit in the background, and I will fulfill the role of putting some comments and other stuff. But yeah, over to you.
I can add the ladies to the stage, so I'm going to just test that. Nothing like doing something for the first time. Here we go. Helen, here you go. Oh, there we go. Brianne and Robyn. Fab. Okay.
All right. I'll leave you to it.
Thanks. Bye, Tim. Just be in the background in case I need you. Hello, Brianne, Helen, and Robyn. So good to have you guys here. Thanks so much for your time, your wisdom. And I'm gonna try and bear with me for a minute. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko tamara toku ingoa, no o tautahi aho, hei mātanga hapai au, no rera, tēnā koutou katoa. Yes, trying to do a bit more of that in my life.
Beautiful.
Thank you. I really am delighted to have you women here, because I'm going to try not to fangirl, but I'm a big fan of all of you. And obviously we're doing this because it is B Corp Month. So we are basically celebrating B Corps. I'm gonna just I wish I could see Tesh and Lucy, but we will just get started anyway, I think. And I'll introduce you guys to start. So what I thought I would do is I'll do a little introduction of you, and then you could also introduce yourself and big yourselves up as much as possible. That's the way forward. So Helen, I'm going to start with you. Co-founder of Sustained Fun, a multi-award-winning, and I want you to give that toy statistic that you always give about plastic. It's just horrific. As a multi-award-winning New Zealand toy company whose mission is to develop children's toys which address climate anxiety and build confidence through play. Sustained Fun toys are designed to be more fun for longer, minimize waste, encourage a love for the environment, and incorporate STEM. It was established by Helen Townsend and Anthea Medill in 2021, and Sustained Fun is founded on the environmental principles that are an integral part of their lives. Oh, hey, Tish. Good to see you.
Hi.
And most, Helen, I really also want you to tell everyone about whale poo and CO2, if you could.
Excellent. Good. I like talking about those things. So kia ora, everyone. Thank you for the introduction, Tamara. Yes, so Sustained Fun is the world's first climate change focused toy company. And we are here because the toy industry is really bad for the environment, but is kind of overlooked and is sort of about 10 years behind when it comes to environmental sustainability. So 1% of global plastic is used in the toy industry. Most toys are made from, like over 90% made from virgin plastic, and because they are all combined for toy safety standards, they're not recyclable. And also toys shape how kids see the world and interact with the world. So they're really important to shape how the next generation is going to interact with the environment. So that's why we did set up our business, and also because it's really fun because we get to make cool stuff and play with it. And we're also the creators of World Sustainable Toy Day, which is a global campaign to promote sustainability in the toy industry. So
remind me what day that is, Helen. What is World Sustainable Toy Day?
This year it's November the 15th. So it's the third Friday in November, and that's because it is just before Black Friday, which is a good time to start thinking about how you shop.
Nice. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on. So next on my list, Tesh, I'm going to come to you. Is it okay if I call you Tesh or prefer Letitia?
Tesh. Yeah.
Tesh. Gotcha. So Raglan Food Company are a certified B Corp and the first climate positive certified yogurt company in New Zealand. You're now over in 700 stores nationwide and you export. And I understand you've recently launched in New York. So yay you. You didn't plan to start a food business. You stumbled into it after making coconut yogurt at home to help Seb, your business partner who has dairy allergies. You wanted to eat a dairy-free diet, but didn't want to give up yogurt. So they found an alternative. You offered a couple of jars to Raglan locals, and that grew huge demand. And now you're launching in New York. That seems like quite a big leap. But yeah, amazing. I'm a regular buyer of your product, Tess, just so you know. Love it. Anyway, yeah, please introduce yourself and, like I said, big yourself up.
Oh, sorry, you froze there.
Oh, sorry, Tess. I just said you give yourself an intro.
Cool. Well, you did a pretty thorough job already, but good everyone. Hello, I'm Tesh. Down in Whangaroa, Raglan. Been here for like 12 years and been running the yogurt business for coming up 10 years, which is crazy to think. I was like 24 when it started. And yeah, started just how Tamara said, completely sort of bit of a fluke, making yogurt, offer it for sale, everyone's keen. And then sort of led to, sales road trips all around the country with a chili bin and knocking on doors and trying to find buyers and figuring out the supermarket system and learning a lot, making lots of mistakes, and then trying to build a whole factory from scratch, which turned out to be quite the mission. So ended up, buying a bit of land and building the whole thing and putting in all the infrastructure that we needed and growing a team. So we've got 30 people now, really awesome little team. One of the largest employers in the town. So it's a small town, surf town of sort of 5,000 people. So it doesn't take much to be one of the largest employers. And we're distributing around the country. And as Tamara said, just launched in the US. So I'm actually heading over to New York in May, from mid-May till mid-July, doing like a full sales hustle. So trying to repeat what we did here, but over in a new country. So open to tips and ideas from anyone out there who has connections in New York or knows what I should do and see while I'm over there. It's been quite an exciting journey, and we've tried to do a lot of good along the way, and it's been a big part of it for us, and just, I guess, part of our ethos of who we are and being Raglan hippies.
Nice. Yeah, amazing story. Thanks, Tish. Okay, Brianne, I'm going to come to you. Brianne of Atique, also Business But Better, and now Incredibles. Brianne founded and ran the beauty company known as Atique for 10 years, another kitchen start, and you grew it to over $100 million in sales, raised investment through equity funding, angels and private equity. And yeah, I think it's fair to say you've just nailed it, slam dunk success. Would you like to add anything to that?
I mean, it makes it sound sort of easy, doesn't it? Slam dunk. Yes. Unfortunately, it doesn't work quite like that. For anyone out there who's having a hard time, it's half the course. So founded much like both of you so far, and Robyn, I know your story to come. Founded it because I wanted to change the world, rid the world of plastic bottles, and figured that the beauty industry was a good place to start because it was, as a biochemist, relatively low barrier to entry. It went well because a lot of people, there's Lucy, a lot of people get the idea, and I think that's the really important thing to consider in this sort of the business world, is people understand why you do what you do, and it is much easier to resonate with them on that level. So the company grew well. Stepped down to CEO almost a year ago, which people are still learning, and now on to the next, which is much more exciting.
Yeah, it is exciting, your new business. I'm an avid listener of your podcast. So, yeah, listening to that journey with interest. Hey, Lucy, good to see you.
Hi.
Um,
Apologies, I had issues.
Oh, don't worry about it. Actually, ladies, this is embarrassing. I'm just going to tell my husband to shut up. 1 second.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Lucy.
I'll just jump in while Tamara deals to her husband. I like it in the Women of Impact session. Tam has to go and tell her husband to shut it.
And then Tim pops up.
Yeah, I'll just go away.
Yeah, sorry. Thanks, Tim. Yeah. Okay. It's all going on around here. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Right, Lucy, you're next on my list.
Do I have to be next? Because I need a bit of a...
Okay, no worries. I'll go to Robyn. It's all good.
No worries.
I can win.
Worries. You catch your breath, Lucy.
Yeah, I feel like I've just sat down. No, I've been sitting for a while.
No worries. You take a moment. Robyn McLean, hello, period. You make sustainable period products like menstrual cups, discs, and underwear, and your goal is to reduce waste by offering alternatives to single-use period products like pads and tampons. Man, I wish this stuff had been around back in the day. Anywho, you're a co-founder and you're a former journalist, Robyn, just like me. Hang on, no, that's a bad thing. You launched it in 2017 with your business partner and best friend since the age of 11, Mary Bond.
Wow.
And as a nurse, it was Mary who designed your first menstrual cup. And the aim is to divert 1 billion single-use products by 2030, based on the maths that one menstrual cup replaces about 2,000 single-use period products. And your vision, this is from the podcast you did with Tim, I don't think it's live yet, but I've listened to it, is that one day soon, the only tampons will be in museums to show how people managed their periods in the olden days. So, yeah, love that. Anyway, Robyn, would you like to introduce yourself?
Well, again, you've done an amazing job. So, like a lot of the other amazing wahine here, I think we started the business based on frustration of status quo, lack of innovation in the period care space, lack of discussion around periods in general. Crazy given that, half the world's population has a period for, up to 40 years of their life, and waited for someone else to come out with really great products and no one did. And so then you have to do it yourself. And so, yeah, we're now the only sustainable period care company in the world that has a product for everyone. So we, by that I mean, we do, as you said, menstrual cups, menstrual discs, as well as specialist cups for different cervix heights, period underwear, and reusable pads and liners. So what we wanted, our aim at the start was, to not give people an excuse as to why they couldn't make the switch and try them. And so to do that, one of the things that we've focused on is making them obviously really well designed, nice to look at because that actually encourages purchase, and actually comfortable and better than the status quo. So all our products hold at least 3 times more than a regular tampon or pad. So it gives the user a lot of freedom. Definitely a random career pivot for me, but it's fun.
Yeah, I was also very interested. It was only after reading some stuff on your website, listening to you, that I realized how many women had problems with these products because they've got different shaped cervixes. Didn't know that?
Yeah, and again, that's part of one of my frustrations is that because of the lack of conversation, like for me, for example, I only found out that I had a tilted cervix like relatively recently after having smears and having really terrible time every time I had a smear. But even the person doing the smear didn't tell me that's why they were having problems, and that's why I had to have my leg halfway up the wall and blah, blah, blah. So, a large part of what we do is just wanting to get people to normalise the conversation, to help with the sort of stigma and shame that is still associated with periods.
Yeah, thanks. Amazing. Lucy, are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready, Tamara.
Fair. All right. Lucy Bennetto, founder of Bennetto Natural Foods. And again, a lot of these businesses start on a kitchen table. Lucy is no different. You were a high school teacher of English and drama who just happened to love chocolate. Who doesn't? You made your first chocolate bar from scratch in 2010 on your kitchen benchtop with a spice grinder, a box of organic cocoa beans, and a few eager students as taste testers. From there, you've traveled to the Dominican Republic to see where the cocoa beans actually came from, and that was for you very early on a deal breaker. You were going to be making sure the cacao growers or the cocoa growers were paid fairly, and that all your ingredients were organic. And you have also just a couple of months ago launched in Europe via Amazon, I think. You go, Lucy.
Just an Amazon. So I started, as Tamara said, in 2010, out of just a passion for good quality food. I've always been an experimenter in the kitchen and dabbled and tried to make things that you can buy commercially. I'd always try and make them cleaner. And back then in 2010, I made this amazing discovery that the cocoa bean is actually quite healthy. It's what we put in. It's what we put in chocolate that makes it not so healthy. So I just got busy and started creating my own forms of chocolate. And this was weirdly at a time where there weren't many people making their own chocolate from bean to bar at that time. Around that 2010 to 2015, a lot of chocolate makers did emerge. It was quite strange that they all started popping up at once after cocoa been around for 2,000 years, and all these little small scale chocolate makers started popping up. But I just got experimenting and started making cocoa the way I wanted to, sourcing it organically, finding out more about the people that grew the beans, which was super important to me, especially with my background in teaching. That social aspect was always a key factor. So one thing just led to another, and I just got passionate, and pretty much every day since back then in 2010, I was just working at it. There was never a day, even a Sunday, that I didn't just keep experimenting, keep working. And I think that consistency is really key. And then I was able to, by a fantastic opportunity I got in 2017, I was able to take my tiny little brand of chocolate that really didn't have any impact at all, and I met a really fantastic manufacturer, Swiss manufacturer, and I was able to scale up exactly what I was doing without compromising on the integrity of the product, without compromising on the traceability, and having it just perfectly exactly how I wanted it, and do it to scale, which was really always the driver behind it anyway, was to get that impact and to take something that people love and can enjoy daily, but creating it in a way that is still not compromised by mass manufacturing and corporate sort of ownership and things like that. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks, Lucy.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. No, so a diverse range of businesses, all very different, all doing amazing things in the world. Thank you on behalf of the world. So from here, there's so many things we could talk about. Oh my God. And I'm wondering whether we just dive into some of the juicier, kiki, blackbird investment disparities for women stuff. How political and angry are you ladies feeling? Or should we maybe first of all talk about some of the challenges you've faced along the way? And these might be specific to being female, and they might not be. They might be completely different. Actually, one thing I want to start with. So I saw this on Mary Portis's hashtag fangirl again for Mary Portis on her LinkedIn the other day. It was the prophecy she put up. So I'm just going to read that. It's called The Bird of Humanity. For hundreds of years, the bird of humanity has been flying primarily with one wing, the masculine wing, causing it to become overly muscular, overly developed. In fact, the wing has become violent. In order to keep afloat, causing the bird of humanity to fly in circles and keep repeating the same path of flight. They predict that the 21st century is when the female wing of the bird of humanity will fully extend and allow the male wing to relax. And instead of flying in circles, the bird of humanity will finally begin to soar. So, is this the century that the female wing of humanity will start to be able to fly a little bit more? So I invite you to either speak to that if you're called, or if not, tell me just a little bit, or tell us a little bit about a pivotal moment or an experience that has shaped your entrepreneurial journey, generally or as a female. Helen, can I start with you?
You picked me first. So many things I could say. I don't know really.
Okay, no worries. Please feel, let's try. I don't know how this is going to work in this setting, but please feel free to have a conversation. If anyone wants to just dive in and say, hang on, I've got something to say about that, please go ahead.
I found it really hard to, like, after when you invited me to come on the podcast, to know what to say, because you could get really angry at the statistics, but I don't really find anger is very motivating. You could ignore the statistics about women in investment and business because we're a panel of white Pākehā women. We don't have, I don't know you all very well, but if we were a different section of society, this would be even harder for us. And I don't know if the 21st century is going to be flying with both wings. The Americans would rather have a criminal than a woman as president. That's not a good sign.
No.
On the other hand, there's more and more women running businesses, getting into leadership, although the trials of being in leadership mean that a lot of women leave due to online abuse and challenges of having a family. You have to choose. Do you want to be high up in business, or do you want to have a family? Like, that is a real choice that women make, that men don't make. I'm going to stop there. I just lost about what I don't know what to say about.
No, keep going. I feel like you're on a roll.
I was so worried about what to say that I thought of lots of things.
No, those are all really valid points. I think we've all thought the same thing, and I'm the same. It's kind of like sometimes I have to think, okay, where am I going to choose to be? Am I going to be over here and really angry, raging, spitting, the world is really screwed? Or am I going to stay and look at all the amazing women in the B Corp world and the amazing female founders? So I kind of vacillate a little bit between those two places. I don't know how anyone couldn't really, when you see what's going on. But honestly, women like you give me hope, and other women that are in all the female founders. There's amazing female founders, and certainly the B Corp movement. I just live in that world, so that's what I notice. But they're doing some amazing, really just quietly getting on with it as well. That's just getting on with it.
That's the problem. They're quietly getting on with it.
Yeah, I agree, Brianne.
Do you think they should be allowed?
The biggest thing we could do is have more conversations about this, and we only limit it to around International Women's Day by and large. Not true of everybody, of course, but the single biggest thing every single person could do to lessen the gender wage gap and the investment gap and everything else that goes along with it is actually have conversations with it. But the problem is, when you have conversations with it about it, just go and have a look at the comments and some of the YouTube videos I've made the last week about the women investment gap, and the people who there's many sets of people who have a conversation around it, but you get two comments, two groups, if you like. So there's one who says, well, of course, what do you expect? Women are shit at business. And you know what? Like climate change deniers, get in the bin, not going to bother responding. You're a piece of poo.
Yeah.
I try not to swear in these environments. But then on the other side, you've got all these, and this is definitely the majority, right? You've got all these people who are saying, all these men, by and large, who are saying things like, well, this isn't true. Obviously, these statistics are biased. This is an incorrect study, because if this was the case, then VCs and angels and stuff would invest more in women, because if women founded businesses were more profitable, they go where the money goes, because they don't understand the idea of unconscious bias. And that is because nobody is talking about it, because when you talk about it, you get those moronic comments, and it's a vicious cycle. So every single person listening, and that especially goes for blokes, you know, people call themselves allies, which I don't really think is something you can anoint yourselves with, but if you are truly about creating a better, more equitable society for everybody, you need to have these conversations, and you need to stop tolerating bullshit comments and hilarious sexist jokes that are doing a lot more harm than you think they are.
Yeah.
And it's very brave. Like, I think what you do is very brave, Brianne, putting yourself
100%.
out there for those comments and putting those videos out there. And it's not particularly fun. And I think I'm definitely more in the, I just do my own thing and ignore everything else. Like, don't read the news, try and avoid media that's not, because if I go down that rabbit hole, then I just get really worked up and end up having rants at my poor husband, who hasn't even done anything.
I don't know. I agree. I think that we women maybe are a bit more sensitive to those sort of comments, and there's so many trolls out there that when you see them, that I carry that sort of stuff. It's and I wish I didn't, but the world of social media and the ability for people to hide behind their comments has just become so dangerous. And I think it's particularly hard sometimes for women, because I think we do things better and more brilliantly, but I think overall we're also a lot kinder, and we do business with a lot more heart. And that presents a challenge when in exactly those sort of situations. I agree. Comments are terrible.
Yeah. Look at Jacinda, like what she had to deal with. Jacinda, that's the leader of the country, and that's all the kind of hate and horrible, awful, really despicable things that are said. And if you're a little girl in New Zealand and you're thinking about one day becoming Prime Minister, it's pretty off-putting. It would put me off running for anything, after witnessing all of that. So, yeah.
Yeah. And it is hard. And I do think people like you, Brianne, who are very, very vocal and active, and you stand up, and because some of us, just by nature are just not comfortable with doing that. And but those of us that are not so comfortable with doing that are the types, that we just get on, and we just have to get on, and we just have to do it, and we just have to sort of fight our little silent battle on our own. And just really grateful that for those of you that are comfortable doing that, to get up there and do it, and not be afraid to to take all the slander and the backlash and everything like that. I mean, I just avoid that at any cost. I mean, that's I just don't like it, but it doesn't stop me from doing what I'm doing. With all this Jacinda thing at the time, I just really realized that New Zealand is such, there's just such hatred out there, unfortunately, for women in power, and it's frightening, and it really scares me. But at the same time, just you just got to still stay true to what your passions are, what you believe in, and what keeps you going. And even if you're not fighting back, it's okay. We'll let others do that for us.
You hopefully are fighting back.
Do it as well. Yeah.
When I say we all need to speak up about it, I maintain that, and we need to talk about women in business more. But just by doing it, you are making a huge difference, because you are someone that people can look up to, and you are someone that other people who are happy enough or stupid enough to go out and say these things more publicly, you are someone they can use an example. So you are adding to the conversation and becoming a part of it, and you are fighting back, if you want to look at it like that. It does take a certain level of potentially lunacy to constantly subject yourself to silly YouTube comments. But the final bit I want to add to this conversation is, it's currently pitched as men versus women, and in some regards, the way we approach the conversation, I have definitely not helped that. The idea of women have more profitably run enterprises is inherently an us versus them comment, right? But it's also a comment that immediately deflects the argument that women don't run businesses well. So it does have a place in the conversation, but we need to move away from that idea of us versus them, because that's preventing anybody doing anything. Because I like your bird metaphor. I'm sorry, I can't remember the lady's name who wrote it. I like that. I don't necessarily think this is the century that both wings will fly equally, because I think we're a little bit far off that. But it is something that benefits everybody. If we have equity across all facets, everybody benefits. The problem is when you're the oppressor, right? Equity feels like oppression. Is that I'm paraphrasing badly.
Privilege.
So we need to move away from the us versus them. Thank you. Yeah, exactly.
With the statistic, Brianne, that you wrote about in the article, which is the stuff article about VC funding, which, I mean, most businesses don't go for VC funding, but it's still a relevant statistic about how companies...
I have that statistic, Helen, just to throw that in there. So 1.9% of all VC investment goes to women. So not even 2% goes to women. Yet women founders bring in 78 cents for every dollar in investment, while men bring in 31 cents per every dollar of investment. So, sorry.
Yeah, and then is it something like the next a 15% about for companies that have male and female founders, I think. So Andrew and I have been aware of this statistic since we started Sustain Fun, and we have had more than one conversation that is the best financial choice we could make for our business would be to get a male co-director, because then we'd go from 2% to 15%, and that feels like why should that be a thing that we've even talked about? Like, if we got a co-director because we wanted another director because of they brought great things to the business, then it doesn't matter if they're a man or a woman. But when it comes to access more finance, we should get a man just to sit next to us, like just hold up their face. That's kind of insulting, I feel.
Yeah, really a lot. Yeah. You only have to look at the studies which show that a pitch delivered by a bloke.
Sorry, carry on.
No. The pitches delivered by a bloke are received way more favourably, even when pitched by a woman. Same word for word pitching. Everything else is considered. It's a disgrace. It's very insulting.
I've talked to the bank and talked to places and been told I should get mentoring, not money. I don't need money. I need mentoring. I'm like, and condescending conversations. I'm like, I feel this conversation doesn't feel right to me. And here's more.
About the VC problem. It's not a VC problem. It's throughout the entire investment ecosystem. And there is a reason that equity crowdfunding is as popular as it is with women, because women are more successful that route for a variety of reasons. So it's very annoying. But any women founders who are listening or have read that, I really don't want to put them off, because there are plenty of examples on this call alone of women who have either raised investment or haven't had to, because investment is not a success measure. It isn't, even though it's portrayed as such, right? There are ways around it, and there are alternative ways to get funding that do work better for us. And until we fix this by talking about it more, there are options and lifelines. And anybody who tells you shit like that, Helen, you should just walk out of the meeting then and there and say, "I'll see you later."
Yeah. I need to follow Annette for that, because she's really fast on. She thinks faster, and I go away and I think, "Hang on a second." I'm like, I need to go back and redo that.
And I have heard the stats are slightly higher for New Zealand, so I think that kind of 2 to 3% average. That's global. But then in New Zealand, is it something like 18% of angel funding? Yeah, I'd read that in Ideologue at some point. So it's slightly better. It's still not amazing.
18 is, because I think a third of businesses in New Zealand are run by women. So the difference between 18 and a third is a lot more achievable. That feels like that it's not the end of the world, we're making progress. So,
yeah.
I'm going to just go to a couple of the questions. I don't know if you guys can see those, but Rebecca has asked, and I was going to come to this issue kind of later in the hour, but Rebecca Cox has asked, are there any practices that might help in maintaining that softer mindset in the midst of all this? And what I was going to ask you guys later was about self-care and looking after your mental health, as well as your physical health, because I also know that physically the stress can create all sorts of issues and problems. So yeah, how do you, again, Brianne, it's you that really takes most of the heat on this. How do you deal with that? What do you have any practices or self-care rituals or anything you do to kind of not let it get to you? Because I know even for me, if I get 10 compliments and 1 criticism, I'll forget the 10 compliments, and that 1 criticism, I'll be having to tap on that later, even though they said I am an idiot. So yeah, do you have anything on that?
I don't have the answer to this question for you. I don't do anything, but I'm naturally fairly resilient, which I suppose is why I keep going back and doing this. But you're right. For every, I'd go as far as 1,000 compliments to 1 insult, right? I think we're probably all very much the same. And I've heard there's some useful things to do, like if you get sent a lovely message on, I don't know, wherever, screenshot it and save it into a folder. And then when you are having a particularly bad day, go in and read them. I keep saying I'm going to do this and I always forget. But it's also, more than anything, it's the thing for me is remembering what I'm trying to achieve. So being super, it's a corporate term, outcome focused. Be aware of, I'm trying to, if I look at the sort of the communication work, I am trying to change the world through giving people information that they may not have access to, influencing their decisions, and just provide some more education around stuff that's a little bit vague, right? If when it comes to the business thing, I'm trying to rid the world of plastic bottles. Someone called me a shell for the oil industry this morning, which is hilarious. But anyway, so come on, whatever. Wow. I'm fine. See, that still bothers me now, right? That's not even real. It is an insult, but that still bothers me now. So it does. But what I immediately ignore or try and ignore stuff like that and put it away, allow myself to worry about it, because if you fight your natural feelings, those feelings get more aggressive, right? So one of the most important things to do is, this is a horrible comment. It is perfectly natural to feel this way. I'm not going to feel like this for long. And I'm going to get back to focusing on the reason I do this. And the reason is because I believe we can make the world a better place. And then we need to. And every now and then it might come back and nag at you. But if you focus on what it is you are trying to achieve and how other people are trying to achieve that with you, you don't feel alone and you feel more motivated.
Yeah,
always looking at the goal.
And also find people is really important too. It's really helped me, I think. Operating, when you start out, it's a very lonely journey. But then if you find some people who understand and that you can call or text or whatever when you have those bad days, and just talk it out. And yeah, I do think that looking back on those positive comments is also really worthwhile. I always make sure that I still read customer emails because it reminds you of why you started and what you're trying to achieve, and that I think all of these businesses here do have a really positive impact and can change lives. And you can't let the trolls derail you, and can't let them derail your mission. But it is hard sometimes. But I do think also, my one thing is, if we get an email or someone's been rude, you have to walk away from it and you can't react immediately. It takes every inch of resilience for me not to just hit the keyboard and go. But
yeah.
I mean, you need to feel, I think, to survive in business, you need to feel good about yourself and being true to yourself and your morals. And, at the end of the day, people can be really nasty or disrespectful, but, that's on them. You don't need to go to their level.
Yeah. Ultimately, what I'd say to all of you is the stuff you're doing is too important to be distracted by these morons. So just,
It's what I find really helpful. If I'm having a bit of a bad day, and actually I had to check in with myself just probably this morning, to be honest. I look back and I go, okay, well, look back and how far you've actually come, even a year from today. How much has been achieved in the year, and then I just sort of realized that actually, it is worth the fight. And also, when I get difficult customers or people writing, all sorts of nonsense, it's just they're coming at it from a sense of a little bit of ignorance, to be honest. So I always just try and explain to them exactly how things really are, because they don't know. There's a lot that the people out there, they don't actually know, so they make a lot of assumptions. I mean, I get rude emails about carrying the vegan logo, and then having a disclaimer about may contain dairy. And I get a lot of those actually, and they're quite mean and rude and really saying it can make me feel quite downtrodden. But it's just about checking in every now and again and actually realizing what a difference you are making and the progress that you're making, and how far you've actually come, and the difference that you are making, and how much because nobody knows our own businesses and what we're doing better than ourselves. And when people start to put us down for that, then just have to sort of rest in that place and know that actually we know we're doing a good thing. Yeah.
And tuning into empathy also helps, or at least I find that helps me. Like there's that line, I don't know who came up with it, but the hurting people hurt people. And just that, like, people who are being morons are being them for a reason. Something's happened to them. They've had a bad childhood. That's what I try and remind myself. Like, okay, this person's struggling with all their own stuff. This is not my problem. This is their problem. I'll feel empathy for them and then move on with my life and what I'm doing.
Tish, how on earth has someone found something to criticize in coconut yogurt? What kind of criticism?
Oh, you'd be surprised.
I really would be.
There's plenty of angry dairy farmers that have had a few things to say.
Has anybody ever asked you if you use monkey slave labor?
Yes. Yes.
Isn't that the first time we got that email, I was totally baffled, but I bet you get that. Yeah.
But it is a thing apparently.
There's some of that in Thailand, so it's not unfounded.
Yeah. No.
We have to declare that as well. Yeah.
Wow. And someone's actually out there using monkeys for slave labor?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't even know how that works.
It seems wildly impractical as well. Like,
I mean,
it's a really difficult labor force to work with.
Out of all the potential employees I never thought of monkeys.
Oh my gee. Okay, that's a new one on me. I'm going to go to another question because Jules has put a couple in, and this is one of those questions that comes around a lot, but it's quite a nice one to answer. If you could give your 14-year-old self some advice around entering business later in life, what would it be? I think she just means, when you did enter business as opposed to as an old lady. If you could give your 14-year-old self some advice around entering business later in life, what would it be? Robyn, can I start with you?
Yeah, it's interesting. There's part of me that wishes I'd started, that I'd started a business a lot earlier. And then on the flip side, I don't think well, particularly for our business, maybe Brianne, you might be the same. Social media, we wouldn't have survived without social media because, our products traditionally were held by two big, corporate giants who can advertise. And, so pre-social media, you had to have these massive budgets to be able to succeed, which is why we had so few companies kind of that had these monopolies. And social media allowed us, and a bit like crowdfunding, you found your people who then promote you, and they become your sales agents essentially, and your ambassadors. So 14 years ago, not wanting to disclose my age overly, but there was no social media. So well, not 14 years ago, when I was 14. But I think one of the things I always say is, if you've got an idea, and this is again the beauty of where we are now, it's actually relatively easy to start a business. So on not a huge amount of, without a huge amount of money. So if you've got an idea, try it. It's easy to create a website and get some feedback and see whether the idea floats. I mean, it's an absolute ride, and there's lots of tears on the pillows sometimes. But if you find your thing and you're really passionate about what you do, it's so completely satisfying. So I always say, if you do want to do something and no one else is doing it, or you can do it better, or just jump in and learn and talk to people, and also remember that the people that you talk to aren't always right. And this is the challenge with the sort of mentor system, which is amazing, but we've had some terrible advice from really amazing business people, and that would have seen us go under, and they thought they knew it all. So I've learnt the hard way to often stay true to my gut, and remember also that it's our business, and what we want to achieve might not be what someone else wants to achieve, or their vision for it.
Nice. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Tish, 14-year-old Tish, what would you tell her?
I'd just tell her to keep going, because I'd already entered business. I was buying and selling cell phones on Trade Me as a 12-year-old, and then running little bake sales on the side of the road, and self-publishing books, and I was always going to be doing this. So I would have just said to my little self, "You can do it. You got this."
Entrepreneurial mindset right there. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Lucy, 14-year-old you.
I would just sell 14-year-old Lucy just to get in and get well-rounded experience in a lot of things. Put yourself out there, build some resilience, experience a lot of different things, because it is tough out there, and you do need to be resilient, and you need to have a diverse sort of range of skills. You've got to be doing lots of different things. You do have to be quite tough and quite versatile, really. So don't just limit yourself to just going and studying business. Go out there and learn about other people, learn about life, and get some hard knocks, and fall a couple of times, because you're going to need that experience to go into business. And because it's going to be tough. I'm not going to say it is always going to be tough, but there are going to be times where, I think most of us are could say that we probably would have found it tough enough to go, "Oh my goodness, what am I doing right now?" I don't know if you can all agree with that. Does everybody agree with that comment? There's been at least one or two times where you've gone, "What am I doing? I can't keep going." But you have to be passionate and keep going. So yes, my advice is to get some life experience, learn about other people, learn about cultures, and just get tough.
Thank you. Brianne, what would you say to 14-year-old Brianne?
The list would be very long, and agree with everything these three have said so far, but also don't trust people unless they prove themselves to be trustworthy, which sounds real cynical, but I trust people upon immediately meeting them, and there is rare exception where that does not bite me in the ass. And the other piece is most advice is absolute trash. And unfortunately, that is true from Biscuit and Skulls. As someone who mentors people, I feel like I'm sort of shooting myself in the foot here, but most advice is pretty shit, and old school business advice is the worst.
Yeah, good point.
I made a lot of mistakes because I followed shit other people told me that I thought I should do and shouldn't have.
Thank you.
Yeah, old school business advice is a really interesting one, because there's a lot of people out there who claim to, they've been in business at a time that is not relevant to business now. And, times have changed massively. I mean, post-COVID, it's a whole new world. But so the people who have maybe run a business when it was just bricks and mortar stores and there was no online, they, in my book, they don't have a huge amount to offer us.
It's a really good, interesting point. It also seems to be changing extremely quickly. Like if I end up scrolling on some social media thing, I'll even see advice that was told 3 months ago that was apparently gold star advice then is now not gold star advice. I know they were telling you to get your social posts on this many things a day, but we don't do it like that now. So it does seem to change constantly. So yeah, head spinning stuff. Helen, 14-year-old Helen, what would you tell her?
Well, 14-year-old Helen would never in a million years have wanted to run a business. In fact, 30-year-old Helen had never thought about running a business. So, and then 31-year-old Helen did it reluctantly because nobody else was doing what I wanted them to do. So I was like, fine, I have to do it myself. And I think that turns out to be okay. Like, I mean, I didn't learn any business, so we did it the way that seemed right, which is wrong apparently. Most things we've done are wrong, yet they seem to work. So I think like you don't have to you don't have to go into one career and think you're going to be in that forever. Like, and the things you learn at school and university, like they might not be directly related to running a business, but they definitely indirectly, and there's loads you can learn from, like that you can bring from like any industry to running a business. I don't know, maybe I'd tell my 14-year-old self to relax a bit more, but on the other hand, your personality is how it is, and that brings you, like, if you're stubborn and competitive, what's the point in telling you to relax? Like, being stubborn and competitive has big advantages and disadvantages. Being relaxed has advantages and disadvantages. So just maybe just embrace who you are. Oh, that sounds like it's on a cushion. I'm going to say it anyway. Like, just be who you are and run your business like that. And it's better. I mean, it's easier than pretending to be someone else, because that doesn't really work very well.
I was just reading Jackie magazines when I was 14. Haven't given a second thought to anything else later in life.
Nah.
No, me neither.
I just doing sport and having fun.
So I would also just like to find a little bit more about the next step for each of you. So I think I have not for all of you, but for some of you, I have an understanding of where I think you're taking your businesses next. But it would be really interesting to hear, what's next? What are you working on now, and what's the next big thing? Brianne, do you want to talk about Incredibles?
I hope it's the next big thing. Yeah. I'm a one-trick pony, so I'm doing what we did with the teak for the drinks industry, which is obviously a bigger, massive, like 45% of the litter you will find in your typical city street is single-use drink bottles, whether it's water or soda or whatever. So Incredibles is basically drink concentrate tabs that you drop in a glass of water or a bottle or whatever, and it makes you a drink, whether it's a soda or a flavoured water or a cordial. There's going to be lots of different types. So we're hoping to launch sort of June, July, August, September time in 2024. It's supposed to be April. But as we all know, I'm sure, R&D in a relatively, well, a very new product in a new category is hard. But yeah, the goal is to work with the likes of the Plastic Bank as well, which is it's a company / non-profit. So it's a social enterprise, if you like the term. That will pay people to pull plastic out of the ocean and ocean-bound plastic. So that's your beach plastic in low-lying landfills, and pull it back into the recycling stream. So that's going to be sort of a facet of the company to not only give you an option to move away from plastic, but also work to pull plastic, if you like. So yeah, I'm pretty excited, and $1 billion brand is what I'm aiming for. And I can almost say that without a ridiculous, stupid smile of embarrassment, but I'm working on it, because I truly believe it is a concept with legs.
Yeah. Oh, Brianne, I'm going to apologize in advance, Brianne, but my next question, because I heard on your podcast the other day, I heard you say that you're trying to get used to being able to say, I'm a multi-millionaire. So it's just, if there's anything I'd love to have to be able to get used to, it's that. How's it going? How's I'm a multi-millionaire going?
Fine. It's really important. I said it earlier, and I keep saying it. It's really important for women to showcase their financial success, because people regard us as less financially successful and less savvy with money, when the opposite is actually statistically true. So it is important for women to do it, but I want other women to do it, not me, because it feels very it feels braggy and arrogant, and I'm working on it.
Cool.
So next question.
Okay, I'll go to Robyn. Tell us where we're taking. Where's Hello Period going in the next year, 2 years, 5 years?
I mean, I just think that we just want to focus on growth, and part of, to do that, there's the education and the answering the why question. I mean, I've got, when we first started the business in 2017, my daughter was like, that's just so mortifying and embarrassing, and I'm never going to use your products, I'm telling you right now. And now she would never not use our products, and all of her friends use our products. And so I think for me that's really validating. So there's less education on that age group. So she's now 21. So the younger ones that are coming up, they are starting their period journey using sustainable products and reusable products. It's, I guess, and do we need to focus on them? I think so still, because they influence their children. But the sort of 35 plus who have used single-use products all their lives, trying to educate them on the why, and getting them to try something different, because the main feedback we get is, I wish I'd made the switch sooner, which was totally my feedback. I often say, when I first tried a menstrual cup, all I felt was pissed off that I hadn't tried one years ago, and that had, would have really helped me manage my periods. So yeah, for us, the future is just that, explaining what we do. When we first started, we'd go to trade shows and people would just literally throw our products back in our face and just go, that's disgusting. Wow. And we don't get that now, luckily. But there's still just this awareness piece that we need to focus on. And, I'm grateful for the retailers who take us on. So, we're in New Zealand, we're in Chemist Warehouse and Chemist and Woolworths, and that's seeing the mainstreaming of reusable period care, which is so important. So now we've just got to spread that out around the world.
Yeah, absolutely. Go you. Oh my God, it's 11. Okay, if any of you need to jump off at 11:30, please feel free. Apologies, I'm going to go over. Does anyone need to jump off? Because I'll put you next as the.
I will actually have to jump off. Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. Lucy, tell us about where you're taking your gorgeous chocolate.
Yeah. So fortunately, we're in a situation where we can expand globally, because we manufacture to scale, and we have secured the good supply. So the sky's the limit, really, which is brilliant. It's great. We can have that impact, and despite what you're hearing in the news about cocoa, we're gonna be okay. So we have just secured distributors in Norway, Sweden, and Holland, which is great news. I'm excited about that, and the UK as well. So we had an Amazon. We have started on just slowly on Amazon, testing the waters for the past couple of months, and we've just reaching a turning point right now, which is really exciting. So fingers crossed, in the next couple of months, things are going to start to take off in an all new direction, exciting direction. It's frightening for me. It's a little bit challenging, and I'm feeling it now. And we've had a lot of changes in our products to prepare for this. And so, it's I think a lot of the hard work is going to start paying off very shortly, I'm hoping.
Oh, good. Well done, Lucy. I hope so. Yeah. All the best.
Thank you.
Should we say goodbye to you now, Lucy?
Okay, thank you. I do have to go, and I really enjoyed this and seeing you all again, and it's lovely to see you all. Yeah, and thank you, Tamara.
Yeah, welcome always. And
it was a really good conversation. I loved it, actually. So I hope that people out there listening have enjoyed it as well.
Bye, Liz.
Much love to you, my darling.
See you soon. Bye-bye.
See you. Right, Tesh, tell it. I'm intrigued. New York, coconut yogurt in New York. Tell us everything.
That's where I'm literally heading. Before that, though, I just want to say, Robyn, with what you're doing, it's really cool, and just putting it out there to anyone listening. So we sponsored menstrual cups for all the female team members in our team, and we give them to them when they start. And I feel like that's quite an easy thing that businesses could do. And maybe you're already.
We've just started a good workplace program. So
there we go.
We're really encouraging businesses to. So we've been rolling it out. And we've got some amazing businesses on board, and it's not just them supplying, that's amazing that you do that already. Well done. Not just supplying products, but also engaging the conversation with staff. And again, it's part of the normalising of periods, and obviously periods in the workplace happen, and staff who feel supported and understood are obviously going to perform better. So it's a no-brainer. And again, there's a lot of workplaces that provide single-use period products, and that's great too, because something's better than nothing. But we're just encouraging them to expand, and let their staff decide what they would like to use. So
Cool. I just wanted to give that a little plug in case other workplaces want to do that. And I kind of already said what's on the horizon. I feel like this is all I've been talking about for the last week, because it's only been decided in the last week that we're actually going over and doing this. So I'm currently.
Can I ask a quick question? How do you get it to New York? Are you manufacturing over there?
Making over there. Yeah. So we've got a production partner in Connecticut. So it's been a really long journey. This has been kind of like 4 years in the making before we've actually launched anything. And I hadn't originally planned on going for an extended period, but it feels like that's the right thing to do. So I'm going to head over there and hit the streets. So it's going to be quite fun. And I think just, the challenge of doing something in a different market, because it's so different. Everything's new over there. They have a whole different system, even in how they run the supermarkets and all the different levels you need to go through to get something in a store. And so I'm looking forward to learning all about that. And then on a sort of personal level, I've started a charitable trust a couple of years ago, and I've put like all the money that I've made so far from the business into it, and I'm planning to keep putting everything into that as we go along. And so I've got a bunch of projects going on with it's called the Values Trust as well, and one of them is supporting female businesses with impact investments. So we've backed Daisy Lab, which is a precision fermentation startup, 3 female co-founders, incredibly smart, amazing, driven. I love them a lot. So I feel like that's something else that's part of this conversation. If we ourselves as women with businesses back women with what they're doing, that's all part of driving that change.
Nice, really good point. Thanks, Tesh. Didn't mean to get to a more solution-based discussion. Didn't quite get there. So thanks for that. Appreciate it. And I'm very aware it's after 11:30, so if anyone else does need to jump off, like I said, please feel free. But Helen, if you don't need to jump off, could you tell us what you're doing with whale poo and CO2 and other climate-friendly toys?
Yeah, yes, definitely. So this year, my goal is to talk more about what we're doing. So Anthea and I did realise that, there's the phrase all hooey and no doey. We realised that we were all doey and no hooey. So this year I'm trying to be hooey and doey, which makes me sound like a Donald Duck's nephew. But anyway, so I am learning to YouTube. So we're YouTubing about parenting in the climate crisis, because that's a massive worry for a lot of parents. A lot of children and young people are really anxious about climate change. So we're talking about that. We're talking about connecting with nature, which is our new whale poo and CO2 puzzle, which I'm just going to do a bit of blatant showing here. Very nice. Coming in April. So this is, we're doing nature-based solutions to climate change, bringing them into puzzles and toys, because when you do a puzzle with your family, you can talk about what's happening in the puzzle, which is the whale cycle of how whales and plankton cycle carbon through the ocean in a very non-threatening way. So you can talk about these kind of nature things and have climate conversations that are not like face-to-face scary. So we're doing that, and there's a lot of laughing, because Anthea and I laugh quite a lot when we talk together on our YouTube. So please subscribe if you'd like. Look at me plugging.
Great job.
Well done.
Thank you. And then we will just carry on continuing to change the global toy industry as well, which will take longer than this year. But, we'll plug away with that. And, yeah.
You might have a chat to Nick Mowbray.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah. Maybe he's on the call. Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, like it's the big toy companies are oh, thanks Tim, you put up a link. Awesome. I feel I've achieved my goal, because I asked everybody to subscribe, and so I've ticked off my March talking about what we do. Yeah. So yeah, big toy companies are quite like any industry, like Robyn was saying about period products and things. Like their industries are run by big companies, and we need to just get in there, all the small companies together, and force them to change.
Nice. All right. Lovely Wahine Mana. I think that means women of power. Not to be sure, to be honest. Only been living to for 2 months. But thank you so much. Like, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for who you are and what you are doing in the world. Much appreciated. On behalf, again, of the world. Go forth. I'm sure I'll hopefully connect with you all again. But yeah, just good luck, like massively good luck with everything you're doing. And just know that you're very inspiring and fabulous.
Right,
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Jump out, ladies. Thanks so much.
Bye.
Bye.
And I'll wait for Tim to come back in.
Hello. I thought Helen wasn't going to leave there. I thought she was like determined to get more plugs in, but there was just a bit of a delay on the.
Well,
there we go. So yeah, go. I've been putting some links in throughout the chat. For people to go and check out their websites. Obviously, yeah, if you haven't got Raglan coconut in your life and some Incredibles and some Bennetto chocolate, and some period cups and some sustained fun toys, then you're missing out. So get amongst it. I think it's, I mean, yeah, like I say, when we did this 2 years ago, I did this 2 years ago, then I think I might have done something similar the year before that. I can't remember now. Just a range of options across so many different products that you can now get a B Corp option on. There's almost no excuse now for not at least having a look. So
filling your life with B Corp products.
Yeah,
completely.
100%. Any sort of thoughts or reflections for you from what you've just been hearing?
Oh, honestly, I could have talked to those women for like 3 hours. I've got 3 pages of notes here on things like the Blackbird Kiki thing. Didn't even get to that. So, and as Tish started, you know, as well as just being frustrated about some of the challenges that women face, coming up with more conversation around actually what are the solutions, because I know there are solutions. So anyway, well,
we could have a quick chat about those. Why not, if you want to?
Yeah.
Go on then.
From a male perspective, I mean, maybe it's something you've never thought about, but would you say there are ways we can kind of even up this imbalance in the world of business? Or why is it so much harder for women? What do you think?
I don't know. I think when you look, I mean, well, I live in a very female-dominated world. So I live in my house with my mother-in-law, my wife, and my daughter. So I feel like I'm fairly attuned to the feminine vibe, and the estrogen levels in this house are quite high in general. I have no fear in having my nails painted, my limited amount of hair braided, and all the other things that a young girl will typically do with their dad. You know, my wife is a business owner. She did accept the invite to tune in for today, but then she thought it was actually just me sending her a calendar invite to say I was doing something. But who knows? Lee Gray might be tuning in. She's probably not. But you know what? My wife runs her own business. She, you know, was a co-founder with a bloke, Gary. Shout out to Gary. I haven't seen her specifically mention anything being a struggle because of gender, but maybe that's because she has a male co-founder.
Have they ever raised funding? I know funding is not the only issue, but have they ever?
No, never sort of been down that path. I mean, it is. I think you know, when you look back on the first sort of 5 B Corps, or sorry, no, it was a couple of years ago. The highest performing B Corps in New Zealand was a teak, female founded, and then Cheer Sisters, female founded. And then Jane from Gemelli has come in and stolen that crown. But for quite a few years, the top 3 highest performing B Corps were all female founded, and all driven very much around an impact business model. So that was always interesting to reflect on. It would be interesting, I don't know whether the data is available, but to see the split of male, female founders across the B Corp world, and then also split it by score. If anyone from B Lab, maybe we should email B Lab. Maybe I'll make a note of that, because I think that would be one of the things that we probably forget, and then we won't watch all the replay. I think that would be interesting. Yeah.
I've heard, I had heard, I don't know where the stat comes from, but I've heard Brianne say that women are more likely to start, women entrepreneurs are more likely to start a purpose-driven business than men. But yeah, like I said, don't know where that came from.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting, it's a conundrum. I think Brianne, was it Brianne who touched on it, or someone was talking about, you know, quite often, you know, the mum will stop, or if someone is a mum,
having to make a choice between family and career, which is a choice men don't have to make. Yeah,
typically. That's tough, you know. It's hard to get around that on many levels. But I think possibly that's also, you know, if you look at the ladies who you know, we just had on the chat, a lot of them have started a business, whilst also being in a relationship. So in some way, and I know my wife's journey was post having our daughter. She had the opportunity, looking to get back into the workplace, of actually I co-found a business with someone instead of getting into the workforce. So possibly, is there an advantage that actually, getting back into the workforce on your own terms, part-time, start a side hustle, but that obviously relies on you having financial well-being. That means you have got that latitude to go and start something. I think there's also, when you look at some of the psychological literature, in general, males tend to be good at bluffing their way through in terms of confidence and ability to, I'll just give it a go. If it goes wrong, which I think was, that sort of came through with some of the comments around, I think possibly that is why what Brianne was sort of talking about, women founded led businesses are better financially, probably because there's more diligence. Whereas I think in general, again, this is looking at a very, very high level, in general, blokes more high risk taking, more levels of confidence, are willing just to give it a go. So maybe there is a more likelihood of a crash from a male founder, but also more likely to create a 1 in a million unicorn like an Amazon. Not that I'm saying Amazon is a good business model, but Jeff Bezos risked a lot and bet the farm on a really outrageous business model that, if you'd said 50 years ago, you're going to buy everything that you could ever buy on an online website, people have just gone, I have no idea what you're on about. So, yeah, I don't know whether that factors into it as well. The ones that make it through, almost like survivor bias, the ones that make it through from a male side might have had a higher tolerance of risk around it. And then with that investment mindset of, we're more likely to give money to a bloke, you end up with these massive outliers that actually aren't representative of other male-founded businesses that have crashed and burned.
A couple of things to say that. But first, I just want to thank Nadia for her comment there. Nadia Ellis, our results show that women-owned businesses are twice as likely to qualify for certification, B Corp certification, and more than 3 times as likely to certify.
Nice. If you could link in for that paper as well, Nadia, that would be amazing. Well, there we go.
The other thing I was going to say is that there's something more, because sometimes it's I agree that sometimes men do seem to be better at blagging. Ugh, makes me sick. But also I have heard, women aren't doing as well because they just don't have the same confidence, and they're not putting themselves forward, which is just not true. Just not true. Women are putting themselves forward and they are super confident, but they're still just not getting the same kind of, and that's why the thing we didn't get to in the conversation, the whole Blackbird Kiki thing, was such, caused such outrage when this 23-year-old University of Auckland guy raised 7 million for his business, and then ultimately turned it into pitched it as something that was solving a problem for women, and then women got really angry about that.
Right.
So,
yeah, I didn't see that one. Here we go. So Nadia has given us the full. Here we go. Nadia. I love that. Positively deviant identity work through B Corp certification. Wow, that's super cool. We'll go and check that out. And maybe we will see if we can scope a bit more out on that.
We'll put it in the blog.
Yeah. I mean, it is, but I think also just reflect on the backdrop that purpose-driven business, full stop, it's niche. Like I say, I keep going back to the fact that we're at 0.01% of the global business community is B Corp certified. So I think it's maybe is it symptomatic of the more broader culture change, mindset change that is happening around the very idea that business can and should be aimed at doing something more than just making as much cash as possible for a couple of people at the top.
Well, yeah, you and I believe that, obviously, because we are cheerleaders for B Corps for that very reason.
Indeed. But I mean, shocking some of those stats. and yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, absolutely shocking.
It is just bizarre that people can't see past. You know, it's like, I mean, if you surely if you're a smart person, but I don't know. This is where it's interesting. You know, it's kind of like, well, if the data and the evidence is there that you're more likely to get a successful outcome by investing in this type of person. I don't know, but then people are not always.
Let's face it, it's reflective of a much deeper societal, systemic, collective, ingrained for centuries misogyny. That this is the world we live in, where and it's been ingrained into the collective conscious for hundreds of years. So so you're fighting all that, really. Would you like to know what ChatGPT said about how we can solve this?
Go on then. What's old chat?
So I asked ChatGPT how are we going to get around this, ChatGPT, and why are women-led businesses why do they receive less investment? And ChatGPT said women-led businesses often receive less investment for several reasons, including systemic biases and structural barriers within the investment landscape. Some of the key factors contributing to this disparity include gender bias. There may be unconscious biases among investors that favour male entrepreneurs over their female counterparts. This bias can manifest in various forms, such as assumptions about leadership styles, risk-taking behaviour, or industry expertise. 2, lack of representation. The underrepresentation of women in investment decision-making roles, such as venture capitalists and angel investors, can lead to a lack of understanding and appreciation for the potential of women-led businesses. 3, access to networks. There's 6 of these. Women entrepreneurs may face challenges in accessing the same networks and connections as their male counterparts, limiting their exposure to investment opportunities and potential investors. And that's the whole, let's go and discuss this deal on the golf course or in the pub problem. 4, risk perception. Some investors may perceive women-led businesses as higher risk, despite evidence showing that these businesses can be just as successful and profitable as those led by men. 5, funding priorities. Investment trends and priorities within the investment community may not always align with the types of business that women tend to lead. And that kind of speaks to this obsession VC has with tech businesses at the moment. And finally, pitching challenges. Women entrepreneurs may encounter difficulties in pitching their business effectively. I don't agree with this, either due to confidence issues, no, or biases during pitch evaluations, yes, which speaks to what Brianne said about exactly the same pitch can be said by a man and a woman, and the one delivered by a man gets better received.
Interesting. Yeah, I have heard of a company, I won't name them, who actually created, because there have been cases where people have done this on email. They'll send an email from a female name, and then test the same email to the same organization or the same person with an email from a male name, and they get 2 different responses. And I have heard of a company that I know where they created a fictional email account to send emails from a boy's name because they got no responses from their original account. I don't know. I genuinely don't get it. I don't know. Maybe there is just a generation, older than me or something. But for me, it's like, if you've got a good product, a good service, and you're a good human, I kind of just don't care. I don't know. I don't think it's ever crossed my mind to go, oh, but, it just.
I think with kind of ingrained. Oh, thanks for that, Helen. Women didn't have equality in banking services in New Zealand until the 1980s, one generation ago. I know, it wasn't that long. It's within living memory. By that, I mean my grandmother would know it, where women were not allowed to own property. So all this stuff is still recent as far as. What was I saying? Distracted then. Just bring to the kind of the email from men thing you were just talking about. There was so that's why I think was it London or American? There was some orchestra that changed the way they started picking their or choosing their talent, because it had always been You could see the person playing the cello or the violin or whatever. And then they decided to do blind auditions where the people listening couldn't see who was playing the cello or the violin or whatever, the double bass.
Yeah.
And that massively changed the people who were chosen for the orchestra. When they could only hear the quality of the music played and not who was playing it, far more women got chosen for the orchestra or choir. No, it wasn't choir, it was definitely instruments. And it's just like, it's just, this is the problem with whether it's racism or sexism. It's when it's ingrained in your psyche and it's subconscious, it's tough to get out. It does take a big societal effort to change those kind of mindsets.
Yeah, it's crazy. I guess, when you look at the B Corp assessment, that's where one of the questions around hiring is blind interviews, so that you're looking just at, although having said that, we just recently worked with a recruitment company and they were vehemently against blind interviews. I can't remember the reason why, but let us know what do you think. Put some thoughts in the comment. Are you a female founder, leader, CEO of a company? Have you had similar struggles to what our panelists were talking about? If you are a male who's in a hiring or leadership position, and you don't think women are up to the task for whatever reason, maybe let us know. I doubt anyone's actually going to be brave enough to put any. Well, I don't know, based on what Brianne was saying. Some of the comments. Who knows?
Got a question from Nadia though, Tim. So, do we think B Corp certification influences the perception of women-owned businesses among consumers and investors?
That's a great question. I think you look at the women we just had on the panel. Who are absolutely kicking goals and smashing it. I doubt there'd be an investor in New Zealand who hasn't heard of Brianne and the success that she's had with her business, and that she has successfully started on her kitchen table, scaled globally, and exited. It's like, what more evidence do you need?
Dream scenario.
And doing it as a purpose-driven business, like like I say, you got the Cheers sisters, you've got all the ladies on our panel. Just trying to think of other female-led B Corps off the top of my head. Can you think of any right now? I have to look at the B Corp list.
Well, here in Christchurch we've got Sarah O'Connell, who runs Soul Studio.
Soul Studio. Yeah,
we've got Perry Drysdale, Untitled World, Gosia Piatek, Howtow Clothing.
Yeah.
I should make a list because there are loads.
Yep. McHugh Shaw,
Monique,
Jessica,
Nora.
Yeah, Janora. Michelle, who is CEO of Augusto, husband and wife sort of founding team, but
Carly Matthews at Awa.
Two Islands, female founder led. There's a load. Aleph Beauty.
Actually, quite a few. Emma Lewisham. There's quite a few beauty products or skincare products.
Becky. Goodbye. Ellie at the Cleanery, co-founder.
Ellie Bragg.
Charity Tea. Going through Health Post, Sustain Fun.
I was about to give Sally at Pickers Pocket a shout out, but they're not quite a B Corp. But they will be one day.
NSPR, female led. There's a bunch.
Oh, Phoebe Edge over at PS Digital, who's coming on later this afternoon. So Serena Maitland, George Walker's. God, there's just an ocean of them.
Maggie Marilyn, I believe, is female led. Good Sense Marketing, Gourmet's Pet Treat, Hey Lala Vanilla. Our Period Care. Pick's Peanut Butter, founded by Pick, but now led by Amy, who female CEO. Kin, female led. There's a ton. There's a ton. So I think B Corp is definitely But if you're an investor, if you're listening to this, or you know someone who's an investor, I don't know, go ask them, see what they know.
I love we don't know anything. Tish's point about the fact that she started that fund that invests in women, female startups. I mean, all power to your elbow there, Tish. Amazing.
Yeah, and possibly that's where the change is going to come from. Is problems typically get solved by someone who's passionate about solving the problem, and clearly at the minute it looks like the male investor-led community is not that interested in solving the problem, or they don't even recognize it as there being a problem or a gap. So yeah, if it, I think that's how most problems get solved, is the person who cares enough about solving it. And I have no doubt. I mean, obviously, Brianne's got her business but better mentoring and coaching she's offering. So, there's increasing. I think it's a bit like the B Corp. When I connected B Corp, there were 2 B Corps in New Zealand. It's like, where do you go and get a job doing some good business? Well, there's now almost 150. So the market is changing and evolving. So I guess there's gonna be more and more options for plugging into this kind of stuff. But change takes time. But I have no doubt with the ladies leading that charge that we just spoke to, and a bunch of others, it's going to happen.
Yeah.
What else do you have on your thoughts list?
Well, like I was saying, I did a lot of unnecessary, as it turned out, research into the Kiki Blackbird thing, because I knew it had caused outrage, but I didn't really know why, because I hadn't looked into it. Are you interested? Do you want to? Yeah,
tell me more about it.
Okay. So, yes, it blew up the internet. I don't know what, 6 weeks ago, a couple of months, a wee while ago. So Kiki is a New Zealand-born startup that was originally named Easy Rent. Its founder, Toby Thomas Smith, launched the business while doing a Bachelor of Commerce at Auckland University. Kiki started out its subletting business in New Zealand before opening up shop in Sydney. It's a subletting business. So the idea being, I think, was that like students, sometimes they can't take a 1 year lease. Right. And they need to go home for the holidays. So they just quickly need somebody to come in and live in their flat for 3 months as a sublet and to make some extra money. And so there was that kind of thing. So this platform called Easy Rent helped facilitate that kind of, moving around, getting someone into your bedroom for 2 weeks, for a month or whatever. And so you could, so that kind of, you get the idea?
Yep.
Yeah, cool. Okay, so it started out as a subletting business in New Zealand before opening up shop in Sydney, and it did really well in Sydney because not only did you have the uni students, but you've got all the travellers, all the the English tourists going to Bondi, wanting to just rent a place for a month or whatever. So it did really well in Sydney, and apparently it also kind of, as well as just providing a service that was valuable, it created a kind of a community as well. So people really vibed with the community it was building. And in 2023, the business moved to New York to try and break into the US subletting market, and it secured $7 million in seed funding, which was led by Blackbird, which I believe is an investment company. We'll say that a little bit. I'm not exactly sure. In August, other investors included. So that $7 million. Oh yeah, sorry. The $7 million came from Blackbird. Part of it, I think they put in $3 million or something. Other investors included Facebook Marketplace founder Bowen Pan, former Bumble executive Michelle Battersby, and Phase One Ventures founder Mahesh Muralidhar, as well as former Uber execs Tyler Rotola and Jaikumar Ganesh, amongst others. So some pretty high-powered people who were just throwing cash at, I think, 23-year-old Toby Thomas Smith to take his subletting business to America. Now it was changed its name from Easy Rent to the Kiki Club, and the tagline was "Sublet with people like you, no weirdos." Then in early 2024, it announced plans to rebrand as Girls Who NYC, and this was sold as effectively a girls-only social group, but it was run entirely by men. And that's when things got ugly for our Toby, who seems like a nice guy from what I can, look at it on his Instagram and stuff. Outrage was unleashed about the huge amount of money that had been thrown at a group of young men for a business that was now aimed at women. When women founders would not have been given this money, when they were also trying to solve problems like this for women. As well, there was a great deal of confusion about what Girls Who NYC was actually offering and whether or not that included the subletting service that had been so successful. It almost seemed like they were just letting that go completely. And this was a really quick pivot. There was no revenue plan. So why was this person who didn't even have a decent revenue plan getting so much money chucked at him? So why the pivot? Toby said that 70% of users were women, and women were the most engaged on the platform. Quote, "We found that women were extremely connected to the problem we were solving and related to each other in really special ways, often becoming close friends," says Toby. Toby has since apologised for the fiasco. "I'm deeply sorry for how I went about communicating this focus in such a poor way. I won't make the same mistakes again in the future." So the big question is, what did Toby do wrong? Because I don't think he really tried to be, annoying. And it was kind of succinctly, I think, articulated by one particular woman on his Instagram, because she bullet pointed what he did wrong. "Toby, you raised a huge sum of VC money, which women who are already solving this problem can't get access to. Then you dropped your pants on national television as a publicity stunt, behavior that a woman founder would never get away with." This was when he launched in, I think it was New York. He basically got on the subway wearing just a pair of knickers with the words "keep," something like that. He did something in his own. Next, you, Toby, are an all-male founding team who knew you had 70% women customer base in Sydney, and then your first key hire was another man. The first woman you hired was conditional on her leaving the company she had founded. That first woman hire pointed out the strategic direction into your target market and how to leverage it to quick kickstart liquidity for your platform. You made the announcement while this woman was sat next to you, not your co-founders. This woman's not a co-founder, but she's clearly critical. So in other words, it was kind of like women washing with this woman.
Yeah.
Then you positioned the pivot like women have a problem they need you to solve, rather than stating how you realized how critical women are to your business and how you need their help to grow. She finishes, "You communicated badly because you don't understand women, and you don't understand women because you aren't a woman, and you don't have enough women or experienced men who know better around you to keep you from committing these massive unforced errors. Take accountability for your choices. Keep the ambition and drive though. I'm rooting for you to get the right team of advisors around you." So yeah, that's it. So now you know what should I do about the whole Blackbird key.
Well, there we go. Yeah, he doesn't sound like the smartest cookie. Full stop. Though, if he's dropping me,
Yeah, he raised $7 million. So,
yeah. I think that's possibly more. I don't know. That's how I've always found the startup scene in general. Is it's like, another drone delivered pizza type thing. It's like you're kind of creating something. Is it really? I mean, possibly. Initially they were looking to solve a problem, but yeah, I don't know. Clearly he could have got about it. Yeah, and it does sound like he literally just took someone's idea and didn't reward them. But that seems to be how business is historically being done, isn't it? So, like you say, a lot of stuff to change.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
All right. What have we got coming up?
So next we were going to have our podcast. We were looking to try and get a big name from the US for our podcast, but we couldn't get them locked in. So we've got a gap coming up. So what I propose we might do for our next spot, which is supposed to be at what time is it? I think it was going to be, was it 1 o'clock? Please hold callers while I check the schedule on my phone. So 1:30 is
that's right. We're going to have a lunch break.
Officially back on deck. So yeah, it's lunchtime in New Zealand. If you're tuning in from around the world, hello, welcome. Yes, we're going to pause for a bit of lunch right now. So we will just leave a holding screen up and play some hold music, because we can have that on here because we have the ability to play some music, I believe. So we will do that. And yeah, we'll come back maybe, what was it? What did I say? 1:30 to sort of 2:30, just for 2:30. And so we'll just do a bit of like ask us anything. So if you've got any questions for B Corp, what is B Corp, why we should look at doing it, just if you want to have a general chat. If you're really, really keen, we could maybe even bring you in to the live broadcast, and you can come and have a chat live on screen if you're up for that. Maybe Nadia, she seems to be quite keen and engaged on some B Corp stuff. If you want to come and join us, have a bit of a chat, Nadia, more than welcome to bring you into the studio, liven up your Wednesday or your Tuesday, depending where you're dialing in from. But yeah, so we will take a little break for now, and we'll be back at 1:30. We're going to have some lunch. And maybe another cup of tea. I think today is going to be a 3 cup of tea day, at least.
I've already had 2. Yeah, no, I reckon I'll get through 6.
You've heard it here. Challenge accepted. Cool. So I just need to work out how to. There we go. Right. What should we have? Should we have some acoustic cinematic music? Let's see what people are up for. Why not? That's got a kind of like lunchtime vibe, or maybe we'll go with some dance music.
What do you normally play when I'm over at your place? That's
all on Spotify. That's all on. We'll be banned from all social media platforms. So there we go. I think we'll go with the dance pop. Cool. So yeah, we will see you back in about just under 90 minutes. For some more B Corp action. So yeah, drop any questions. If there's any questions you want us to ask later on to our panelists, you can get them loaded up now. But if not, we will see you after a lunch break.
Okay, 1:30.
See ya. Right, I'll put the holding screen back up, and we will put. We are back at 13:30 in the time. Cool. We will put that ticker on. There we go. Cool. And I will remove us from the feed.
Righty-ho.
Shemai, welcome back to the latest episode of the Be Better podcast. Thank you to all of those tuning in and our regular listeners, both of you. I don't know, is there more than two? Hopefully. With me today for this latest episode, I have the amazing and awesome Tesh Randall from the Raglan Food Co. How's it going, Tesh? Kia ora.
Kia ora, Tim. Well, it's going very well. I'm really good, thanks. How are you going?
I'm doing always well at Grow Good Towers. We are just a force for positivity and energy and generally doing good in the world. So we never have a bad day. Never have a bad day here. Well, maybe occasionally, but we just don't talk about it. Now, before we start, we have to say also hello to your buddy on your forehead, which is Yogi.
My good mate Yogi. He's been following me around for nearly 9 years now.
So, g'day Yogi too. So for people who don't know who Tesh Randall is, or what the Raglan Food Company is, tell us who you are.
Well, I am a happy Whangaroa Raglan resident and have been for nearly 12 years. So living in a really lovely little surf town for people who haven't been here before. We're like 35 minutes from Hamilton on the west coast, lots of lovely surf breaks and cool, funky community with lots of artists and hippies and gardeners and dog walkers and all that sort of thing, yoga instructors. It's kind of like a mini Byron Bay. I often describe it as a little Santa Cruz. And so really enjoying being here. Raglan Food Co started very organically out of the community 9 years ago. Total fluke business, just making coconut yogurt at home, like to eat for breakfast, and offered it for sale to the locals on the local Facebook group, and it kind of took off and everyone wanted it, and next thing everyone's showing up at the garage door kind of wanting to pick up their jar of yogurt, and I was trying to scrummage all the glass jars I could from the recycling centre and from friends and scrubbing off the labels, filling them with yogurt. And so it was all, very, very small scale grassroots, doing it at home kind of business. And it's growing a lot from those days of making it in a saucepan. Now I'm making it in sort of 6,000 litre tanks, so
in lots of saucepans.
Yeah, very large ones. Built a factory. We've got a little factory.
As you do.
1,500 square meters just on the outskirts of town, so sort of 3 minutes from the town centre. Got a whole crew of yogateers. We've got sort of 28 30 people. So we call them not musketeers, yogateers.
I always feel that every company should have some kind of collective noun to describe the people that work there. I think yours is definitely up there. The other really good one is Genora. They call themselves the Genorables. I thought that's quite cool. We're so genorable. I thought that's a really good one.
Genorable.
It's so genorable.
That is pretty cute.
That is pretty cute. But I do like the yogateers. That's up there. And so, but I seem to recall we have done a couple of events before. There's quite a cool backstory though as to how you first even started making coconut yogurt. So tell us about that.
Oh yeah. Well, there's just nothing around that you can buy at this time. So this is sort of 10 years ago now. And I've been vegetarian since I was 18. And then kind of on that journey to plant-based. So wanting to cut out dairy, being the main one, because dairy is in everything. And it's also very delicious. So it's quite hard to find alternatives that taste as good. And I was kind of keen to get something that was dairy free, didn't trigger allergies, but there just wasn't anything. There was soy yogurt at the time, a Kingland soy yogurt, and it was just sort of like quite a glibbery texture. And it was like, well, if you can't buy it, maybe we can make it. And I was making kombucha at home, kefir, baking bread. And so doing the kind of hippie DIY thing anyway, and thought, well, I'll just make my own yogurt. Played around with lots of different recipes and tried to find something that was good, tested it on partner, family, friends, everyone, until we had something that was really nice. And then, it didn't feel like a sacrifice then, because giving up yogurt is a bit of a sacrifice because it is delicious. And and it was like equally good or better. So
yeah,
that was it.
I was just saying before we went sort of live with the recording, I've just had my afternoon tea of some Raglan coconut vanilla yogurt with a bit of protein powder in it, and it's I genuinely think it's tastier than normal yogurt.
Yeah, so I think so too.
Yeah, so go you. So none of the friends or family died in the testing process?
Not a one. Happy to report. Yeah, no humans harmed in the making of Raglan Food Co.
It's like, and people, the family were pretty responsive. They were happy. They weren't like, oh, Tesh, look, I can't eat another pot of yogurt. Can you just, obviously they were all on board with it.
They loved it. It was just an instant, like people would have a spoon of it and be like, man, this is good. And then they'd have another spoon, and it just sort of sold itself. And it's been that way ever since, like from that first group of people, there were 60 people who wanted to buy it when I first offered a couple of jars for sale. And then that first group of 60 all told their friends. And then, it's just been a really organic word of mouth sort of growth.
Nice. Super cool. I guess it's quite refreshing. And I think it's just cool for and inspiring for people to know that sort of, I started it in my garage or in my kitchen. I suppose you're quite similar to Brianne from Atique in that model of just started making a product at home in the kitchen, and let's just try it. And I think there's a lot to be said for that. Just from a sales and marketing perspective, you sort of identified a challenge or somewhere where there could be room for improvement, but you actually gave it a go instead of sort of just complaining about it and still buying the crap that you didn't like, or not having it.
That's very much the Kiwi way.
It is, yeah. And I think and I think it just proves, like, if you've got an idea, just give it a go. What's the worst that can happen? You end up creating a really cool business that's doing great things.
I mean, the worst thing that could have happened would have been food poisoning.
Exactly.
In my case, but that happened.
But
hey, that's good.
And so what's your role now within the company?
So now I'm the head of impact. That's my main role. So I take care of all the certification side of things. So we're Toy2 climate positive. We had been carbon zero for the last 4 years, and just this year we leveled up to climate positive. B Corp, obviously, which we're going to talk about today. I've done that, from the first audit. We have a community fund that I run. So we give out grants to people locally doing good things for social or environmental causes. People apply, we fund every quarter and sort of support them and get the word out there as well. We just started a Vibe Lifter podcast because we also run a Vibe Lifter award program, and people can apply for a $2,500 grant for that. So anywhere in the country, if you're doing something really good for people or the planet, you can apply. And then we sort of share those stories and help them with what they're doing. We do a lot of different programs. We're cleaning up plastic from beaches all around the country. We're trying to get to 1 million pieces, still 60,000 pieces away. So I'm hoping we're going to get there over summer. And so I get to take care of that side of things. And then I'm on the board. I'm a director. So we have monthly board meetings and all that kind of governance side of things. And I also do a bit with culture, so team events and helping out with team stuff as well. So so I basically am doing the fun stuff now that I really enjoy, whereas I used to do everything. So, I've worked in production, I've worked in dispatch, I've done admin, I've done the accounts, I've done customer service, sales, like everything. I've done it all.
But I think that's good. And I think as a because did you found the business by yourself, or were you
co-founder? So me and my co-founder, Seb, did it together.
So I think it's good for co-founders to you need to know how do we ship stuff? Actually, is that a good way to do it? Is it the most impactful way to do it? Otherwise, I always love watching those. Well, I don't watch them all the time, but there's those programs where the CEO goes back to they go undercover.
Yes, I've seen those,
and they are so shocked at the poor conditions that their staff have, and how none of the systems work that they've all they've all approved and agreed upon at a board level or at a senior leadership level. And until they and I just go, how can you become so disconnected from your I guess companies with thousands of employees?
They're so big.
It just shows the real lack of just that personal interest and connection in actually this is our sort of team. So I think it's always good when the boss has been through the ranks, as it were, so that you can turn around and go, look, I know that job sucks, but I did do it for 6 months, so I feel your pain. We're working on doing the best that we can.
You can relate.
Yeah.
That
And so,
helps.
So what was your background then? Did you have any background in sort of food technology or any interest in food? Like when Tesh was growing up, was young Tesh kind of going, when I'm older, I'm going to run a really cool, successful yogurt-based company?
Nope, young Tesh was not thinking about that at all. Although I've always loved food, and I used to do bake sales, like as a kid, to make money. I'd do baking and sell it on the side of the road with my sister. I worked in cafes and restaurants, and I tried to be the marketing person for multiple yogurt companies because I really love yogurt. So I actually tried to hit up a bunch of when I had my own agency, and I've also had a copywriting agency. So I went kind of more into the brand marketing side of things. And I thought, oh, how cool would it be to just get free yogurt all the time? I should do marketing for yogurt companies. So I reached out to, I don't know, 5 different yogurt companies at the time and tried to pitch them to be their marketing person. A couple of them got back to me, but they weren't hiring or whatever. And so I was like, oh, never mind. But now I have plenty of free yogurt, so it's all worked out just fine.
Literally all the yogurt you can eat. Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm surprised you're not sick of yogurt by now.
I'm not. I still love it. Like, it's still really good. And there's so many flavors that, you can rotate through them. So it's not like you're just eating the plain one all the time.
I'm pretty stuck on the vanilla one.
It's the best seller now. Right. People love the vanilla.
I'm doing my best.
It's good. Yeah, keep it up. Keep buying those jars. But I love going through, one of my favorite things to do is to go to premium food shops. Like, I've always loved that. So I used to walk around Nosh when we had Nosh in Auckland. That was a while ago. And Faro, and I can spend hours in a shop like that, just looking at all the products, looking at all the packaging. So I've always been into that. And I used to be the marketing person for Giapo ice cream in Auckland. I don't know if you know them, but it's really, really delicious ice cream. So I did quite a bit for them as well, and ate lots of ice cream in the process. So an interest in food, but never thought about starting a yogurt company. That was extremely, extremely random that this has ended up happening. Yeah.
I bet there's a few people in the marketing departments in those companies that you reached out to going, we really should have given that lady a job.
Yep, especially some competitors. The Collective was one of them. I've hassled the founder Angus about it. I said, you should have hired me.
Yeah. Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, I did give you fair warning. I did tell you I really like yogurt and I can really do some cool stuff for you, but hey, you knew best. Yeah. That's funny. So any food connections in your broader family, like any mum, dad, aunties, uncles in the food world? So you're literally trailblazing all around.
Hospo, people working in restaurants or managing restaurants, but no one was doing food products. So that's not the background, but I had a really unusual background career anyway. Like, I didn't go to school, I didn't go to university, I was homeschooled, I didn't do an OE. So I've been working full time since I was 15, and I've done heaps of different jobs, lots of different industries, and various startup projects along the way. So I've always been into business. That's been my thing.
Yeah, nice. And so, that wasn't a barrier in any way to sort of getting marketing roles, or did you feel like like you said, you started your own kind of gigs fairly young, so you had a portfolio of work or experiences to sort of say, look, I've been doing this?
I've done so many things. I've been the editor of a travel magazine for 8 years. I've published children's books and sold them into stores. I was buying and selling cell phones on Trade-Me when I was 12. Like, I've hustled all kinds of things.
Nice.
Yeah.
Proper startup sort of CEO mentality. So I mean, not as prolific as yourself, but I remember me and a mate when we were at school, we started a car washing business when we were maybe sort of 15, and it was sort of this is in the UK, so it was £5 for the outside, and then we were doing the outside, and then we were like, wow, we're missing the trick here. We could be cleaning the insides as well. And so we took some of our profits and we reinvested in a little dirt devil, whatever they're called, little Hoover, had that in our backpack as we were biking around, and so, hey, do you want to do the inside and out for £10? It was great. Just just door knocking
right there.
And just door knocking. Hey, do you want your car cleaned? We can come around once a week or once a month, whatever. I think it's good for people to give that a go.
Agreed.
What's the worst that can happen? They say no. don't look again.
Move on to the next one.
Next one. Yeah.
Yep.
So when did you start the company again? It was
2014.
2014.
Yeah, 9 years this year.
Nice. And so what was the first step then? Obviously you kind of realized you had a bit of a tiger by the tail. Okay, this is quite popular. We've literally flooded Raglan with coconut yogurt.
Yeah.
What did the journey look like from there?
Well, everyone was calling me the yogurt lady. So I'd go into town and people would be like, "Oh, are you the yogurt lady? Oh, hi, it's the yogurt lady." And people still ask me that all the time. Are you the yogurt lady? Which is cool. But yeah, so I went from that to hiring the local community kitchen. That was sort of the first step, like getting out of home, which is great because it's all food certified and so on.
Yep.
And a bunch of other local producers use that. People who have done baking and ice blocks and pies and all sorts of things.
Yep.
So using that, and then very quickly we were outgrowing that. Like we were there till midnight making batches of yogurt, like hand stirring these big pots. We got sort of 100-liter pots, custom fitted them with an urn tap on the bottom so we could hand fill the jars and hand screw on the lids and so on. And then started thinking about making our own mini factory. So we ended up building a sort of a mini plant in a shipping container. That was the next step. And then we had to find somewhere to put the shipping container. So we leased a building in town. It used to be a motor workshop, put the container in there. So we just leased a third of the building. And then we kept growing. So then we leased half the building and knocked the wall out of the container, built a production room, got more tanks, built a little office space. Then we needed more space again. So we built a chiller out the front and storage out the back and leased the whole building. So we kind of gradually extended over this building. And then that was also getting too small. So then it was, okay, we need our own space. So bought land outside of town in the Know My Business Park, which is just starting up, and built the whole factory like from a green field from scratch. So that was the kind of big jump. And yeah, remortgaged the house to do it, and and then just went all in on the yogurt. So, and we've been here for a few years now, and it's awesome, like having our own space and being the landlords, and it's really made a difference. So we could level up quite a lot after getting in here.
Sort of masters of your own destiny without having to worry about
there was always some problem. And I mean, it was great being right in the center of town, but it also came with its downsides. Like people would just wander into the factory all the time, like, "Hi, we'd love to see what you guys are doing." And can we buy a jar of yogurt? And like, because we're just right there and people knew we were there. And then the trucks trying to come in and pick up yogurt, and there's all these pedestrians like crossing the road. And so it's actually quite nice being in a more commercial area.
Yeah. Hashtag health and safety. Yeah.
Pretty much.
Haven't lost anyone in a vat yet though.
No, thank God. Gosh, that would be awful.
What a way to go. So I mean, it's quite cool. I mean, literally, organic growth, because I think I guess loosely connected to that FMCG world through through helping companies with B Corp, or in a former life when I some work with conscious consumers, we're talking to brands, and quite often it feels in the food and beverage sector, it's quite often that the brand that you see on the shelf is more than likely actually owned by some big conglomerate, and the sub brand that you think you're buying, that you imagine is Tesh and her partner and her mates making it, is actually quite a large commercial outfit. And it's more about, we see an opportunity in the market to launch a product to sell to people, and it's kind of like they just try and flood the market to capture it, whereas yours has literally been from the ground up, and it feels a bit more authentic and a bit more. And I think that, like I say, that story that you got behind it, it's not like we wanted to sell coconut yogurt to try and take down dairy yogurt because we could see there's a market opportunity. It's like, actually there's generally people who either can't eat that yogurt or want a dairy, dairy-free alternative, and you built it from the ground up. And I think that's just there's a depth to that. Which
that's the real deal.
Resonates with people.
Yeah, and then it's also cool that we've been able to keep it in Raglan, because that's been a big thing for us, like wanting to keep the business here, keep the jobs here, because it's a small community. It's quite rural. There's only sort of 4,000 people that live here permanently. They're more of a summer when all the holiday houses are full, but there's not that much year-round employment. It's quite hard for people to have a year-round job. It's very seasonal. So, yeah, because we were looking at, do we have to take it to Hamilton? Are we going to have to move it to Auckland? When it didn't look like we could get our own site. There wasn't any land available. There wasn't any big buildings to lease. It's a tiny community. So, yeah, so when this place came up, it was like, okay, we have to do this. Like, this is our opportunity. Otherwise, we have to move it. And like, no one wanted to move. Everyone wants to live in Raglan. So that's sort of So it is actually Raglan Food Co.
It is. Yeah. And so, what was it like? A farmer just was like, "Hey, I can sell you some land," or how did the land suddenly become available?
We were talking to a farmer at one point. We had a farmer, we were talking to a trust, we were talking to anyone. But this is actually in a new development. So it's called the Know My Business Park. So there's a bunch of other, there's storage sheds and there's a mechanic and so on. So it's, a bunch of companies in this one site that was being developed. It was a really long project. I think the guy spent maybe 10 years on the project. Yeah. So, so it was really lucky. So we got some of the last available sites.
Because I guess it's again, we'll get a bit more into the impact kind of stuff, but presumably, was there any trade-off in your mind between, this is a small rural community, and if suddenly it's full of industry and you're building a massive factory that's got a, possibly detrimental environmental impact, but on the other side of the scales, you're creating employment in a community that can be potentially quite transient, and there's not many, good jobs in good companies. So did you have to sort of ponder any of that whilst you were thinking about? But obviously you wanted to keep it. It's the Raglan Food Co. So we don't actually want to change it to the Hamilton Food Co. or the.
No, it doesn't have the same ring to it, does it? Not
quite as cool. Yeah. So was there any tension in your minds as you were sort of navigating that part of it?
No, I mean, like, it all just seemed positive. I didn't really think of any negative impact. I think there's so much that we've given back to the community. And so many people that have come through here and gotten really good experience and then gone on to do other things. It's been a really nice stepping stone for a lot of people. We've had a lot of team members who have gone on to start their own businesses. They've been kind of like inspired and they've got an entrepreneurial bent as well. And we've almost mentored them a little bit and then kind of sent them off to do something else. And I didn't really see any downsides. I saw a lot of downsides if we moved the whole thing somewhere else, but not many with keeping it here. The only things that are a challenge are things like attracting kind of higher level talent, like if you need someone with a really specific background, like a food technologist, for example, there aren't just heaps of food technologists sort of floating around Raglan looking for jobs. So you end up sort of trying to get people to move from Auckland or from Hamilton here. So we have had a few people that have done that. Our new operations manager moved down from Auckland and and our supply chain managers also just moved over recently from Hamilton. So we've had to do that. But it's an appealing proposition because, you get to live in Raglan. So
I was going to say, it's like, I have to live in Raglan? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Some people are city people, it always surprises me. But there are people who are like, oh, no, I'd prefer to commute. And I'm like, why would you prefer to commute?
Really?
I live in Auckland. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
I work from home, but occasionally people will request a meeting at 8:30 or 4:30 in town, and it just one day every 3 months of sitting in rush hour traffic. I just cannot. I don't understand how people do it. Genuinely,
it's horrible.
It's horrible, and it's just the most pointless. I mean, sure, you get through a couple of podcasts, but I'd rather be doing that, taking the dog for a walk, rather than sat in a car sucking on the fumes of the car in front of me.
Same.
But hey, I think maybe it's become so normalized for some people that.
Yeah, just used to it.
It's just like, I'm so used to it. I can't actually imagine. It's almost Stockholm syndrome with the commute. Yeah, I love it. I love my captor so much. I can't see my life without it. Yeah, no, not for me. Not for me.
Nope.
So the idea of the coconut company or the food company was there, built mainly on the product side of things. So where did the idea of sort of purpose, business for good, and we'll talk a bit more about you've already mentioned some of the impact that you're doing, but was that something from day one that you wanted to build in, or was it something that kind of crept in as you were going along the journey of creating the business?
It's just naturally there from the beginning. I think a lot of it just comes down to the type of person that you are, and like why why I wanted to live in Raglan is because I really resonated with the values here in the community. And like, people here care about waste, they care about trees, they care about animals, they care about the water. That's just sort of the type of person that wants to live in a place like Raglan. So I guess because we started here and then all our first hires were family members or hippie friends, that was really who we started with. Then that was just in the company from the beginning, and it was just sort of intrinsic to who we were. Yeah, so the sort of things we thought of doing were those sorts of things. So it just naturally evolved. And then we were able to do more and more as we got bigger, because we got more resources and so on. So we could put more into giving back. You know, to the point now where I can have a dedicated role as being head of impact. So yeah, I think it's just baked in.
Yeah. And so as part of your upbringing, was that sort of a consideration of the, obviously being homeschooled? I'm guessing a lot of the values that you have come from mum and dad from the homeschooling and experiences that you had. Yeah. So
definitely.
What were sort of mum and dad up to as careers or professions when they were raising you? How did the upbringing, because as I said before we started, it seems to be there's two types of people that we tend to speak to. One is more similarly like yourself, like just from day one I've just been brought up to do good and think about other, you know, environment and people. And then there's others who, more like myself, who had some kind of moment of an epiphany going, actually the path I've been sent on and the story I've been fed about what does work for you or should be a good life for you, actually isn't the right one. And it's typically quite a hard stop moment where you go, whoa, hang on a minute. So just unpack a little bit more about what was it that led you to be, because not everyone thinks like we do.
Yeah, it's true, you're right. So I'm definitely the first type of person. My family is very values oriented, and I suppose that was a big part of the reason of wanting to homeschool us. My parents are just good, hardworking Kiwis, really. Like, they're not big career people at all. My mum was full-time homeschooling us, so there's four kids. And my dad was working from home as an architect, and he's also a builder. So he kind of entrepreneurially decided that he wanted to be a builder after he'd only been an architect, so he wanted to actually design and build.
Right.
So he sort of did that and moved us all up to Dargaville. We were in Auckland at the time, and went and bought some sites of land up there and started designing and building. And he hadn't ever built a whole house before, you know, so it did seem quite radical at the time to my mum and so on. So he got into that. So he was at home as well most of the time. And mum is just a really kind and generous person. So she's modeled that for us from the beginning. Like just yesterday, I popped in to see her because she lives next door now in Raglan. And she was baking a cake for a friend whose husband had just passed away from cancer. And, you know, she was taking around dinner for the whole whānau and feeding them. And that's just sort of classic mum. You know, she's always doing something like that for someone else. And if we got birthday presents, you know, we had to handwrite thank you notes to everyone who gave us a birthday present. And we had our little jars. We had our savings, spending and giving jars for our pocket money. So we'd always put money in the giving jar and pick things to give to. And so that was, and we're all like that. So that the four kids, I'm the oldest. My brother works with people who have disabilities. So he coordinates activities for them at this lovely organization called HOHEPA down in Oh, you know them? So he takes them all on fun outings and teaches them music and does all these lovely things with them. And then my younger sister's working with elderly people in a retirement home in Hamilton, and my other sister teaches kids singing lessons, and they're all very caring
sort of giving
people. Definitely, that's a big part of our family.
Nice. And clearly I suppose a bit of the entrepreneurial spirit maybe from your dad, that kind of, hey, I've never built a house before, but how hard can it be? It's just some sticks and some fluff, and I've drawn it, so I can only blame myself if I put the stick in the wrong place.
And he did it, you know, he built multiple houses in the end and sold them all, and so that was there. But we had a bit of a conflict of interest though, because he was working from home as an architect, and then I was wanting to run my cell phone business on Trade Me. and we had dial-up internet, and so only one of us could. So if I was on the internet checking my auctions, he couldn't take phone calls from clients.
Yeah,
I remember him yelling at me a few times, like calling out, like, "Get off the internet, Tesh! I need to take a phone call." And I would be like, "Ah, oh, damn it!"
It's like, you are your own business. Get your own phone line.
Yeah, I wasn't big enough for that. I was only making good pocket money, really.
Oh, that's classic.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Such a cool story. Good old dial-up internet. Yeah,
I do not miss that.
No.
That sound, eh?
Yeah.
It's like a whole shebang before you can do anything.
Yeah, and faxes as well. I remember because my dad used to work from home, and you pick up the phone, and there'd be a fax coming. Put the phone down. Fax is coming. Whoa.
I remember that too.
There's probably a whole bunch of people who might listen to this and go, "What are they?" Faxes and dial-up internet. What are they talking about? There's also cassettes and VHSs. Go and Google it. Young people of today. It'll be a whole world that you. I remember with our daughter, she was probably, I don't know, 2 or something, and she was walking up to the TV screen trying to swipe the TV screen, because used to having a quick play on a
stop moving.
It's like all screens move clearly because that's the one that I've been introduced to.
Makes sense.
Oh, super cool. So yeah, sort of the purpose and doing good. Yeah, I think it's there's a real mix, I guess, of what we see of people doing B Corp. Some are clearly like values-driven humans who built the business on values. I'll give a shout out to Nicola from Zay Bags. I don't know if you hang out with her. Yeah, similar kind of vibe. Generally, this business has been built around solving check out Zay Bags. So they Nicola works with weavers in Myanmar, so typically sort of disadvantaged females in rural communities. They weave the bags for her with these beautiful patterns, and she then imports and sells them in Australia and New Zealand, and then pays a really good wage back to those people so that they can get a better go at life. And so just like some businesses are really just, you can see, like, just cut them in half, you can see the values written in the middle. Whereas I guess that there are more coming into the B Corp community where maybe less values driven. This is, we're seeing that this is there's more of a marketing or operational thing here. And it is interesting when you sort of see the two, and when we're working with them, how some it's kind of like, we could do that, but that sounds a bit hard to do, versus oh wow, like we haven't thought about that, we're going to add that to our list of doing more good, because we do that from day one. So in terms of B Corp, when did B Corp pop up on your radar as part of the sort of purpose doing good journey?
I'd heard of it, I'd seen it on products and heard people kind of talk about it in a general way for a few years, and then I think it was around 2019 that I was like, oh, we should seriously look into this, like what's involved, what is it about. So I started getting quite interested in it. I think it was actually after reading, that book from the Patagonia founder, Let My People Go Surfing. A really great book. I really enjoyed it. And I had a look into it, and I was like, oh, this does look really good. And then I sort of studied the framework a bit and thought, wow, this is quite comprehensive. Like, it just seemed more comprehensive than anything I'd looked at before, because we'd already done the carbon zero certification at that point. So that was very focused on, emissions, but not so much the rest of the operations. And so I started working towards it then, sort of 2019-ish, and then we certified in 2021, start of 2021. So it was probably like a year and a half of prep before the audit, and then there were also some delays over Christmas and so on. So a bit of a long process of getting there, and then we've just recertified a couple of months ago this year. So
congratulations.
So two rounds now, and then already starting to prep for the next one, because it's kind of fun. Like, once you get into it, you're like, oh, I want to increase our point score. What other things can we improve and do to increase our points? So it is motivating. Although I know the standards are evolving to change anyway. So the point system as it is going to change. But
which is interesting because B-Lab are interesting because they're obviously you're not supposed to mention if you're the highest scoring or the first in a sector, and they sometimes get a little bit anti the points thing themselves, but I actually think most people I speak to like the points because deep down everyone has got a little bit of competitive edge in them.
Oh yeah,
they whether it's yes you're comparing yourself to others, but like you say, it's actually, can you just be better than you were yesterday? And I think actually having the points is a really useful way for you to know whether you're being better than you were, but also to benchmark yourself against other people and go, well, hey, how have they done that? And then, instead of, but typically what we find is most people at that point then go, hey, can we have a chat? How do you do that? Can we replicate that, rather than it being like a zero-sum game of, well, there can only be one company that does that as a B Corp in the world. It's like, well, no, every B Corp can have a fair trade supply chain or what have you. It's like, let's learn how to go and do it. So anyway.
Yeah. I like the system. I definitely have that competitive edge, but it's kind of like, it's like positive peer pressure, which, there's a lot to be said for the effectiveness of that. And 100%. For us, like, we certified at 96.7 the first time and then 111.2 the second time. And so I felt like, oh, cool, I've actually made a decent improvement. And then I want to get sort of 120 plus next time. So it gives you a goal to work towards, I guess.
I totally agree. So first time round, were there any? So 96, like that's a really solid first time score. That's like real proof that you're doing some good stuff. A solid score. Were there any sort of surprises where you kind of maybe thought, oh, we didn't think that was worth any points, or we hadn't thought that might contribute to B Corp, or any just sort of surprises or highlights of that first time round?
There were so many things that surprised me the first time around. I think it was just because the depth of what they wanted to know was really, I was like, wow, okay, they actually want me to go find that out. Wow, I haven't thought about that before. Like, there really were things. I remember that spreadsheet where it was like you needed to track the exact miles of each item getting to you, so all your ingredients and all your packaging and how many miles they've taken to get to you. I was like, wow, that's pretty comprehensive. And then who owns all the companies you're buying from? Are they privately held? Are they multinationals? What's the gender split in the company? What's the just the detail that was, I was like, wow, they really have thought about this. It wasn't like, it wasn't easy at all.
I like to call it rigorous but achievable. It's certainly not, here's our money, we'd like a logo, please, say how good we are.
No, not at all.
It's actually, okay, no, we have to be doing this. And it's not just, of course we do that. It's like, show me. Which is why I think it's people are coming towards it, because it is rigorous.
Thorough.
It's thorough, and it's social and environmental, not just, like you say, Toy2 is great, but it's very specific, versus more holistic. And so where did you get the points increase? Was there like one particular initiative, or was it lots of marginal gains that led you?
It was a bunch. It was probably around processes, actually. Like, that was the thing, because we put quite a lot of effort the last couple of years, since setting up a board, for example. So we'd never had a board, so we only set that up in the last couple of years. We created like a health and safety kind of working committee for improving all of that. We didn't have one of those before. It was done more informally. So I think that really helped us the last time around, just having more structure, more governance, more like checks around certain areas of the business. That definitely helped us gain points.
Nice. Because it's something that we always talk to people, the B Corp is a verification of what you are doing, but it's also an impact guide for you to work out where you could do better. And you've just been a textbook example of that. It's like, verify the good that we are doing, work out where we can do more. And I guess it's do more good with what you can, without sort of destroying the company or breaking the bank. What can we work on? What have we got the resource to do that is meaningful for us, that's going to be meaningful for our stakeholders? And then go again next time around.
So for the next one, I've put together a spreadsheet of, here's all the areas we could gain more points if we wanted to focus on them. And I think I totaled up that we get an extra like 33 points if we did all of them, which would be a mega effort. So it's unlikely we're going to get all of them done. But and then we can kind of pick and choose the ones that we're going to put the energy and focus into before the next audit, assuming that by the next audit we still have the point system, because I think the new stuff's coming into play sort of early next year, maybe.
Well,
but I think it's going to be a gradual rollout.
Yeah, the rumor I've heard is it might be pushed back a bit because I think they got way more feedback on it than they thought they were going to get, and I think it's been mixed, is my understanding. And yeah, talking to the B Lab team in Aussie, what they seem to be saying is for B Corps like yours or mine that have sort of built their impact around the current model, you might have a complete recertification cycle before you have to start thinking about the next one, so that you've basically got possibly 6 years now for you to start thinking about the new one. Because yeah, I mean, we're a 3-time B Corp, so yeah, I've built my model on the current system, and so yeah, to suddenly have to unbundle some of it and change it, it's yeah, so that's my understanding. Yeah, don't hold me to account for that, but that's the rumor I've heard on the street, which I think would be and typically when they have updated the certification over the years, they have given a grace period to say, well, if you've already started on this one, then you can continue. However, on this date, in a year's time, if you haven't submitted on the current one, you will automatically be put onto the next one. So they're normally pretty good at navigating that. So yeah, watch this space, I suppose.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. So you mentioned the board stuff, and that's a really interesting thing. Been talking to a few people recently. Main one, Sandra Smidhall, based in Auckland. She approached me at a B local event in Auckland a couple of months ago and said, "Oh, you're the B Corp bloke." I said, "Yes." And she said, "Oh, well, you'll be able to tell me, where do I go to do a course on ESG and governance?" And I said, "That's a very good question. I don't know that there is one." And she said, "Well, I'm looking for one." So she specializes as like a professional director. And she said, I've looked for one as well. I can't find one. So we've started scheming on maybe creating a course for directors and CEOs on what does actually ESG and governance look like. And so curious what your path has been like in terms of like the makeup of your board. Because one thing I've certainly found with some B Corps who've got boards is the board doesn't really understand the B Corp, and they're still thinking in just minimize risk, maximize financial return, and then a couple of them have maybe got carbon in their head as like that's the big thing that you should be looking at. Where this one company, for example, that I'm thinking of, they're a tech company, and we work remotely. Our carbon emissions are basically nothing. There's no point us reporting that on a weekly basis for you as the board, because it's a waste of our time, when actually the biggest thing for us is maybe client selection, it's product there's a whole bunch of other stuff. And so I think we're in this really interesting phase where we've got a lot of governance people, some of whom have no interest at all in business for good and purpose and not profit, some who have got enough information to be dangerous and are just prodding at the wrong thing.
Enough information to be dangerous. I like that description.
And possibly a handful at the end who genuinely get it and have actually worked with a company. Because I believe you might have got someone on your board who used to be the CEO of a B Corp. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we're kind of lucky in that way because so the chair of our board is Leon Clement, and he was CEO of Sinlay, and he put them through the B Corp process, or sort of drove that certification process. So he understands B Corp really well, and really rates it and backs it, and that's awesome. And then our other representation is from our major investor, Pioneer, and they are going through the certification process themselves at the moment. So they're also gaining a sort of first-hand experience of it too. So we've got really good B Corp understanding and backing. I think everyone is into it, and we've made it sort of a foundational goal. It's like a pillar of our business strategy is to achieve at a really high level with our B Corp certification. So
nice. So it sounds like you've got a sort of a depth or a level of understanding. So and do you find, I mean, obviously without giving away information that you can't be giving away, but in general, the conversations at the board level, they're understanding the balance between purpose and profit. It's not just but teach the numbers. It is.
Yes, people do care about numbers. I must say
they do a lot. Yeah, look at the B Corp number, people. The B Corp number.
Yeah, that's the number.
That's going up really quickly. It's really good. Yeah.
I've always been the person that I mean, for me, I've never really cared that much about profit, like with, different things that I've done. I'm very impact focused. That's sort of just me. But I need balancing out on that. So that's where Seb, my co-founder, is really good at balancing me, or, in the early days, because I probably would have given away all our profit and not necessarily reinvested enough back in the business. And so he would be like, well, actually, Tesh, we're going to need to allocate this over here. So we'll just, ease you back on those initiatives that you want to do. So I recognize you need the mix, but I do think that it's becoming increasingly important and increasingly valued at all levels to do this stuff now. And that's what I'm excited about, because it doesn't feel like it just has to be kind of one passionate person within an organization anymore. There's like actual pressure, coming in from all sides, from consumers, from new governance standards, from new reporting standards that people are requesting, banks even, like it's all moving in that direction. So yeah, I think everyone can see that and recognize that. And so finally, this sort of stuff is getting the attention that it needs and the importance that it needs. And it's getting a dedicated time within a board meeting to be looked at and talked about. And I'm sure that just didn't used to happen, like not so long ago. I would be very surprised if it was happening at many boards. So yeah, so we have an impact section in every board meeting to talk about this stuff.
Nice. Yeah, I'd say the vast majority of companies, the board is still focused on numbers. Revenue and risk. Like where are we at risk? Why we're not making as much money as we could be. And I think this is the interesting, because obviously with the new purpose and stakeholder requirement for the Constitution, I think that this is where Sandra and I are really interested. Like there's a bunch of board members who are maybe working for companies or working on company boards where they've kind of gone, yeah, sure, go and do this B Corp thing. And then it's like that actually you now have a legal, a responsibility to uphold this Constitution and to actually think about this stuff. And I think this is where Sandra and I are really interested is actually how many board members can actually think that way. It's less around, well, here's a flow chart of, because health and safety, it's kind of fairly logical, and we need to make sure that people are safe. They've been trained so that they don't do stupid things, and any areas where they could do a stupid thing, we put a barrier or something to prevent it. Was it the whole I can't remember I did a health and safety course when I was working in the construction sector myself. Mitigate, remove, or whatever it is. There's the three basic principles. But with thinking of purpose and impact, it's more of a spiritual, metaphysical consciousness thing. And I think that's the challenge, is getting people who've only been taught to think in numbers to actually think in a more holistic people, planet. And I think that for me is at the crux of what this ESG, because it could just be another course with, here's a checklist, have you polluted the environment? Have we done that? Okay, we haven't done that. Okay, that's a start. Hey, are we paying people enough money to survive? Well, some of them. Okay, well, we'll it's like, well, it's deeper than that, and I think that's the tricky thing. But I think it's really refreshing to hear that, you've obviously got a couple of board members who are getting it, or at least, or maybe you're on the journey to getting it. And I think it's going to become more, because I think I would suggest Leon is probably one of the only people to, because I think he was on the board at Sinlay as well as CEO.
Yes.
So he's possibly one of the only directors who's been on the board
of both sides.
Who's been on the board of 2 B Corps. I mean, how many other people have transitioned between 2? I remember there was a lady at Kathmandu.
Not many.
I can't remember her name now. But she used to work for Touissant, and then she moved to Kathmandu. And this was about 5 years ago. Wow. I said to her, you are possibly the first inter B Corp transfer in New Zealand.
Yeah, interesting.
Because we haven't, we haven't
had enough of them.
No, there hasn't been enough of them,
and
enough at scale for possibly you to pinch the operations manager from Fix and Fog or whatever, or vice versa. It's like we haven't had that much cross pollination. It's all been quite vertically sort of siloed, just by nature of, well, you've only been around for a few years.
True. So that's so true.
I think there's going to be some interesting periods coming up as more and more B Corps come through. And there are, I look back and go, I am fundamentally unemployable. But when I was looking at trying to find a job with more purpose and meaning, there were only 2 B Corps in New Zealand.
Right. So it's like, is it this one or this one?
Yeah. Well, neither of which were hiring. It's like
right.
so a bit,
Options are slim.
almost, yeah, a bit like yourself. It's like, well, stuff it. I'll just make my own B Corp. I'll come and just start my own party instead of joining your party.
It's like you say, like all of the stuff, they're intangibles. And it's just such an interesting space to work in, like trying to put value on something that's innately intangible. There's this really good book by Rory Sutherland. It's called Alchemy. I don't know if you know it. He's a marketing guy.
I know Rory Sutherland, yeah.
He talks about, the value of intangible and how you might not realize, but it can change everything. So
yeah.
And it can, and I think this stuff has so much value, even though it's hard to put into a quantifiable, tiny little spreadsheet for people to look at. But if you took it away, if we took all this good stuff out of Raglan Food Co, all the values and all the good that we do and so on, if we just took it away, what would we be? Like we'd be an empty shell of a company. So we'd make. So it's just not. It's hard to define, but so important.
It is, and I think this is the challenge, because if you try and make the intangible tangible, it sometimes loses its magic.
You take the magic out of it.
And I think this is the challenge in my mind for this ESG course is, how do you get, because most boards are made up of very tangible types of people. It's lawyers, accountants, insurance.
The numbers people.
It's their numbers, it's logic, it's like I said, it's spreadsheet. And actually it's not about that. It's what is the feeling that we all have knowing that we've made some cool impact today. Yes, we might be able to put a number on, okay, we gave out X number of free jars of yogurt, but how did that make those people feel? And what's the impact that that's had in that family, which has now resonated into another company, and the tendrils of impact that are going off in all directions that we will never be able to measure. But you do know that they're there. And I think this is the thing. It's
it's love, really. Like it's brand love, I meet people and talk to them, and they've had some positive interaction with us at some point, and it might have been years ago, but they haven't forgotten that. They've kept buying the yogurt because of that. It's it's a beautiful thing, but very hard to quantify.
And as I say this in one of my workshops, people won't remember what you had, they remember what you did and how you did it. But you can't measure that. You can measure, well, I had this amount in my bank account, but you can't measure because there'll be talks that you've given or something that you've done. There'll be hundreds of people who you have impacted, but they'll never tell you that they impacted you, and you will never know. But but you can go, well, we sold 1,000 units of yogurt today.
Yeah. I'd love to have a fake funeral. I've thought about this multiple times. Like one of those funerals where
fake your own death.
where all these people come out of the woodwork and they're like, wow, and you get to hear all that stuff because you're still secretly alive. So you're actually listening in from your coffin.
Who's that person with the beard at the back there? I don't know. That's a bit familiar though.
It's suspiciously like Tesh.
She's got the same hat as Tesh. What's going on there? Yeah.
I don't know if I could pull it off.
Yeah, in Raglan you might struggle with such a close-knit community. Yeah,
a little bit hard.
And so tell us a bit about some of the impact stuff that you're doing.
Well, there's quite a range of things. We've tried a bunch of things as well that sort of have worked, and some things haven't worked, so we've ended up dropping them. But we have a few things for the team. So we have like a health and wellbeing fund. That was kind of a new idea. We didn't know anyone else who was doing one, so we kind of came up with it ourselves. So wanting to find a way to help people with things that fall outside ACC, because ACC is great, but only if you're injured. So more like preventative things like seeing a naturopath or a nutritionist or getting counseling. So we have this fund, separate bank account set aside for the team, and then they can apply if something comes up. It could be like an emergency dental expense, or one of the team needed like a colonoscopy, or those sorts of things. And then we can fund it, so we can either fully fund it or go halves with them depending on the situation. And that's been kind of cool. And people that I've told that to have said, oh, we might want to do something like that now. Companies, I've ended up kind of advising a couple of other companies on setting one up. And it's not particularly complex to set up or to run, but it's, it can make like a real difference for people who need it. And just the other week, or just last week, actually, I was handing out moon cups to all the female members of the team, because I was thinking, like, we have an all-female production team now, which was it's just sort of ended up that way,
So
like
it is.
without really,
Yeah.
It's been interesting to see it shift. We used to have almost all dudes, and then for a while it was sort of 50-50, and now we've ended up with all the ladies. Yeah, I was trying to think about what can we do for them, what would be something that would, and so that's like reducing waste to landfill, and then also benefiting them and saving them money. And I just had a meeting today with this amazing local lady, one of the founders of the Extreme Zero Waste Recycling Centre here, which was quite sort of New Zealand leading in its practices. They've advised Auckland Council on how to do compost collections and that sort of thing. So she came over today, and we were talking about setting up a dedicated worm farm to deal with our like coconut fat waste from when we filter out our water, and we end up with a sort of sludgy coconut fat stuff. We're like, oh, maybe the worms can turn this into something nutritious. So that might be something we look to kind of co-fund with them and take them up our fat, and they can turn it into something good. We're doing all kinds of things.
What's the product you've got in? Is it Mitre 10 or Bunnings?
Yeah, I was just going to mention those. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. The braziers, the reforged braziers. Yeah. So that was another sort of B Corp initiative. Was like, oh, what can we do with waste? Where's our waste? Can we do something cool with it? And taking our empty steel drums, turning them into a product, selling them through Bunnings. So they're actually, something useful, something beautiful. It was just going to scrap before. So they're nationwide. And then the Vibe Lifter program that I mentioned before, that's been really cool. We've done 3 grants so far, and then backing all sorts of different initiatives with that. And then this year we were working towards the climate positive with Toy2. So we only just got that a couple of months ago, so quite a bit of work and effort went into that. And then the other meeting I had today was kicking off our life cycle assessment process. That's something else for B Corp we've had sort of in the pipeline of, we'd really like to do that one day. So getting that underway. We've had quite a few meetings with them already, planning it out, and now we're, going ahead.
Nice.
So doing that for 3 products to start with from our big jar range, our best sellers, the 700 grams. So there's always heaps going on.
Nice.
It's just finding the time really to do all the ideas that come up.
Nice. Well, it's a good place to be though, and I think once, like you say, but you if you've got a baseline of being values driven, and then using the B Corp framework, you kind of, your eyes are just open, looking for opportunity. And that's just a really good place to be. Do you find the staff kind of get engaged and involved with suggestions and ideas around, hey, could we do this? Could we do that? Or can we do this slightly differently? Is that a thing as well?
Yeah, I want to get more engagement going. I want to create like a dedicated B Corp action group. We haven't really had that. So out of this last audit, I was thinking that, I want to make a little team and we sort of prepare for the next audit together. I've sort of done the bulk of it myself and called in people here and there for their areas. But it's just, it's sort of extra workload, I guess, on top of the stuff they're already doing. But I think it would be more fun to, look at it together. But they're really great at suggesting things. I remember, just recently they were like, oh, we should be supporting the school, with excess yogurt. Can we start up a donation thing with them? And we're like, yeah, definitely, let's do that. So now we're doing that. We have started a rangatahi work experience program for youth.
Nice.
So we've had a couple come through.
Well, there you go. 3, 2, 1, we're back in the room. If you want to watch the rest of that podcast with Tesh, I have put the link in the comments. But we're back from lunch break. What did you have for lunch? Anything exciting?
Fish. No, nothing exciting. Piece of fish. I was watching the Tish podcast though. I was having trouble streaming to LinkedIn, and gosh, she says things, doesn't she?
Come on, LinkedIn. Why are you doing that to us? You can do it. Because of all the platforms, LinkedIn was the one that we really wanted to work. Let me see if we can
do something to kick that back in. If you're not watching on LinkedIn, and if you could just
love technology when it works, but not when it doesn't. Right, let's see for a while. Try creating a new live stream. We'll just remove its destination. Right, we will remove it and then we will re-add it. There we go. and we'll see what that does.
The old turn it off and turn it on again trick.
Pretty much. There we go. Hopefully we're back in the room. If anyone is out there on LinkedIn, let us know.
Okay.
Yeah. But excellent. I had some eggs and some kimchi and some peppers and some cabbage. So luckily there's no one else in the office with me this afternoon, because that's possibly quite a horrendous mix to be to be smelling. So anyway, welcome back. I think it looks like we should be on LinkedIn. If there is anybody out there, can you hear us? I don't know if Vanessa's still tuning in. She was just sending me a text. Vanessa, if you are out there on LinkedIn, send me a text. Let me know. We are. Excellent. We're back.
We're back. We're back in the room.
So thank you to I'd like to say our sponsor StreamYard, but no, the platform that we're paying money to be on this thing that doesn't always work. Thank you. Shout out to StreamYard.
Do you want to take the ticker off, Tim?
Well reminded. If I can find it. There we go. We'll take that ticker off. We can probably change the background as well. We don't really need to have the background on either. Now that we're back in, there we go. We'll put that one back on. There we go. Yeah. So I tried to get a couple of. I went really big. I was aiming to try and get a couple of really big options for a podcast like live session for this block, but unfortunately we didn't make it happen. So you're stuck with us. This is
the updated standards session. So this is
it is. So I'm getting way ahead of myself anyway. No. So there we go.
We kind of had Tesh as the fill-in big interview, although she's a good
quite
big interview. So
she is
doing
big
some amazing good stuff. Go that lady.
And I think just looking back on that previous section, how they are all just crushing it globally. Lucy, Brianne obviously has crushed it previously, and Tesh jet setting off to New York. It's purpose-driven business is crushing it. So get amongst it. But the new draft standards. So for people who are just start tuning in,
this is getting quite geeky B Corp, isn't it? This isn't for beginners. This is I guess maybe, but no, this is about understanding that the standards that B Lab set to be certified as a B Corp are changing dramatically. The biggest change ever since 2006 when the standards first launched. So that's basically what we're going to talk about in this session. And it might get a little bit geeky B Corp-y because you kind of got to know what B Corp is and what the standards are in order to understand the evolving standards.
I think it's also for anyone that's thinking about starting the B Corp journey, you might just want to be aware that it might just make sense to look at going sooner rather than later, because it might possibly be easier to get in under the current standards than the upcoming standards. So maybe
that's the whole point of the not constantly, but the very rare regular up-leveling of the standards is because B Lab's mission to change the way the world does business to one that regenerates the planet and supports people rather than, doesn't do that, means that the standards have to keep evolving to meet the challenges the world's facing. So yes, get in now while we're still under the current, is it version 6 at the moment?
Version 6 is what we're currently on.
Yeah, I mean, that's hard enough. It's still not an easy thing to become a B Corp, obviously. But it's going to get, I think, fair to say it's going to be harder. It's going to be harder from 2025, 2026, whenever the new standards launch.
Let me, I've got a little slide deck that I think actually might help with this, because I did a talk on this a little bit, not so long ago, a couple of weeks ago, a month ago, in Auckland. Let me see if I can find it. I guess.
Sorry.
There you go. There you go.
I thought while you were going to look for that, I was going to look at the reasons B Lab give for the evolution of the B Corp certification.
That'd be a great place to start.
Yeah. So, so the standards, first of all, they're at the heart of everything B Lab, the B Corp movement do. And there are a few drivers that are causing this up-leveling of the standards. So first of all, there's the intensifying climate crisis and widening social chasms. These demand an urgent recalibration of what it means to do good business in an ever-changing world. So these changes are not just about maintaining a certification, they're about transforming the global economy because it's not working. It doesn't work for people, it doesn't work for communities, and it certainly doesn't work for the planet. So B Lab have said that we've reached a vital juncture in the evolution of B Corp certification. And so obviously they're now going, well, not obviously, but obviously to us because we're in it, but maybe not obviously to people who don't live in B Corp world. There's a huge consultation piece going on where they're saying, okay, we need to evolve these standards. What do you all think? How should we evolve them? But they say there's 4 main reasons why B Lab have embarked on this really big project. First, it's to better identify, address intensifying global crises. Again, don't need to point out climate change. The second is to galvanize impactful action. So by focusing on the most pressing social and environmental issues facing people on the planet, we can help clarify which actions and business models can create the most impact. Thirdly, it's about leading the way. So, you know, that circle of influence. While B Corps come from every corner of the globe, across more than 160 industries, and as we've said, there's more than 8,000 of them now, all committed to hopefully forging a new path and being brave on the path of better business. So this evolution is to ensure B Corps can continue to lead a more sustainable, equitable, and regenerative economy for all. And finally, 4th reason, it's driven by the movement itself. Being a B Corp means committing to driving continuous improvement, finding ways to go above and beyond to drive a positive impact. So B Lab have said it's about walking the walk on continuous improvements. Anything to add there?
Yeah, I think for people maybe who weren't here earlier on, let me just remind people as to what the current standards are. So let me see if I can find that. Where have we gone? Here we go. So the current standards for B Corp are you need to score 80 out of 200 points on this self-assessment. And I guess partly some of the criticism that's been leveled at B Corp and B Lab is that, you know, people can game the system, as in you can score really well. I mean, typically you can achieve B Corp certification currently under the current framework if you excel maybe in 2 of the 5, or you generally do okay across all of the 5. But there's no requirement for you to have to be doing good in any one of the 5 sections. So currently you can kind of almost, I wouldn't say pick and choose, but I mean, historically a business has been built around doing more good or creating impact in one area more so than another. So quite often we find companies, particularly in New Zealand, UK, Australia, will be doing pretty good with their workers. You know, there's some pretty solid, favourable trade winds from government, you know, forces making you provide holiday entitlement or leave and superannuation and what have you. So quite often companies in this region will score really well under workers, but they might not be doing so well under governance. And so, yeah, I guess that's been one of the major criticisms, which maybe is fair enough. But I think from most people that we know and certainly all the people that we help go through B Corp, it's not easy. You don't just turn up, pay your money and get a little badge to say, hey, you're a B Corp. But I think it's just worth giving that as a bit of context.
The other thing, Tim, the other thing to mention here is that it's currently a positive screening tool. And sometimes that's, I think, what's caused a bit of problem. So the B Impact Assessment assesses your positive impact. So some companies can arguably be doing a bit of not so great stuff, but it doesn't detract from their score because they're only getting rated on what the positive impact they're having. And I think that's going to change a little bit in the updated standards because everyone's got to meet a certain level across all the categories.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, if you look at the 8,000 plus B Corps, you know, I think this gets into a wider ranging argument as to, you know, who gets to decide what business gets to exist. If you look over the last decade or so, there's been significant pressure on tobacco and now increasingly the vaping industry, that more broadly people are kind of like, don't really see that you're adding much value here to anything. So, there's been increasing I guess criticism, concern about, well, what are you actually doing? But I think that's where there has been some criticism. We'll go to the N word, the Nespresso word. When Nespresso is certified as a B Corp, for those of you that don't know, Nespresso is a certified B Corp. They are a subsidiary of Nestle. Nestle has got some pretty bad skeletons in the cupboard around how it's performed and some of the things that it's done and has been held to account for and possibly not been held to account for. But Nespresso is independent of Nestle, and they have met the criteria under the current framework. I think only just, to be fair, they snuck in with a just over 80. And so some people look at that and go, well, how can they be a B Corp? Well, as you said, it's a positive screening tool and they've met the requirements. So, but yeah, I think it's also worth looking at, who sets the benchmark, who decides what B Corp certification looks like. Well, B Lab, if you were tuning into the first session this morning, B Lab is the non-profit movement that runs the certification framework. And they regularly engage with research and stakeholder groups to identify emerging topics, excuse me, and best practice. There's regional standards advisory groups and a standards advisory council. And the advisory council has members from backgrounds in business, government, academia, non-profit. They bring a diverse and wide range of experience and expertise to then talk about the standards. I'm gonna have to clear my throat. Give me 2 seconds.
You got some water there?
There we go. I do have some water. And the regional standards advisory groups are dotted all around the world. So we have one in this region, Southeast Asia, Europe, Africa, South America, North America is all represented. So the B Corp framework isn't the working of one person who just goes, hey, I think this is, what it should be. There's actually some thought behind it. And I guess even beyond that, when you look at there is, for those of you who maybe, well, I'll use the word materiality for people that don't know what the word materiality means. Basically, it's an assessment of your social and environmental impact as an organization. So you can do a materiality assessment. So the whole B Corp assessment is materiality based. So it's determined by the relative material impact of actions that a company undertakes based on its size, sector, and so on and so forth. So the impact assessment is based on 5 key themes of its objective. So it's determined, the process and the scoring is determined by the B Lab Standards Advisory Council. It's normalized, so all companies can earn the same points on the current assessment. It's materialities based. It's outputs and outcomes oriented. So basically you get more points and it's more heavily weighted towards if you can demonstrate positive impact. And it's also balanced, so you can compare scoring for operational and impact business models across different sectors and so on and so forth. So I think it's just good to know, or just give some context behind like how did this thing even come about and how do they make it up? It's not, like I say, it's not just some person sat in a room going, hey, this is what I think it needs to look like. There's more to it than that.
Obviously it's evolved over time, and thousands of human hours of work has gone into this. Because where would you begin if you had to create a system that's going to be able to equally rate a Brazilian cocoa farmer with the New York accountant with a Spanish restaurant? It's hard. It's hard to find a system that can.
And I think that's the people who create this. Like, where do you even start?
It's up to them. Yeah.
And I think that's. I sort of feel that B Lab. Well, I know that B Lab got a lot of criticism when Nespresso joined. There was some criticism around Unilever, Australia, New Zealand becoming a B Corp.
Yeah.
For me, they've met the criteria, just like anyone else. They've met the criteria. Welcome to the community. And I think we can't underestimate the impact that those large companies can make. Above and beyond the magnitude of impact that a small business can make. Not saying that small businesses shouldn't look at doing good, but you just think there's now thousands of employees across Unilever and Nespresso who now understand B Corp and will be holding hopefully the company to a higher standard around sustainability. But I think it's also
those companies are now on the journey of continuous improvement. So it's kind of like, okay, this is where we are now. This is what we do. This is the impact we're having, both positive and negative. Let's try and increase the positive and reduce the negative. So all the stuff that they've been getting criticism about, quite rightly, let's address that. So once they're in the B Corp in the tent, so to speak, they do that. There's a formula for doing that. There's a blueprint for doing that.
Totally. And for me, I always say B Corp's not perfect. There's some questions that B Corp asks of a business that I think actually I don't think you're asking the right question in the right way. There's others, where I don't think they go far enough, and that's the same for everyone who attempts B Corp. There's always one part of it that like, I don't see how this is relevant. It's a stupid question. Some people disagree with some parts of it, but in general, it's the best that we've got, because it's globally recognized, independently verified social and environmental performance. And the more people that connect to the movement and say, hey, actually, I don't think that's a material issue. I think we've solved that, or I don't think it's as big a thing as you're making out. You can have that conversation with B Lab. So they're pretty receptive to that. So whereas, I don't know of any other framework that would take so much direct stakeholder feedback around the progression of the standards. Literally right now, I think I've got the link here somewhere. I just added it. If we'll have a look at the website in a second, but literally you as a random punter off the street, you can go and submit your feedback on the new draft standards for the next iteration of the B Corp assessment.
In fact, they really want you to.
They really want you to, based on the number of emails I keep getting. And I'm like, I've done it. Seriously. But let me just see. Let me share this page, because I think they've got a really good on their website. They've got a very good picture that demonstrates the changes. If I can find it, come on, back to overview. He says, can he find it?
I've got a link here. 10 things you need to know about the evolving standards. I might put that in the.
So yeah, I guess the one thing to sort of also say is the standards. Actually, I've given the wrong link. I should let's not give you that link. Let's give you the shorter link. The standards, they're still up for consultation, so they are not set in stone yet. It is still very like we don't know for sure. Let me find this, because there's a nice picture on the. While
you're finding that, I just want to acknowledge Show's comments. Show says, the evolving standards are a strategic plan for B Lab to be inclusive in its B Corp membership, as some professional bodies use the same approach, easy to get in, and enabling them to change the company to be more purposeful, impactful in the future. Yeah, that's the aim, isn't it?
Pretty much. Hey, Show. Great to have you joining us. It's a very much an open group, with it. Apart from those people in the controversial industries list, which But having said that, yes, you might not be able to join right now, but if you can show a pathway to being better, then you can come in. Right, let me share this one. What am I looking for? Share screen. There we go. So yeah, this is like a really good overview, I think, of what the difference is going to look like. So currently at the minute, oh no, it wasn't that one. I was looking for the little. There we go. That's what I was looking for. So yeah, currently at the minute, you just need to score the 80 points. Which, again, people go, well, that's really easy. 80 out of 200. How hard is this B Corp thing? But let's not forget that the median score on first attempt for B Corp certification is 50. And there's literally hundreds of thousands of companies that have started the B Corp Impact Assessment, and only 8,000 have gone through. Now, obviously, there's going to be some drop off there where people have just looked at it and gone, no, this isn't for me. There's going to be some where maybe they've given it a go and then the company's disappeared, or they've gone bust, or whatever, but there's gonna be a large number of people who've had a look at it and just gone, yeah, we're not even close to this, so away we go. So let me see if I can zoom in on that a bit more. Here we go. So currently 5 sections for the B Corp Impact Assessment: governance, workers, community, environment, and customers. Now looking, again, this is not set in stone, but now looking at 9 impact areas. So complementary impact topics: purpose and stakeholder government, fair wages, workplace culture, equity and inclusion, human rights, climate action, environmental and stewardship, circularity, and government affairs and collective action. So, yeah, what do you reckon on those topics?
I like them, and I'm really happy to see that they've pulled out climate action as its own category rather than in the current standards you just had environment that kind of was this huge umbrella for all sorts. But again, it's yeah. Can you make that bigger? That
I can make it bigger again. Yep.
That so we can read the.
There you go.
And also, I know it's not just this is a something I just know from having looked a bit closer. You can't see it here, but there is also more emphasis on animal welfare in this iteration of the standards, which personally is also something I'm happy about, because I don't think the current standards were good enough when it comes to looking after animal welfare.
Yeah. Which one's that? Which one's that under? Is that under?
Oh, now you're asking.
I
think it's is it complementary impact topics? I think it might be the complementary ones, but don't quote me.
Yeah. I mean, it is interesting, this whole change, and I know when I first looked at it, I was kind of like, oh, I just don't know. Because I think at the minute, what is good about the B Corp assessment is that there are businesses that are really, really smashing impact, sustainability, purpose, and that's great. And they can typically achieve B Corp relatively easily, because it's not around changing the business model. It's about just actually documenting and tinkering on some of the fringes. And then you've got businesses at the other end who just don't care about anything more than just making as much money as possible. But there is this middle ground of businesses where they could be persuaded onto the business for good pathway, but if it's too onerous, too difficult, looks like too much of a mountain to climb, is that going to put them off? And that possibly still is my big concern, is that we're still only at 0.01% of the global business community are certified B Corps. So we're not even at 1%, not even at 10% of the world at a B Corp level. So are we raising the standard too high, which will make it a really exclusive club? I don't know. What do you reckon?
Well, I don't have a complete opinion. I kind of, but if I had to go, I'd say no, because the problems that we're trying to solve in the world, we don't have time to kind of wait. And it's always been a small group of B Corp businesses that have actually had massive influence beyond their numbers, if you know what I mean. So by still having these really inspirational and influential businesses highlighted, I'm hoping that they're going to have a real bang for their buck as far as influence in the world. So give them more challenges, get them going forward. Let's see what else. I mean, even just today, when we've listened to some of the people we've listened to, like Tish and what she's up to, it just immediately goes, oh, that's a good idea. Let's give all our female people menstrual cups from Hello Period. Brilliant. So it's something you don't think about until someone mentions it, and then you're like, oh yeah, good idea, I'll do that too. So by having these like super businesses, say Uber B Corps, it's influential and it will change the world, hopefully. I mean, that's what we hope for, that's why we're doing this.
Fingers crossed. Maybe we can have a quick look at let me see if I can find my way around their website. It's let's have a look. it might be worth just having a quick look, because when I think because you've been part of a focus group with B Lab, haven't you?
No, I didn't get in.
Have you not done one? Oh
no.
I thought you had. So I was as part of the consultation process. B Lab have run these focus groups, mainly I think at the minute with people fairly close to the B Corp certification. Let me see if I can find it. But yeah, there's the draft standards website is maybe not the easiest to get around. Come on, people, let me find it. I thought it might be useful to sort of actually delve into some of the specific questions that are going to be that you're going to be having a look at. Because actually, when I started looking into it, I was actually less concerned about the, here we go. So yeah, purpose and stakeholder governance. So yeah, I was kind of less concerned than initially, because I kind of thought, okay, when you hear the word mandatory requirements, you kind of go, okay, right. So if we look at the current B Corp Impact Assessment, I think initially I thought that everything was like more things were going to have to be mandatory, but I think what they've actually done is gone, okay, look, under each of the sections, what is the minimum mandatory that we would expect of a business that's leading in terms of social and environmental performance? So yeah, I actually think it's not as onerous as I initially kind of thought it was going to be, if that. So if we look at, so I think this is, so purpose and stakeholder governance. Let me see if I can just zoom that in even more to make it super easy, because there's a bunch of stuff on the left-hand side you don't need to see. So yeah, one of the keys, and actually I really like this one. This is probably my favorite one, because I think there's arguments that, well, are there possibly some B Corps out there that don't really have a really great purpose? Are they really striving to make as much impact as they can? I'm sure out of the 8,000, there's probably a few that snuck in that you could kind of go, I think you could probably do a bit more on that. So under the current framework, under the what is the governance section? In fact, why don't I maybe bring that up over here on the other tab, so we can actually see what the current one looks like, and we can maybe compare and contrast. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Let me stop sharing, and I'll share my screen instead, so we can kind of compare and contrast, because we have a little demo account where we can show you an assessment without having to destroy anyone's privacy. So Kroger demo, and so let's make that screen a bit smaller, and we'll make that one a bit smaller.
Actually, just getting back to the animal welfare thing, I don't think it is in complementary impact topics. I think it's in environmental stewardship and circularity.
Right. Here we go. Right, let's share the whole screen. There we go. We've got the whole shebang. So if we look at the current B Impact Assessment governance, which is kind of like the equivalent section. So we've got questions around. So I've based this on a medium-sized company in service with significant footprint. It's as good as any. So at the minute, I guess like the mission lock is currently carried under the mission lock here. So the impact business model question.
Yeah.
Whereas here, but you can have basically a mission statement that doesn't have any specific purpose or mission around social and environmental performance. But here, they're kind of forcing you into, no, actually, your purpose statement has to be aligned with your legal requirement. And I think that's, that's like, actually, well, that kind of makes sense, because if you're going to have a legal, if you're going to be comfortable with updating your constitution or articles of incorporation to say that you will take into consideration the purpose and general performance of your company, then closing that loop kind of makes some sense to me. And then you've put that in your constitution, so well, you kind of have to be doing that now. Whereas again, if you look under the current one, yes, well, you can choose to put social and environmental decision making, and sorry, stakeholders. Looking at the wrong one. Where have we gone? Stakeholder engagement. yeah, so at the minute, that would be a optional question, whereas here, I don't know. Although I don't know for sure actually, because not all. Again, this is where we still don't have the final criteria, so I don't know whether this question is going to be a question that you have to answer yes to, or whether it's a kind of a question that you because again, this is where we just don't have the full insight. So we're as blind as the rest of you in some regards, but you can just see how they are starting to close the loop on some of these ideas. Let's have a look. Yeah, and then things like ethical marketing are coming from the customer section into the governance section. Did I miss one there? Yeah, so again, stakeholder governance. It's kind of just closing a couple of loops. But fewer questions obviously in each section, because there's now 9 sections rather than the 5. Yeah. So I kind of I don't think it's not as onerous as perhaps I will initially was like because I generally thought we're going to lose quite a few people who might have been curious enough to go, hey, actually, do you know what, I think we can do B Corp. Excuse me if I'm giving you a headache scrolling the screen, but I'll see if it says here, because sometimes it does. It has been saying yeah, I can't see whether it says, because I know like in some of them, if we can find it. But yeah, what are your thoughts if you're tuning in? Do you think in general these new requirements are going to be better, or do you think they should just stick with what they've got? I don't know. You let me know, or let us know.
And the big controversial one is the scoring. Like they are pulling away from a score. Like we've currently got the 80 out of 200, and it looks like that's not going to be in the new iteration.
Although having been on a couple of focus groups, there's a lot of people who are like, keep the points, and I know yes, it's all about a level playing field. Anyone can come and be a B Corp, but humans are naturally kind of competitive, and we like to benchmark and know where we're at. So I'm just trying to see, because in some of these sections, so like where it's got like multiple options under one, what they're typically saying is, so when they said mandatory requirements, I was going to be like, okay, so you're going to have to do all of these. But what they're doing is basically, depending on the size of your business, they might say, well, look, for a small business, you have to be doing one of these 5 options. For a medium business, you might have to be doing 2. And if you're a large business, it might be 3 of these 5 options. So whereas my initial thoughts were, it's going to be, no, you have to be doing all 7, like end of. So I actually think they've kind of created a bit of a happy medium around the ability for some flexibility for companies to be able to go, look, actually, that's just not possible. Versus, look, you need to be doing something. So,
yeah, that was my understanding. It's like they've said, okay, these are the 8 things in this particular section. Pick 2, and you can pick which 2. Yeah.
So, not so bad, I think. Yeah. So, but. Yeah, I still kind of think if you're sitting on the fence about do we do B Corp now or leave it a little bit, I just think there's so much more clarity around what it currently looks like versus what it could look like, because we still don't know for sure what the standard's going to look like. I'm trying to see, there was another, maybe it was only in the focus groups. Because there was, I don't know if you've seen like the graph, because what they're looking at is almost like the donor economics type model, where you've got the 9 areas.
Yeah.
And, to get your B Corp, you're going to have to meet the minimum inner circle requirements. So what they're looking at possibly is, so instead of having the point system, or currently historically, they've had the best for the world designation. So companies that typically score really highly with an impact business model in each of the 5 sections, they would be designated best for the world. So they've kind of got rid of that designation already. Well, certainly in this region. So what they're looking at is having kind of like meeting the requirements. And then if in one of the wedges, if you're doing better, you'd have exceeding the requirements. And then if you were genuinely a global leader, you'd have leading the requirements, which I think that's kind of a nice way to do it. But yeah, people still seem to want the points.
Yeah, it's just such an tangible and easy. A number is just so easy to understand. And as Tish was saying in the podcast you played before, she was like, "Oh, this is my score. Oh, I want to get a more score. How can I get more points?" It's just such a fundamental human response.
It
Anyway.
It gives you that benchmarking. So and then people get to see where they're at and where they could get to. It's
It's that whole gamifying thing that we're supposed to be doing.
Gamification. For sure.
Gamification.
I'm just trying to see if I can find that. 'Cause I'm pretty sure. Here we go. So here we go. I knew it was on their website somewhere. Right. Please hold callers. Share the screen again. So yeah, this is the kind of thing they're looking at. So looking at the nine areas. So you'd have, we're meeting these standards, we're exceeding, and then we're leading. I mean, I do kind of like that. I think that's a really cool. So I know. Sorry, it does not meets or exceeds is what they were looking at. I mean, I do like it's visual. I do like that. So you can kind of see, like where's this company doing really, really well. But yeah. People still like points.
I like those diagrams as well, but you've still got to pause for a moment and work it out. It's not instantly understandable.
Yeah.
Unless you've looked at millions of them. But if you're new to this, you'll be like, oh, hang on, what are those circles? Hang on, what are those symbols? So it's
And then, with the impact business models, this is what they're looking at in terms of how to identify and reward, awards for that performance. So, either like these sort of seeds to forest, or just a straight. This company is developing an impact business model here. They're advanced, outstanding, or a leader. Again, it's sort of my feedback was I think 4's too many. I'd go with 3. Because people tend to like 3s rather than 4s.
From silver gold,
But I kind of like it, but I still think, numbers.
My feedback on those particular ones was that I preferred the simple ones with just the word. For me, the trees and the seeds was too much visual information.
And I think I said I like the trees.
No. And it felt for me. It also felt a little bit Boy Scout badge.
I think I might have given some similar feedback. But I think, one of the big challenges that B Lab has and B Corp in general is actually that marketing cut through, consumer understanding. So again, I think that's what they've got to be really wary about is overburdening the consumer and confusing them with badges and trees So I'm just look at
plastic certifications. I mean, I've got no idea, and this is kind of the world I'm supposed to be interested. I couldn't tell you. What does P5 mean as opposed to, I don't know.
Yeah. So I'm just really glad I'm not in charge of this. I'm trying to remember. Do you remember the gentleman's name? The American guy living in Cardiff. I've forgotten his name off the top of my head. We were on the call with him a couple of weeks ago. Head of standards.
Yeah.
It'll annoy me now.
But no. No. Cam? Please God, I hope he's not with you. A very interesting and intelligent man.
That's going to annoy me now. I connected with him on LinkedIn not that long ago, so let me see if I can find his name. Apologies. It'll be here somewhere. Anyway, I don't envy him and his role, having to, collate all this information. And I almost feel like whatever they do, they're going to have people. You're in a position where someone's going to throw a rock at you and go, yeah, but you didn't do this, and what Clay? There we go, Clay Brown.
Clay, that's right. Yeah.
So shout out to Clay, who's leading this charge.
And what's the betting? I mean, it feels like they've been trying to get us to give feedback on this for literally a million years, and I bet there'll be people at the end of this that go, the consultation wasn't long enough.
yeah. I mean, that's always the challenge, isn't it? Anything that's been designed by a committee versus, hey, look, I mean, it's that classic. Steve Jobs? If I'd given people what they wanted, I'd have given them it's Henry Ford. If
it was Henry Ford. I'd have given them
a faster horse. But equally, it was Steve Jobs sort of saying, if I'd said I'm going to invent this thing that's going to be in your pocket, that's a phone, a camera, email, internet, like people would go, I don't need that. What do you want about? But he had that foresight. So, I mean, stakeholder feedback is clearly important to make sure you're not going off on some wild tangent. But by the same token, I guess Clay is going to be he is the expert because I think he said he came from a background at fair trade. So he's been involved in certifications and various frameworks. So Fair Trade USA and Fair Trade Foundation was his background. But I don't know. Let's know what you think. Are you a B Corp currently? Are you a bit worried or concerned about?
No, it'd be interesting to know what current B Corps, whether they're concerned, completely unconcerned, curious, happy, excited. Yeah, that would be interesting to know.
Yeah. Or if you're a B Corp that's kind of sitting on the fence, or potential, or want to be someone who's like, because again, there's two ways you can look at it. Just go with what you know right now, or do you wait for the updated standards and go on the new one?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think from our point of view, you don't wait. You just start, because ultimately you're wanting to be a more purpose-driven business. Many of the current standards are going to be incorporated into the new standards, so you'll have done 50% at least of the work anyway. So why wait? Really, why wait to be a better business? That's ultimately.
There is plenty. There's quite a bit of info out there. So B Corp or B Lab in Aussie have got a bit of a blog up there, just sort of talking a bit about the evolving standards. And obviously, we're always happy to have a chat about the evolving standards. I think it's just going to be really interesting. I think they're not going to please everyone. I think there's going to be some people who go, no, this still hasn't gone far enough. And then there's going to be some people who go, hey, why have you made it too hard? We just wanted to be a B Corp, and now it looks like it's really, really hard. But I think, like some of our ladies were saying in the opening panel session, just don't read the comments on stuff, or don't read the comments on the internet, because they're not that helpful normally. Any questions?
Don't hire monkeys to
make
a product.
That blew my mind.
That blew my mind. I'm like, what?
Didn't even like. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to Google that later, because I'm like, please tell me there's no people out there using monkeys for because I just can't live in that world.
Apparently it's a thing. I'm just looking at Google, or rather Ecosia. If you're not on the Ecosia wagon instead of the
Ecosia. Every time you search for something, they plant a tree.
Exactly.
I have a friend who uses Ecosia to get to Google.
I sometimes do that, I will admit, if they don't pop up. But Ecosia.org, they are a B Corp, and they plant a tree for every time you every time you search on there. But apparently monkey slave labor rampant on Thailand's coconut farms.
Apparently. God.
Who knew?
Humans,
who knew?
Honestly.
So if you're using monkey labor in your outfit, drop us a note. Let us know the what, why, and how of doing that. It's a wacky world. But any more thoughts from you on the updated standards?
No, I mean, it's a moving feast, really. There's still a lot of unknowns. Consultation hasn't even ended yet, or that's coming close. So, and they're not going to be introduced till probably 2025, 2026. So there's a wee way to go before we know. You and we have to just keep on top of it so that we can help our clients. So this is going to be our world for the next few months, years, as far as figuring it out so that we can best advise the lovely people who come to us to help.
Pretty much. And yeah, I mean, like I said, get involved. If you're interested in just this general arena of business for good, purpose-driven business, go and have a look at the draft standards. Go and give some feedback. And if you are a B Corp, or you're definitely wanting to be a B Corp, then get amongst it, because it's going to dictate your future. And how you're going to look at building your business around doing good.
Especially if you've just certified this year, or you're certifying this year, and your next certification is, well, we're not sure yet, but there's every chance the next certification may be based around the new standards.
Very much so. I mean, typically when they have phased in updates and changes to the impact assessment, I think our second B Corp cert, which would have been, I'm pretty sure I did 2016 and then 2018. I just missed the cutoff when they pushed it from 2 years to 3 years recertification, which at the time of having to do that, I was quite disappointed that I didn't get pushed out to a 3-year timeline. But I think also that was just around an update, and B-Lab historically been very good at, hey, you've got until 31st of whatever the month would be that has a 31st in it. You've got until that day. From that day, after then, if you haven't clicked submit, you will move to the new one automatically, and you will lose your working. But they normally give like a year or at least 6 months to say, either get in on this one or you're going to be on the next one. And again, I think Clay was saying on that call, they're pretty open. It seems like they're going to be pretty open to how they roll it out, and whether some companies might actually elect and say, no, I want to go onto the new standards sooner rather than later. Whereas others, possibly even grow good. I've built my business around the current certification since 2016, 2015. I might need a bit of time, and there'll be other legacy B Corps like your Etiques, your Eagle Protects, your long-standing multi-certified B Corps who've built their business around. Like, there's been some small changes to the framework over time, but this is quite a significant one. So they typically will give you some time. They might give us some time to adjust. Which would be, again, a lot of unknowns. Other than
all
that,
we
we know there's
know
going to be some change.
All we know for sure is that the world's got big problems to solve, and we're choosing to address that through B Corp.
And B Corp can certainly do that. It's the old Donald Rumsfeld, wasn't it? There's known unknowns and unknown knowns and unknown unknowns and unknown known knowns unknowns.
And you don't know what you don't know.
Yeah. So hopefully that was as clear as mud, and you are now just as confused as we are about what's going on. But yeah, it's a fluid state, but
watch the space, basically.
Watch the space.
Yeah. And so next in 10 minutes we've got the oh my lord, it was on the tip of my tongue a second ago. We've got This Way Forward, is it not? Forward, that's right.
Yeah.
And so yes. And the businesses, Tim, do you want to give a shout out to the
So we have got James Stewart from Gemelli Consulting. He just sent me a text. He said he's happy to jump on a little bit early to say good day. We've got Andrew Chambers from Tsunami Sports Apparel. We've got Richard Evans from Talent Nation. Again, I can't remember how many times they've certified. I'm pretty sure they certified very early on in the piece. I think it might even have been, I think they're one of the first, sort of B Corps from Australia. And then we also have Annette Sharp joining us from Intrepid Travel, also Australian based. So a nice healthy mix of Kiwi and Aussie B Corps coming up next. Let me check on Talent Nation, because I think they were very early in the piece. So Richard will have some big thoughts hopefully on 2014 they certified. They have been round the block 1, 2, 3. They are a 3 times B Corp themselves. So yeah, I think I bumped into Richard at a conference in Auckland about a month ago. It was one of those things. It's like, you look really familiar, and he's like, yeah, hey, we've never met, but we've because Richard he's actually a really cool dude. When I first connected to the B Corp movement, he was one of the few B Corps that were around at the time, and we had a couple of conversations. Turns out he's a Kiwi born, lives in Aussie, and his brother lives about 200 meters away from me in Hallsville here in Christchurch.
Wow.
So there you go. Circle's complete.
Just sorry to a bit of a but you for some reason that's reminded me. Should we give a shout out? Is there any spaces left for if anyone's in Christchurch or Tautahi? Is there any space left on the breakfast next week? Any space
for tickets? Yeah, I think there should be. That's not a bad idea. Let me see if I can.
That link in the.
Have you got the link?
I can get it while you're talking to.
That's right.
I can see Richard in that. Hey, Richard.
Right here. So yeah, Richard's joined the green room. Yeah, so next week, what day is it? It is on the 26th
Tuesday,
of March.
26th of March.
Tuesday, 26th.
Ungodly hour of 7:30 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
We'll
it's going to be early.
Having a breakfast.
Yeah, so yeah, we've done this the last few years, really, off and on. We've done these breakfast panel events as part of B Corp Month. So this is run by B Local. So there's B Locals all over the world. So we're running a breakfast panel event where, again, we're discussing the idea of the way forward. And we are going to have Colleen Itterman from Genora, Jeff Walker from Jade Software, Sarah O'Connell from Soul Studio, Helen, who we saw her earlier on. She's also just asked, what's the minimum wage for monkeys? So many questions around monkey slave labor that we just don't know the answers to, Helen. So yeah, well, maybe Helen, if you can find the answer by next week for the Be Local event. Perry Drysdale, CEO and founder of Untouched World, and Beck Smith, representing the Lower South Island, all the way from Ranfurly.
Yeah, to the Lower South Island.
From the whole story. So yeah, that should be good. Well, it's looking hopeful. We've got 3 out of our 4 panelists lined up in the green room, looking equally nervous and excited, I feel. So we're almost at the time. I won't be picking on Andrew much at all.
He will. I mean, you know what he means by that, Andrew. He will. Yeah. He will be picking on you. Yeah. But well, I might go off and lurk in the. Sorry, what are you going to say?
I'm still waiting for Andrew to come and drop in for a cuppa in Christchurch because he's coming down any moment. He keeps telling me, he keeps reassuring. Oh yeah. When I'm in town next, I can see him looking for a sheep.
How's the planning for the ski trip as well? Isn't there some?
Well, that's top secret. Grow Good only, possibly. So Grow Good. We are looking at a cheeky little ski trip later in the year. I don't know. Maybe if Richard's over and he's keen for a ski, we might let him in because he's a good bagger. But yes, we're looking at a little Grow Good client community ski trip to feed my habit of skiing and B Corp in one couple of days trip. So yeah, possibly if you're a B Corp, we might look at opening it up to some people who aren't clients of ours.
We are an inclusive group, so we are. I'm gonna head away then, Tim, and well, frankly, I'm gonna go and put the kettle on. But I'll be back and lurking in the background.
And we might as well. I'll bring the other guys into the stage. Here we go. I'll bring you all in nice and early.
I want to know where the ski trip is.
So we're looking at late August, I think, is what we're looking at. So if you're over, come and visit your bro, and we'll make it happen.
Wrong time of year. I've just booked a kite surfing trip to Lombok last week of August. So I'll be one starring it apparently. So no, and Tristan's not organising it. So it's
awkward.
It's going to be rough and ready.
It's lucky Annette hasn't joined us to hear that sad news that you haven't made use of a fellow B Corp. So yeah, we're a bit ahead of schedule. I'm genuinely surprised to see Andrew here ahead of time. I had you pegged as the guy I was going to be sending text to, going, "Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?" Yeah, I'm not sure why I put you three on the same panel. This is just not bad. This is like really, really bad.
I think it's because you wanted diversity, clearly, Tim.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
You take the white male card.
Yeah.
Look, one of you's got glasses, one of you's got no hair, and one of you's Australian. You know,
My
what more
goodness,
diversity do you need?
So we're covering all the bases of the white male spectrum.
Now, so which one of you two is Australian, Andrew or James? Because otherwise,
I'm just offended straight away, Richard. But
so you consider yourself still a Kiwi then, Richard?
yes, I consider myself still a Kiwi.
Just check in. I mean, how long have you've been living in Australia? For quite a few years.
Yeah, 21 years, I think. So, like, anytime I question that, I just need to watch a sporting match between Australia and New Zealand. And even if I think I'm starting to shift to the canary yellow,
canary yellow. It's gold, mate. It's gold. It's gold. Deary me. Well, hopefully Annette will add some sense and sensibility to this discussion.
One can only hope. Either that, or she's seen the panel and run for the hills.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame her. I wouldn't blame her. Yeah. And so, how's everyone getting on? What's your day been up to? Anything exciting going on in your worlds?
A morning of hanging out with schools for me. It's been a good morning actually.
Nice. With your kids or through a working environment?
Bizarrely, most of my business is in the opposite side of the country to where I'm trying to generate business, which I guess it's how it works sometimes. But mate, there's loads of schools. I'm over here at the Mount, which I've got no problem coming over to and living the lifestyle when the weather's good over here. But yeah, it's been a good morning actually. Just it's interesting. The schools over here are finally sort of the ball's kind of dropping in terms of finding some decent uniforms rather than cheap, nasty stuff. So it's been a good morning. And I'm currently sitting in a noisy school. So when the school bell goes off at 3:00, that's me tapping out.
Nice. And here we go. We have Annette joining us. Look at that. Bang on time.
Hello.
How's it going, Annette?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
How's your day been?
It's been pretty good so far. Yeah, we've had a good day. We've been having some good chats. I've been enjoying it. So, that's half the battle.
I'd like you to enjoy chatting, Tim.
I know. It's like a day of talking to people on the internet. It's pretty much what I do every day. But no, we've had I did a little cheeky kickoff session just to let people know what B Corp's all about if they're tuning in and don't know what B Corp is. We had a really cool panel with some women of impact, some really, really disturbing statistics around, particularly from Brianne, from formerly of Atique, now of Business But Better and Incredibles, about how basically women founder CEOs don't get any investment, even though they've actually got track record evidence showing that female founders are actually better than male founders in terms of long-term results, return on investment. So that was quite eye-opening. And we also learned about monkeys used as slave labor to make coconut-based products in Thailand. So we've covered quite a lot of ground already. So anything's, for anything really in this session. So this session is all really focused on the way forward, which is the current or the theme of B Corp Month, which is why we're doing today and which March is all about. But before we get into that, we'll just do a quick bit of the old creeping death. Introduce yourselves. So maybe we'll start with Annette. If you just want to say, who you are, where you're from, and that'll get started.
Okay, Annette Sharp from Intrepid Travel. So my role is Global Social Impact Manager based in Melbourne, but obviously have a view across the board. We are a B Corp, obviously, the world's largest travel B Corp. It's been, we're actually in our recertification year. So very, very immersed in B Corp at the moment.
Nice.
So looking forward to going forward.
Nice. And so for people who haven't heard of Intrepid Travel, who the two people who live under a rock that might not have heard of Intrepid Travel, what are you all about?
So we're a tour operator, but very community focused. So we started the business, when we say we, it wasn't me, but the business was started about 30 years ago and really focus on, immersing customers in authentic travel, visiting communities all around the world, I think we're in 127 countries. We've got 27 offices around the world. So quite a big organisation, but deals with small groups. So lots of small group travel.
Very cool. How about we mix it up by bringing one of the Kiwis in next? Let's go with James. James from Gemelli Consulting. G'day, mate. How's it going?
Good, very good. Good to be here. So Gemelli, I founded Gemelli 6-7 years ago. And it's been a fantastic ride through COVID and to where we are now. We're a small team and we provide advice to social enterprises, charitable trusts, churches, councils, organisations that are doing good from a social and environmental perspective. We help them make great investment decisions, really. So we provide financial and commercial advice. If someone's looking at building a community centre, we'll look at the capital costs, we'll forecast the revenues and the operating costs, see how it's going to stack up financially and commercially, do the same for social housing and a lot of commercial strategy for organisations that are doing epic work to make people's lives and the planet a lot better than they are currently.
Very cool. And just quietly, I know we're not supposed to mention numbers. Gemelli is currently the highest scoring B Corp in New Zealand. So, which, you know, I know you weren't just chasing the points. Genuinely, you unlocked a ton of impact business models, which is proof that you are just an impact-led business. So yeah. Nice work.
Kia ora.
Richard, what have you got?
What have I got? So I just want to point out I am still a Kiwi, Tim. I've had a couple of references to Australians, but I'm also based in Melbourne on Bunurong country. So I've been over here for 21 years, and the last 12 of that I've been running a business called Talent Nation, which is one of the OG B Corps. So we're one of the first to certify across Aotearoa, New Zealand and Australia. And our focus is recruitment, so executive search and recruitment. Basically, all roles have a positive social or environmental impact. So the core of what we do is large listed companies or large privately owned companies. So putting in heads of sustainability, climate change, human rights. So people that are leading the impact from within. So that's about 70% of our business, and then 30% is working with not-for-profit, social enterprise, B Corps. And we channel the funds from our corporate clients into that impact space. So it's probably us in a nutshell, I reckon.
Very cool.
Sorry, and I will just say, Annette, one of my team is heading off to Vietnam on Wednesday next week with Intrepid, and we're sick and tired of her bragging about her trip coming up. So it's with mixed emotion that I see you on this call. So there's a lot of jealousy.
Well, I'd also like to just say I'm also a New Zealander as well. So.
Oh wow! So we've got full. So you got, and then there's Andrew and I masquerading as Kiwis who are actually Poms. So like, what's going? Does anyone know what's going on in this show? No, least of all me.
Infiltrating.
And last but not least, Mr. Andrew Chambers.
Yep. Well, not a Kiwi, but a little bit of a weird background. So I was brought up in Hong Kong, and I'm the founder of Tsunami Sport. We're a 1-year-old B Corp as of Friday, which has gone very, very quickly, considering it felt like a lifetime to gain it, but it was totally worth it. So I'm the founder of Tsunami Sport, which started 20 years ago, a little bit by fluke. I'm not a textile expert by any means, but the nature of our business is basically producing sustainable uniforms through repurposed plastic waste, fishing lines, and discarded yarns. And from that, our main core of our business is producing sports, corporate, and school uniforms. And with, I guess, the objective of trying to put in place better practices, which has come through basically the early days of our business, which had no sort of sustainable agenda or goals, but through experience realized that our industry was not the best. So we've worked hard over this 20 years to change what we do, and in turn, hopefully influence those around us, which is how we became a B Corp. We are the first within our sort of niche market. And that is hopefully to try and drive change across all our competitors, which sounds strange, but we don't want to see it as a competitive advantage. We'd really like everyone to get on board. So, yeah, that's Tsunami Sport and me.
Very cool. So I might kick off with Richard, because as I was saying before you came into the room, we randomly bumped into each other in person for the first time about a month ago. But we originally did connect way back when I sort of discovered B Corp in 2014, 2015, and you were one of the first B Corps. And back then, it really was just kind of like, does anyone know what this thing's about? Like, how does this thing work? And I know we had a couple of phone calls back then because Zoom wasn't even a thing. Skype might have just been invented, I can't remember. But I know we had a couple of phone calls. But yeah, what was it like being at that forefront of the movement? Like, before we look into the future, like what was it like back in the early days?
Way back when, before electricity. Yeah, it's come a long way over the decade. So we certified in 2014, so we hit 10 years this year. And it came about, so Danny Almagor, who was the founder of Small Giants, who brought B Lab to Australia and New Zealand, was presenting at a conference, and I just bumped into him in the line for the food at the break, and I was chatting to him about my business, what I wanted to do, trying to channel things into impact. And he said, you should become a B Corp. And I'd heard of this thing called B Corps in the States, but didn't think they were here. And he's like, no, we're bringing it across. We're going to get it up and running, and we're looking for early adopters to come in. So the initial phases was a bit of the Wild West, trying to create local sourcing policies and various policies that no one had any idea of. So it was really just trying to fly the plane as you were building it, or build the plane as you were flying it, I think is more accurate. But it was interesting, those first stages, because it was a really collaborative environment. People were in it for the right reasons, but it was very much, it was a passion project. People saw that there was a way to connect with your tribe and people that thought the same way, and felt that you could actually have a successful business that delivered impact, rather than them being mutually exclusive. So I guess we've seen it come from a group of, there were 42 founding B Corps, through to 800 today. But we've really seen the businesses evolve as well and become more commercial, and we've seen sustainability become anchored within the business model. And I guess more broadly, outside of the B Corp sector, we've seen that with sustainability and ESG, where it is part of a business strategy now, and organisations are having to really lift their capability around this space. So I think what we've seen with B Corp, we're seeing mirrored right across the board, across all organisations. Nice.
And how about you, Annette? Because Intrepid was pretty early on in the piece. I can't remember who was one of your colleagues the other day. We did the session with Paul from Rotorua Canopy Tours, and just listening to the backstory about where Intrepid came from. Like you, like the company was kind of already thinking like a B Corp before B Corp was there. So yeah, maybe if you can just fill us in on a bit about how Intrepid got to the B Corp party and what it means to you.
Yeah, so Intrepid has always been a purpose-driven company, very strong belief in being able to marry purpose and profit. As I said, we're very steeped in community anyway. We had tried to take an industry leadership role around sustainability. So yeah, you're absolutely right. We were doing a lot of the work, but we didn't really have a framework for it. So this is, I think we're onto our third certification now. So we first certified in 2018, I think. And it's tricky for a business like ours because we are global. It's hard. Like, we don't score high on the B Corp scale because we have 7 or 8 different kind of regional areas that we have to get assessed, and they all have different levels of legislative requirements. But it's been a really, really good discipline for us to try and get, bring everybody up to the same standard, which is, I guess, one of the benefits of B Corp for an organisation like Intrepid. We improved our score by about 10 points, I think, last time we got accredited. But every single time we identify areas that we can make big improvements. So even though we were doing great things, there's still areas that we need to address and make improvements on, not only around the world, but certainly in head office as well. So one of the things that we identified last time was a lack of supplier transparency. So we have done quite a lot of work on that as a business, and that has brought about all sorts of benefits for us. So that's what I think the B Corp framework does for us, is it identifies areas that we're not strong on, and when we address them, it improves the whole business across the globe. So yes, we're on to, I think it's certification year this year, so lots of B Corp reporting.
Yeah, I think, Richard, you're in a research year as well, aren't you?
Yeah, we are. So I think we need to be in July, August. So we're a much smaller organisation, and certainly don't have the same challenges that Intrepid has across the breadth of the organisation. I think one of our learnings, and one thing that we're looking to do this year, is trying to use the B Corp framework to really target those areas. I think we've been guilty of relying on the fact that, we're a good business, we do lots of good things, but didn't really invest the time in, okay, how do we shore up some of the areas? And so this year we are looking at, okay, how do we unlock some of the areas within the impact assessment to, I guess, highlight the things that we do that we don't necessarily talk about.
Nice one. Yeah, I think that's one of the benefits in the first kickoff session. That's what I always talk about. It is an impact guide. It can, it shows you where you're not performing. But the challenge, and I think, Annette, as you've identified, big businesses, it's a challenge because you're in different jurisdictions, and it's tough to harmonise across a global company. For small companies, for you, Richard, or for myself, or James and Andrew, it's like finding the time, beyond business as usual, to actually look at making improvements when you're already meeting a pretty high standard anyway. So it's like, we're doing pretty good, but how do we get to that next level? The way forward, maybe. Andrew, what about you? You're a year into it. Relatively new, I guess. You and James both relatively new to the B Corp movement. But what have you noticed about B Corp in the year that you've been in it, or been a part of it, or been through the process?
I think probably selling it to my board was one of the hardest things. I've got some fairly finance or figure-driven individuals that sit on that board. So for them to sell my sort of therapeutic kind of dream and vision of how I want my business to look, and the sustainable side of it is something, a bit of a balancing act for them. And the B Corp was something that I really drove for them to understand what value I saw in it. And I think it became very apparent that they were probably right. I think if you were to go into a B Corp, I've really realized now, or seeking that certification, I think if you're going about it to try and build a new network and some new sales avenues, I think it's a fairly naive way of looking at it. I don't think it does, for me, it doesn't generate any new business. But what it has done internally for us has been quite significant around accountability of our individual departments, the documentation of our governance. As a small company, we're like, we do it. We say we do it, and we physically see those things that we say we do. However, for example, if we were seeking investment or anything like that, that documentation and that validation of it is required. So it's been a bit of a growing up process for us. And I think the B Corp process itself and the year since, it's now made us realize, right, if we're going to do these things, like we need to document them properly, validate them, and so forth. So it's been everything that I wanted it to be, in terms of, I guess, us growing up a little bit. And I think it's definitely done that. I certainly have zero regrets doing it. It's been fantastic. And a lot of our key projects moving forward into this year and the following year are actually all driven by us bettering our score. So it's given us some good accountability too.
Fantastic. And last but not least, James. Because how long are you? You're like 18 months certified now?
Right? Coming up there. Yeah.
There you go.
Oh no, I was going to say so many of the common threads have been set across the team. It's been, given that we're a relatively small organisation, it was quite a nice push to get us to actually formalise and document some of the things that we were doing already. So it helps you grow and sort of build that foundation of the business. It most importantly is a really good framework to help us doing more good stuff and doing better, especially as we come up for recertification in the next couple of years and things like that. And it's from an external perspective, I totally agree with Andrew that it's definitely not a marketing tool. I don't think it's won us any more work or anything like that. But it's really easy to talk about how you care about the environment and you care about staff well-being and equality and stuff like that. But actually having a badge that formalizes that, I think it takes it out of your hands. It's not just nice chat. It's been independently verified. So those are probably the three main reasons, I think, all three of the drivers from there. I mean, it is a big time commitment for sure, and a lot of time and effort goes into it. But we flipped it on its head and used it effectively as a team building exercise. We had this amazing facilitator come in once a week for a couple of months and lead us through it, and we did it as a team. And it was actually really neat to see. I guess the team really appreciated the openness and the transparency of going, cool, here's the salary multiplier that sits between those who's earning the least and those who's earning the most and things like that. And actually saying, hey, you're really passionate about battery recycling and how the office environment can be more sustainable in our day-to-day operations. Why don't you pick up this thread, Joe, and run with that? So it was really neat to build the team and to get buy-in into the business as well through that process to, I guess, bring some more benefit to the time cost that it does require.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, as we said in our first kickoff session, there's overwhelming evidence from employees, customers, investors, and suppliers that if you nail the B Corp journey, you're going to get a benefit from it. And I think the internal one is often the most overlooked one, where someone will just go and do B Corp in a silo by themselves, and then it's like, oh, hey everyone, we're a B Corp, and I think you miss a massive trick if you don't bring the team on the journey. Annette, you have got global impact manager or social impact manager in your title, so you might know a thing or two about making impact, which is really what B Corp's kind of all about. So, top tips for people on impact, because I think we've mentioned in a couple of the sessions so far, not every B Corp necessarily has an impact at the core of their business model. They might be approaching B Corp by saying, well, we just want to demonstrate that we're not a bad business. We want to demonstrate that we think we're better than business as usual, but they wouldn't necessarily have a core impact in what they do. So, yeah, what does impact mean to you, and maybe some top tips for people to think about being more impactful in the future?
Yeah, impact's a really interesting concept because lots of people are very good at measuring inputs, and Intrepid is very good at measuring inputs. We are getting better at measuring outputs, and then impact is the next level. So for us, it's we're going through the process of bettering ourselves. My role's new, so I've only been in Intrepid for 15 months. So there's been a lot of work around looking at impact frameworks. So we're still not there. We're still moving along. My recommendation would be to start very simple. Start with an individual action that you do and being able to measure that. It's all about measurement. It's all about proving what you're doing, proving that you're having benefit down the track, not just to your business. And it's about, looking at the beneficiaries and how their lives are changing, how, if you've got, climate actions in place, how are things improving from an environmental point of view? If you're working with charities, not how much money you give the charity, not how many people they serve, but going further down that line. And sometimes you have to take those people on that journey. So if you're working with, for example, a charity, you actually have to take that charity on the journey. So you have to sit down with them and help them determine their impact, because a lot of them just talk about numbers. They actually don't talk about, behaviour change or attitude change or anything like that. So, yeah, my recommendation is to start small and to hold people's hands as you look at the difference that your business is helping other people make.
Nice. I might get back to James for this one because, like I say, you don't get 143 something points on the B Corp assessment without unlocking quite a few impact business models, which you did. And I think that the two big ones for me that you got was the design to give. So you give away 100%, is it 100% of your profits to causes each year? And then the core of your business model is serving socially impactful projects by helping them raise money. So in some ways, it almost felt like you had the cheat code baked into your business because you were designed from day one just to do as much good as possible. Any sort of thoughts or reflections on that before I pick on Andrew and Richard?
No, I mean, it did sort of feel a bit like, man, this is cheesy, but it did feel a bit like coming home, like we're around our people. And the framework was sort of really designed to capture, I guess a business like ours. We exist to do good, and we sort of turn down work for organisations that are just out to make a buck. Primarily, there's lots of great consultancies that can help businesses on a pure commercial and pure financial basis, and we're more than happy to leave that to them. Our lane is helping organisations that want to do good in a financially and commercially sustainable way. So you're right, we've got that lane, and right from the start, we just had this clear delineation in our mind that actually the better the business went, the more we should be able to give. And so from that, we set ourselves a salary that, my wife and I need to live on each year, and that looks after us, which we're really privileged and fortunate to have. And then the better the business does and the more work the team does, then the more we can give away to our amazing partners, Kids Can and Habitat for Humanity in Nepal. So it's really neat from that perspective, and like the whole B Corp journey, it's really great for team morale as well. So yeah, both of those did slot in nicely. We did have one bit that didn't slot in nicely with the B Corp framework, just warts and all, because they were trying to point to the impact that we unlock, and obviously we don't directly build social housing or anything like that. We give advice around how to do that process well, and we came unstuck with our assessor because sometimes we advise people not to go ahead with a social housing project because it's not going to be financially feasible. So we actually tell them, stop, this thing isn't going to work as it's currently let out. So don't go and get consent and take your architects on the journey. And the B Corp people couldn't get their head around that, going, hang on, but you're actually stopping impact happening. And we go, well, we're technically not. But yeah, so it's definitely got some quirks in it, but it's a really neat framework to put the business through.
Yeah, it's not a silver bullet. It's not perfect. There's always people who go, oh, but that's not fair because in our country that doesn't happen. But I just think I've just put in a link to, because we've done a podcast with you as well. I just thought, it's a really refreshing way for a business owner to look at their business to go, well, actually, what do I need for me to be doing okay? And beyond that, the rest is frivolous. I don't need any more than that. And I was listening to a podcast yesterday on Stoicism, and that was one of the key tenets of the Stoics was, have enough. You don't need more than enough. And so what is enough for you? And I think, you're leading by example, doing that. Richard, how has impact changed for you over the decades, or has it been fixed, unchanging?
Yeah, I was worried you were going to ask me a question about that. So I should have known that you would. So impact's a really interesting one for us as an organisation, and I think that it's something that we discuss internally quite a lot, because I guess we have our partners that we work with, and One Girl is our charity partner. They do incredible work in Sierra Leone and Uganda, and then doing some work in the Pacific more recently. So basically providing education to girls. It's the number one way to fight climate change, is to educate girls, because then that has knock-on effects around family planning and women-owned businesses. But so that's something that I guess we resonate with. But the reality is that the greatest impact that we have is around the work that we do on a daily basis through recruitment, by putting the right people into organisations. Because if someone is channeling funds into or the funds of a listed entity into impact, that's far greater than the small amount that we contribute. So where we struggle is how do we tie what we do to the actual impact that we're having, but not do it in a way that looks like marketing. Because as soon as you start to talk about that, then it feels like, well, we don't want to mention anything about that, because it feels like we're trying to get a soundbite that we can use as marketing. So you end up with conflict internally around, well, okay, how much do you talk about it, but in reality, how do you measure it as well? And so Annette's comment around measurement, I think is really important. And we've seen the impact measurement piece become a lot more sophisticated over the last 10 years. I think a lot of it has been almost gut feel earlier on, and now it feels like it is becoming more sophisticated, and you can tie things to genuine impact. It is becoming a lot more commercial as well. Unfortunately, money is the universal language across the world, and the benefit of that is that we are able to see social and environmental impact being translated into a commercial outcome. And that means it's no longer philanthropy or charity. It's like, well, this is just a part of doing business, is that you need to protect the environment. And we're seeing that with disclosures coming down around climate reporting, nature and biodiversity reporting as well, and that's been driven by the finance sector. So I think impact has definitely grown up over the last decade.
Yeah. I feel like I'm the same here. Impact measurement, outcome measurement is something that we haven't really ever done at Grow Good. And it's something, so stand by, James and Andrew, you're going to be getting some surveys coming your way in the near future, because we want to work out whether we help people get B Corp certified. Well, does that make them a better business? Well, we don't know. We know anecdotally, and we hear, we've interviewed Jamie on the podcast, and, talk to Andrew every now and then, and other clients go, we definitely feel like B Corp's help. It's like, well, we need to get some data on that. Do you understand more about sustainability now you've become a B Corp? Have you made more impact now that you're a B Corp? So we're as guilty as, I think quite often with service-based companies, it's harder because it is less tangible. Whereas maybe for Andrew, I'll sort of loop you in here, nice segue there. You sell a physical product, and that each item of the product that you're making is a more impactful product than someone could have made or bought. So it's maybe more obvious and linear that we sell more units, better outcome. But yeah, how do you approach impact? Because again, you're a bit similar to James in that your whole business was founded around an idea of, I want to solve a problem, rather than maybe particularly Richard or I, where it's kind of like, hey, we're not evil people, we're in business, we want to do better, or we found this framework that sounds cool, let's kind of like slowly, turn our boat around. Yeah. So what does impact mean for you and the team at Tsunami?
Within our particular market, it's about actually making people realize there is a problem. So that sort of the impact for us has always been around the education, I guess, of our end user, so our customers. And where we sort of see and measure our action is actually the behavior of our competition. We were the only brand probably in the market producing recycled plastic, PET fabrics and products into our market probably 5-6 years ago. Now I would say most of our major competition is offering a like for like type of product in only some sort of niche segments of their product range, and in some cases all of it. So I think our impact is everything we wanted to. I think we would be incredibly arrogant to think that we as an individual apparel company could change our industry and have a significant impact on the environment. We simply can't. So actually it's a real weird one, because we want to be an example to be followed. And it's probably an area that makes us the most nervous, because there are companies out there that do what we do with a significantly bigger marketing budget. But I guess the thing for us, the fact that I'm currently sitting in a school and I spent my morning at 2 other schools is around that education and having that impact, I guess, with that, I guess, we're not naive enough to think that we're sort of shaping our future customers, because we found 10, 15 years ago, we had a solution to a problem that no one knew we had, or knew was coming. And therefore the decision makers within schools and corporates and those sort of types of sports organizations, those decision makers didn't see our unique selling point as important, and therefore actually we created something that no one really cared about or really wanted. So and actually we used to play down our sustainable message, because we sort of got perceived as a bit of tree huggers and a bit bothering people around the environment side of stuff. So seeing our market now, where we sit in schools because they've come to us because we produce things sustainably, we package better, or we produce better, I think is that impact. Does it have a direct effect on our bottom line as a business? A little bit, because now people are asking the right questions and have the expectations that you'd hope they would have had 15 years ago. So I think that education piece is kind of our biggest impact. And that's kind of supported by, I guess, our industry in itself, because they're reacting off the back of what customers are now demanding. And ultimately they're the bosses. They drive us to do and deliver things that they, the consumer, want. So that's been our biggest thing. It makes me the most nervous too, because like I say, we probably have a pretty minute budget compared to some of our competition. And that's, again, another reason why B Corp was so important, because to say that we meet these standards, and we just touched on it before, and I wrote down my notes, like we scored the lowest in what we thought would be our biggest strength, which is sustainability, which was a tough one to swallow, which makes me optimistic about when we go around and have to redo our certification. But that was a difficult one to swallow, because that was where we really thought we excelled and where we had our biggest impact. But then at the same time, looking at silver linings, we did really positively on our supply chain and our governance with our suppliers and those relationships, which was, I guess, the silver lining to the disappointment of not being recognized the way we'd like to have been around that sustainable piece. Nice.
Yeah, I think that's a cool sentiment that you've got. You've made impact when you see change in your industry, and it's that classic. If you're competing against your competitors, that's not purpose. If you're competing against the bigger challenge, and your bigger challenge is better sporting equipment for people, that's a really cool metric. But like you say, it's tough. As Richard mentioned, we're currently in a business world where you've got to pay your mortgage, I've got to pay my mortgage. I kind of need to get some money from someone for me to do that. But at the same time, I do want to see some change in the world. So how do you see, open question to the room, like how do you see the future moving more into looking to the future part of, this way forward? How do we how do we jump that transition? Because like in an ideal world, yeah, sure, there's a bunch of other people that do B Corp consulting, but I've got to pay my mortgage next month, so I kind of need some clients. So whilst I want everyone else to do really, really well, I also kind of need a few clients for me so that I can pay the bills. So how do you see that becoming a thing? Like, can we ever get to a point of a truly purpose-driven economy where everyone's doing well, or is there still always going to be this underlying competition where someone has to win and lose? How do we solve that one? Who's going to chew on that question to start with? Jamie's going for it. You're the numbers guy. I knew you'd have a solution. You've probably got it on a spreadsheet and mapped out already.
I was just going to say, I think the answer to that question is at the bottom of the second bottle of Pinot, Tim. It's a very ethereal question. And I don't have the answer to that. I mean, we all talk the talk on collaboration and partnering and growing the sector and things like that. But at the end of the day, there are commercial realities as well. And the most sustainable business is one that sticks around in order to unlock sustainability over a long period of time. So financial sustainability is key as well. So I don't know. Is there an element of trusting the universe and just going, hey, I'm a good person trying to do good stuff. Good stuff's going to come my way. I can collaborate and work with other people. I think that's probably one of our ethoses that we live by, and it's worked really well for us for the last 7 years. Trying to collaborate and not stressing out too much about whether enough work's going to come in. Haven't got a definitive answer on that one, but I think it's somewhere in the ether in that space there.
Well, if you're going to get the Pinot to chew on that question, then you need to go to Deep Down Wines, B Corp certified Pinot Noir from Pete and Clive. Get amongst it. The more you drink, the better the world gets. I have it on good authority. I don't know, Richard, Annette, what are your thoughts? I love, again, I like Andrew's energy and vibe in general anyway. So when he finally gets to Christchurch and comes to have a cup with me, it'll be even better. But yeah, how have each of you rationalized, because obviously travel in particular, maybe we'll go to Annette, like travel in particular, and it's very hard. People are throwing rocks at the very idea of travel, and there are some fundamentalist people who are like, the fact that you even look at a plane would possibly be enough that you get struck off being a B Corp. So yeah, you've got a lot to unbundle maybe looking into the future.
Travel is particularly tricky. I think the way we look at it is trying to make an impact on our customers and making the customers be the one that drives the industry change. I don't think our competitors would look at us and go, we want to be like Intrepid. I think our business model is different. But I think you're right that the forms of transport that are used in travel are massive contributors to climate change. We go, well, we don't put people on planes, and we're trying to reduce our flights in our itineraries. But the fact is that people need to get to our destinations. So, and we'll try and, push, aviation fuel reform as much as we can. But we have to, within what we deliver, we have to be the best that we can be, and we attract people that want to travel sustainably, and we want to influence those people to make demands if they travel again with somebody else, to have an assessment process that puts sustainability at the forefront. As I said, we believe that purpose and profit can exist together, and we, it's probably what James was saying, the more successful you are, the more you can invest in purpose-driven activities. So that's our goal is tied, our purpose goal is tied to our profit goal. And that's, I guess, as I said, we just try and improve our product as much as we can and influence our customers as much as we can.
Nice.
Yeah, I think if I can just chime in, people will travel. And that's one thing that we've got to remember. And B Corp conference was a couple of weeks ago. Fantastic, everyone in the room aligned. And lots of hugging going on. But I think we've got to remember that is just a segment of the world. So people will travel. One we have some people will go, oh, I could never work for a fossil fuel company, and then they get in their car and they drive home. So I think we've got to be really careful about being too elitist or I don't know, almost evangelical around how we do things, because we've got to remember that we're trying to move the rest of the world. If we just focus on B Corps and go, yeah, we're going to become better and we're only shifting the dial a little bit. So what we need to be doing is actually lifting the whole of the whole of the world up. And I think we've got to be really careful about how we focus on things. And to James's comment, for a business to be sustainable, it needs to be financially sustainable. And I've seen a lot of not-for-profits doing incredible things, and then they run out of funding, and all of their programs fall over. So I think we can't get away from the fact that you need to make sure that you have a good business model first and foremost if you're going to be a B Corp, because that will help you drive impact.
100%. Yeah, one of my favourite expressions, picking up on your, I don't want to work for a fossil fuel company, but I'm going to go home, drive my car and possibly put my gas oven on and all the rest of it. Don't forget that the person who invented the light pole did so under candlelight. And I think that there are people who want us to be at this new utopia, but it's not linear, it's not overnight, it's not transparent. It's going to be messy and complicated and dirty, and there's going to be backward steps and forward steps. And as I've said many times today, and I keep saying it, we're at 0.01% of the global business community is currently a B Corp. And I think that is, like you say, that's the real risk, is it just becomes this really, really tiny sliver of business world who are, look at us, we're holier than thou, or we've done everything. But actually the needle doesn't get moved. So
what is the emissions profile of a candle, Tim? Have you got that?
I've no idea, but I'm sure someone out there has got that for us. We've got a comment. Yeah, I'm sure someone has. We've got a comment or a question here from Carla. In terms of tracking impact, we see the emergence and the evolution of impact accounting being a fundamental part of this. Yes. So latest podcast that I recorded last week was with Antz Rohan from Fairground Accounting. There's definitely growing awareness around the financial services accounting industry about how accountants could be the people that save us. I will personally be very, very disappointed if it's the accountants that save us rather than the sales and marketing people. I just feel fundamentally like we should be the ones who take the glory, not the accountants. But whatever it takes, we are all inclusive. It's impact measurement and reporting. I definitely see that becoming a bigger thing in the future. For B Corps and just other businesses like, Richard, you've already mentioned larger companies having to do mandatory disclosure now. That's going to start, we're already seeing that filter down to smaller companies where it's like, hey, you've supplied us one candle this year. We now need to know what your impact is as a company. So we're coming into the final straight. So one question that I think would be interesting to look as we think about into the future. So I've mentioned the N word a couple of times today, the Nespresso word. That certainly put cats in amongst pigeons. And again, some B Corps ripping up their certificates saying, well, if they can be a B Corp, I'm not interested. So who gets to decide what companies even get to be in existence in the future, let alone be a B Corp? Does Nespresso, does Nestle have a right to exist? Or are there some companies that we just think actually your very existence is against what we need? And who ultimately becomes the arbiter of that conversation? Who wants to chew on that one? Andrew's going for it.
I'll jump in. And just going, I think on that last point, I think we've got a sort of a bit of a saying in the office around like, we need everybody trying their best imperfectly rather than a few people doing it perfectly. And I think I have no problem with anybody becoming a B Corp if they're striving to do so. And I think the beauty of B Corp was that I think it exposed so many different layers of our business that some of them we hadn't even considered, and we achieved scores on that would just happen to come about through, I guess, being good people. And then there was other scores that we got which were disappointingly low, where we actually thought we were doing something really well and we weren't. So I think someone at Nestle, for me, or not Nespresso, sorry, not Nestle. for me, are an example to those big corporations, is that at the end of the day, that they are the influencing sort of, that they can change an entire market, unlike someone like myself as a small business. So if they can prove that they can have best practices in certain areas, and they probably scored very high somewhere and not so high somewhere else, I think that speaks volumes in terms of getting all size organizations behind this movement, in terms of people operating in a better manner. And I think that's a big problem. It's a daunting thing. And it's interesting, even in-house, we had issues around, or conflict around, people being concerned that their particular department was going to be exposed to not doing as best as they could. And I see it very differently as I see it. Therefore, what we know we're not doing, we can now work towards. So I think when those big companies get involved, I mean, it was a nightmare for us as a small company to do. I think it speaks volumes of them as a global size business to be able to document and fulfill the standards that B Corp set, which I thought were phenomenally high in some areas. So I think, all to them, good on them. It's I think it validates even more so the achievements of the people on this call and the many other B Corps that have been awarded it.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree. I think we need people in the tent rather than outside the tent. You look at Cadbury, who've got their own fair trade scheme that they've done internally. Well, I'm sure it was just as hard to achieve that as it was to get the external validation through an independent. I'm sure. But we don't know, do we? So anyone else want to have a go at who gets to exist as a business in the future?
I think I'd like to just say, from a B Corp point of view, it's about setting a baseline and trying to improve it. Every single certification. Otherwise, you just get one certification and off you go. So I think that's for someone like Nespresso, it's about saying, we do well in some areas, we do poorly in some areas, and they're the ones that we have to start working on. So if they use the framework to highlight where they can change their business, then I support that. As I said, we found lots of holes when we did ours, and that's what we're focusing on to improve our score year on year. Certification upon certification. So I'm all for them coming in as well. Yeah, nice one.
I think just you comment on who gets to decide. I mean, I think Nespresso is a great example. The consumer is deciding who's a valid business or not. If people are buying the pods and are using them, then if they opt out of that market, someone else will fill the space. So I think there's some elements where you might not personally agree with the model, but it's there and it's in the market. So if you can approve it, if you can lift it, maybe exit it at some point because you can develop something that removes that problem, then absolutely. But I think it's the consumer for one, and we always look at who's going to shape the future. Is it the market? Is it government regulation? And so we see a range of different things at play, trying to lift things. I'm not sure if everyone can be a B Corp, but then I think the process will screen out the ones that really shouldn't be in there in the first place because their business model is not authentic. Put it that way.
Yeah, and I think I think you're right. The market will be, but then sometimes you look at what people buy and you go, really, have you really done, have you really thought that through? And I guess you're then into a whole world of, well, is there free will? Should people be told what they can and can't buy? Does it come down to government? You could argue, certainly if you're in America, it's my right if I want to smoke cigarettes, even if I know that they're going to kill me. It's my right. I'm going to do that. Whereas you look at a country like New Zealand, where it's like, no, actually, well, up until recently, it's like, no, we want to actually ban that because we just know it's bad for you. So, yeah, I guess it's a really complicated argument. As to who gets to choose what any of us do at that high level. But I think again, and for me, it is grey and nuanced because you could, again, I'll sort of pick on Intrepid. People go, oh, we should ban travel. It's destroying the planet. Well, yeah, but what about the social impact of people going and seeing new cultures and communities and having their horizons expanded, or families bonding and coming together on a trip, or wanting to go back and trace your roots and connect more to your ancestry? And there's so many positive benefits. Do we throw the baby out with the bathwater? And I think that's where sometimes the sort of the business for good world can get a little bit fundamentalist on, here's a line, good and bad, whereas actually it's way more nuanced than that. That's my sort of thoughts on it. So looking to the future, we have possibly got new standards coming for B Corp. Where do you see the future of B Corp, other than maybe new standards? Yeah, what does the future for B Corp look like for all of you? Who wants to jump in on that one? James hasn't had a chat for a while. Maybe we'll pick on James.
I don't know, from the internal perspective, what that looks like. I'd love to. I mean, I'm a data geek at the end of the day, so I'd love to see, and thanks, Carla, for posting that link around the rise of impact accounting, and we've been on the SROI bandwagon for a while, and it's very much in its infancy, so it's up for critique and debate, and that's awesome. But let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater on that. So I think putting more evidence around impact is definitely one thing that we definitely are passionate about, because then it's demonstrable, then it can be held up for account and rigor and things like that, and good benchmarks to improve. So I think that's from an internal perspective in terms of the process. I think from an external perspective, I mean, B Corp for us, I think, is only going to grow in importance across society as you've got these amazing 20-somethings and late teens coming through that are more concerned with the people on the planet and what's happening to them. And I think having organisations that are verified as giving a damn about those things is going to make it really easy for those people to make decisions about where they invest the next 5 years of their life. Given that more and more people are concerned about those things, having a system that is easier and easier for them to screen it, and have an organisation that's really clear about what it values and is really clear about how it lives out those values, I think is super exciting. So it's going to put B Corps at an amazing advantage, and I would see that, that bell curve. We're dealing with that 0.01 that we've talked about at the start, but I definitely see it creeping down towards the middle of the bell curve, which is super exciting.
Totally. And we're definitely seeing that. We're getting people reaching out to us who literally, I will say to them, if I was going to write a list of the top 1,000 companies that I thought would ring me and say, hey, we're interested in B Corp, you possibly wouldn't have even made the top 10,000, but you're ringing, and that's cool. So yeah, we're definitely seeing all sorts of wild and wacky industries and companies that even 2 years ago, I would have said, nah, I don't see any of them even vaguely ever interested in B Corp. So yeah, don't judge a horse don't judge a book by its cover, or a horse by its cover for that matter. Don't know where horse came from. I was thinking why the long face. Anyway, who's next? Who's got some thoughts on the future of where this thing's going?
I'd like to see B Corp have a bit more of a profile. I think you're absolutely right. It's a great roadmap for customers to be able to make choices. But we've done some brand work recently where the awareness of B Corp is really low, and so we don't use it as a marketing tool. But for customers to know that there is that system for choice, probably needs a little bit more heightening. As a B Corp, hanging out with other B Corps, go to B Corp conferences, having regular monthly meetings with B Corp about social impact stuff is great. But I think ultimately this is about the customers being able to make informed decisions. And so I'd probably like to see that elevate.
Yeah, definitely. It's the perennial challenge of a not-for-profit led certification organisation that's not exactly awash in cash being able to do marketing. But I will poke some of the big B Corps, like certainly here on TV in New Zealand, there's adverts from Co-op Bank, Kiwi Bank, Kathmandu, a couple of other big ones, and there's never a B Corp logo at the end of it. And I appreciate that TV time is, it's precious, but surely even just a little proudly B Corp certified, on the back of the ad couldn't take up too much time or space. But
just to add to that as well, so I'm just going to see if Richard agrees with me, but I feel like the B Corp movement in New Zealand is probably a little bit stronger than in Australia. I don't know if you feel the same way.
I don't know. I think there's pockets of activity. So I think you see it in various cities. I don't know. I think across the board there's still a lot of work to do. I think your comment around the logo at the end, Tim, is probably the marketing and comms team looking at where they're going to get cut through, and those ads are there to generate customers. And if customers don't know what B Corp is, then it's potentially distracting for them. So you see that, and the internal tension that you have around, the job of this ad is to get more people on board, not necessarily to build awareness for B Corp, and that's always been a challenge. But we do have larger organisations on board now, so there is more momentum. I think there's 800 B Corps across the region. Globally, the movement's growing. The UK is going gangbusters at the moment, so it is building. Probably taking longer than we'd hoped, but it's also looking at what is the role that it plays. So for someone like us, we're a recruitment company, so having an external certification that says we've got decent ethics and morals is that's where the value is for us, because anyone that's dealt with recruiters can probably question that claim. But I think as well, there's a role for the B Corp community in actually growing things. So going full circle back on your comment there, Tim, actually having organisations lean in and go, okay, well, how do we build this? And collectively, with the number of employees that we're engaged and the number of customers that we're touching across all the organisations, you can actually spread the word a lot more strongly.
Yeah, 100%. I think it is a bit of a circular argument. It's like, use it as a competitive advantage to create awareness about the thing that you should be really proud about, telling the story. I mean, I do know, having spoken to a couple of the bigger companies, that quite often the person that's run the certification might not ever actually be in the same room as the person who runs marketing and comms. And it's sometimes just a case of trying to connect that dot internally within a company to go, did you even know that? Or quite often they're outsourcing to an external brand agency maybe who would have no awareness of any of the B Corp stuff. But if we're good for time, if any of you have to leave on the dot at 3:30, we do have a question. Nadia is definitely getting the Chocolate Fish Award for the most number of questions and commentary, so good on you, Nadia. So she's asked a question: do you think the rise of green hushing, so that is not telling the story about the good that you're doing, is going to limit the awareness of B Corp, especially if companies don't want their ESG to seem like it's just been done for marketing reasons? So if any of you have to go, feel free to depart. But if you good to stick around for a couple more minutes and answer this one, more than welcome to stick around.
I'd love to jump in on this one. If anything, I don't think it will. I think it will only add to the credibility of B Corp. The biggest issue with green hushing is probably how it's being labelled. If you look at the claims that have been made and the cases that have been raised, it's basically false and misleading conduct that's happening. It's fraud, but it's being labelled as green hush or greenwashing, and it's creating fear across organisations. And the main thing is that they've got to be careful about what they're saying or the statements that they're saying. With B Corps, you've got to go through your certification process, and it's measured, so you've got something that sits in behind it. It's not a statement. So if anything, I think it would probably play into B Corp's favour around having something credible that you can actually link your comms to.
I agree. Anyone else? Agree. Yeah, I think the green hushing thing is a really interesting thing. It's something that we've just actually added to our offer this year because we're pretty good at closing the loop on the internal engagement, but we've just added now a storytelling workshop for people who've done the B Corp journey to actually work out how to pull the story of the B Corp journey so you can effectively communicate it, because there's typically so much gold that people pick up from going through the journey, and it's been independently verified, it's been audited, it's not a marketing led claim. And I think, like I say, that's the difference is when it's a marketing led claim about stuff that we think we're doing, if it's unfounded, then yeah, you deserve to have your wrist slapped. But if you're genuinely doing it, I mentioned it earlier on. There's Kantar do a report, the Better Futures report here in New Zealand, and every year, basically, it says consumers want to support brands that are doing good, but they either can't find them or they don't believe the claims of the companies that are making the claims. So to me, it just seems like there's a massive opportunity to close this awareness gap, particularly around B Corp, and nail the green hushing versus greenwashing story, which would hopefully drive some of that change. But what do I know? Not much most days. Cool. We are at time. If any of you have to jump off, that's cool. If you want to stick around, if there's any other final points you want to get across before you jump off, now's your time. If not, we can close up on time.
I think you need to finish with another statement, Tim, rather than what do I know? Not much to close it.
That's all right. We got a couple of hours to go yet. I'm sure there'll be a
maybe edit that piece out.
We can ask his wife what she thinks about how much Tim knows. That's always a good barometer.
Yeah, let's not go down there between my wife and my daughter. And yeah, you know nothing, Jon Snow. Yeah. Any final thoughts from you, amazing people doing amazing things, or are we all done?
I would just like to wish Richard's staff member a fantastic time in Vietnam. You wait till she gets back, then you'll be sick of hearing about it.
I think I might need to work from home for a couple of weeks.
Go and work from Vietnam.
It would be nice. It would be very nice. Great. Look, thanks, Tim. I think in terms of the show, I think B Corp's in great shape at the moment. I think I'm, as I say, coming off the back of the conference a couple of weeks ago. Just a lot of energy, lots of new faces in the room, some amazing businesses as well, and amazing people doing great things and really working to strike that balance between having a financially viable, sustainable business, but actually channeling your efforts into something that has a positive impact.
Nice. Seems like a good place as any to end it. Thank you for all the work that you're doing. I always like to give a particular big shout out to people like you, Richards, who like you were involved in this where there was no gain for you. You know, it was like you just. I think the original Bees, like literally, we just, not that I'm saying the rest of you got into this for nefarious reasons, but it's like you were just stupidly ahead of the curve. I know a few other people in the same boat. It's like, I just think that there's something in that, I guess, for all the Kiwis, which is kind of all of us or none of us, I can't keep up. It's that sort of depth of manner. It's like there was a real sincerity to how you started to be involved in the movement really early on in the piece. So yeah, I think special thanks to Richard and I think recognition that there is this sort of new guard joining the movement and re-energizing us old duffers who've been around the block 3 or 4 times and they're like, oh my gosh, like could you just get on this B Corp train, please, people? So yeah, it is exciting to see this new crop of businesses. And I guess to Richard and Annette, good luck with your research. It's always a bit of fun. And yeah, Andrew and James, thank you for all the cool work you do. James, no pressure, looking at beating your score from last time, and looking forward to that cup of tea in Christchurch, Andrew, when you get down here again. So Nadia, definitely award for most comments today.
Congrats to Nadia.
Great discussion. We need to try and track you down, Nadia, in the real world. I don't know where you're based. Send me a message on LinkedIn or drop me an email. We'll have a couple, or we'll certainly, I don't know, get you something to reward your tenacity.
Is Nadia the only person listening?
No, quite possibly. No, we've got a few people.
My wife's on.
No, my wife's definitely. I sent her the link. I sent my wife the LinkedIn thing to say, "Hey, come and join this event," and she was like, "Oh, I thought you were just telling me that you weren't going to be home." I'm like, no, it was an invite for you to come and hang out and do some cool stuff with me. But that's all. Cool. Anyway, so yeah, thank you, team.
Thanks for all you've done too, Tim.
Oh, nothing. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Tim.
Finishing on those statements, Tim.
Well, green hushing. Look, we've got two people at least. Nice one, show. Thanks for your discussion. There we go. These aren't bots that I made last night. I can assure you.
Excellent. All right. Thanks,
Thanks,
everyone.
Catch you
later. Cool. Look at that. They've all removed themselves from the stream. There we go. And we'll bring Tam in real quick and just say hi. So yeah,
that was good, wasn't it? That was so interesting. Some really good
cool
points.
stuff. Yeah.
Some really good points made by those very clever people.
Yeah, and I know Richard's a very humble guy, but genuinely, guys like him and Steve Arder from Eagle Protect, if it wasn't for them, there wouldn't be a B Corp movement today. So I just think they need the recognition, and I think Steve's had some recognition. I don't know whether Richard gets the recognition that he deserves. I just generally don't know. Look at that, and we've also got Carla. She's like, no, I'm here and have been all day. Go, Carla.
Carla chocolate too.
Carla and Nadia, chocolate fish. We will see if we can make that happen. Yeah, I just think I don't know how they can be recognised. Truthfully, because what they did has literally transformed where we are right now. So there we go. Cool. So we have got a little bit of time between now and our next
20
session.
or so minutes before the B Corp, the B Corp Journey Revealed session, where we're going to talk to 6 newborn B Corps, as in 6 businesses that recently got certified. Thanks, Carla. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks, Carla. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Yeah, very much so. So yeah, that'll be good.
Yeah. What I might do, seeing as it seems to work quite well, I might just put on. There was a cheeky little podcast that we did.
20-minute.
It's not quite 20 minutes. How long? Oh, it's 27 minutes. So you're going to get most of it. But then that's the key to then going to download the podcast episode and listen to the rest of it and maybe finding some more. So I will play that and go and get my 3rd cup of tea for the day. You're probably on your 5th. Yeah. So who have we got coming up? We have got Antz. Oh, you go.
Well, we can do it together. Yeah, Antz Rohan of Fairground Accounting, and Serena Maitland. Of course, I've just forgot my list, but I should know this off by heart easily. Serena Maitland from George Walker's. We've got Phoebe Edge from PS Digital. Leon from Augusto.
And Eleri from Higher Educational Course. She's proper Welsh. Not like me.
Paul
Button.
Paul Button from
Rotorua Canopy Tours.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, I will put the cheeky little podcast on. We're going to have a cup of tea and we will be back in
21 minutes.
So the podcast episode is called "Is B Corp Certification Too Easy?" And it was myself talking with Kristen Touissant from Fast Company. I'm not sure when that episode came out. It was a wee while ago. But anyway, check it out. You'll hear most of it. And then we will be back in about 20 minutes. We'll see you then.
Bye.
All right. So, I'm here with Kristen. Shall I try and butcher your surname? Is it Touissant? Touissant. Oh, pretty close. It's always here we go. Like when you're boring with a Jones, it's quite easy, but actually some people still manage to mess that up. And Kristen and I recently connected. She has recently wrote an article just talking about this whole B Corp stuff. Kristen, I guess quickly, who are you? What do you do? What do you know?
I am a staff editor at Fast Company magazine in the Impact section. And so Impact obviously focuses on how businesses can make an impact, for sure. That's a huge thing we explore. And so in the November issue of the print magazine, I wrote this article looking at some of the sort of criticisms leveled against B Lab recently and sort of what this certification is going through as it gets more popular with these big giant companies, right?
Yeah. Although it's pretty cool that a magazine of such magnitude has an impact section. But let's just reflect and say, well, that's pretty awesome because it's possibly not that long that's been a thing. Yeah, so your article, you were just sort of highlighting, and it's been true. It's kind of like the new N word. Don't say the word Nespresso. In this region, Australia, New Zealand, we now have Unilever, Australia, New Zealand, and within the B Corp community, it's been a real split decision. Like some B Corps have basically said, well, here's my certificate, I'm ripping it up, I'm out if they can be a B Corp. I'm personally more of the opinion that it's better to have those companies in the tent and have us be able to influence them and do what's what. But yeah, where did you sort of come down on your opinion on it, or are you maintaining a split decision yourself?
Yeah, I think I guess be a little bit neutral, but it is such an interesting question because it brings to mind, like what is the B Corp label for? What is the B Corp certification for? And, B Lab's whole goal is really to make all of businesses a force for good and to sort of change the economy for the better, right? And so in the piece, I talk about how, can you change the economy if you don't also invite these big players into the game, even if they may not have acted, in their employees or the planet's best interest in the past.
Yep.
About looking forward.
Yeah, 100%. And I used to work for a startup here in New Zealand. They're now actually sort of doing great stuff in the US and UK called Kogo, and we started off trying to it was more of like a marketing insights platform when it first started. So as a retailer, you could sign up and you could see what consumers were coming into your store who were on our app, who'd lodged on the app what they cared about. So do they care about living wage? Do they care about cruelty-free food products, what have you? And we'd have a constant conversation inside the team. Like if McDonald's rung tomorrow and said, hey, we want to be on your platform, would we take them? And some people were just like, well, no, we just don't see that McDonald's gets to exist. We just existentially, they're not a good company. But then, the other half were like, yeah, but if we could change how McDonald's operates by 1 or 2%, the impact that you can have by changing a massive company by a couple of degrees, does that, and I guess I don't know, I don't have the study or the data to hand, but, does that make more impact than 10,000 small local, Kristen's burger joint where you're just flipping burgers on the street corner for your local community? Yeah. Yeah.
And I think it speaks to the power, how popular this idea is of purpose in a business and ESG minded values that these big companies are even want to be a part of this, right? Like, I mean, that's a huge shift change from a couple of years ago, which shows that companies are even considering these things now and not just profit above all else.
Yeah, 100%. And it's nuanced, it's tricky, it's gray. It's not always black and white as to this is good, this is bad. Even I kind of put it in sort of 5 levels of impact, and business as usual in pretty much most sort of Western democratized countries, so long as you're trading legally and solvently, you're in business. And I always come back to, well, currently with almost 6,000 B Corps globally, we're sitting at about 0.01 or 2% of limited companies globally are currently a certified B Corp. So it's still pretty fringe. Yeah,
you're right. I mean, they're in the news all the time, and we talk about B Lab and B Corp so much, but it is still such a small percentage.
Yeah.
But people are so, I don't want to say desperate, but they're so interested in and they want a certification like this to exist, that they do get this sort of outsized maybe attention or scrutiny on them, even though they make up such a small part of the market.
Yeah. And that's what I guess the way I always try and frame it when we're talking to people about B Corp, or I'm just talking to anyone about B Corp, which is what I pretty much spend most of my time doing, is it's not a silver bullet. There is no silver bullet. And the other analogy I use quite a lot recently, so I went to school I'm from the UK originally, and when you do your schooling there, you do your GCSEs at 16, and then if you go on and carry on through at school, you do your A levels when you're sort of 18. And I did biology at A level. And on day one, the teacher was like, hey, there's good news and bad news. Shout out to Mr. Watkins. There's good news and bad news. The good news is I'm still your teacher. Haha, dad joke. The bad news is basically everything we taught you at GCSE, you need to forget, because we basically have to dumb the curriculum down so much for you to be able to understand it. It's practically just like all made up. And for me, this is where I'm kind of getting to increasingly with B Corp. It's like B Corp is not the end point. B Corp is not like, if everyone's a B Corp, the world is not saved. There is and I guess you could look at someone like Nespresso. It's like, well, does the world need coffee sent to you in a pod? That it's still creating waste. You know, so for me, beyond B Corp is this idea of regenerative business, and then you put in the idea of degrowth, and you say that to someone who right now is like, we just need to sell as much stuff as we can, and we don't really care about the impact. Yeah, it's it's like it's like Wacky Races or the Wild West out there.
Yeah, and depending on where companies are in their own, trajectory of being a business, they can do different things. So, one thing that came up when I was talking to some sources is like, maybe a startup doesn't have the capacity to do a lot of charity or something at the moment. It just needs to focus on getting bigger first. And so that impact can vary too, depending on how big a company is.
100%. And that I think is the real tension piece, is to do purpose in the current system, you need profit. And if you can't make profit, you can't do as much good. And if you're not here for the long term, but also I think people, a lot of people were saying, Nespresso just shouldn't even exist. And you go, okay, well, if we said tomorrow, let's say there's a group of us, I don't know, guardians or smart people who decide what businesses can and can't be here from tomorrow. Okay, cool. Nespresso doesn't get to exist from tomorrow. Well, how many people do they employ? Like, what happens to all of those people? And I think we lose sight that, I think in general, the vast majority of people going to work are not going to work to actively destroy the planet, and destroy their communities. Sometimes that happens, and maybe you're disconnected and you don't understand that is happening as a, unintended consequence of your actions. But yeah, I think the vast majority of people in the last couple of years, I think COVID's accelerated it. People are increasingly looking at their work and why do we do this, and what impact is it having? So yeah, I think in general, I'd rather have these big companies in and be put under more scrutiny and held to account by a community of, almost 6,000 other businesses going, hey, look, actually, that's not so cool what you just did. And don't you remember as a B Corp? Yeah.
Yeah, they definitely put pressure on each other to get better and to continually improve. And it is interesting that you bring up the employment thing, because that came up with so many sources that, being a B Corp attracts employees now.
Yep.
People want to work for these companies that care about these things.
Yep. And I definitely think it's different. When I had a really good early midlife crisis, which led to what I called a hard Brexit from the corporate world. Back then there were 2 B Corps in New Zealand. There was about 1,200 B Corps globally. So the idea of trying to find a job in a B Corp and be part of a company that is actively trying to make itself better and work out how to do less bad and start doing more good, like that just wasn't a thing in 2014, or it was really, really fringe. Whereas now, like I say, you look at some of the work that the Unilevers are doing, some of the stuff that I've spoken to the New Zealand CEO of Nespresso. I was kind of like, when the dust has settled, I was kind of like, are you okay? Like you've had a little bit of flack, but welcome, congratulations. But when you sit down with these, I sat down with him, had a meeting with him. Ironically, we didn't have a coffee. I think he's obviously coffeeed out. Just having a chat to him about, and learning and listening to like, well, the good stuff that they're doing. It's like, that's actually pretty cool. Yeah, it's interesting. But I think the other thing to think about is like, there's a lot of companies that have not done that much good, perhaps, or, what they've been doing has been done in a way that's created these externalities. Before you can flip some of these super tankers around to being genuinely business as a force for good, the effort required to stop doing not so good is, I don't think that's recognized as much as, hey, look, we've just invented this thing. It's really amazing. But actually the effort to turn some of these super tankers around, where, if you're a new CEO or new employees, new leadership coming into a company and trying to transform it and transition it, again, like it's really easy to throw rocks at them and go, yeah, but you're not doing this, you're not doing that. But as you said, it's like, you can't do everything. And if you try and do everything, you end up doing nothing badly. Yeah.
And that's a really interesting point about what the B Impact Assessment looks at, right? Like I think one thing that amazed me talking to more people about this and digging into it is that, this has to be one assessment that looks at every sort of company, whether it's the small one that started out in purpose to the big one that had to turn that ship around. And so that's such a wild challenge to have to do, to be one thing that can assess all of that.
Yeah. You could not pay me enough money to try and work out how to create the B Corp. Like if someone said, hey, today here's $10 million, go and build, I'd like, no idea where to start.
I kind of don't know how they did it. Yeah. And they've obviously done multiple versions and they're always improving. I think we're
on version 6
7.
at the minute.
Yeah, it's 6 now, and then they're
going to be 7. And again, I think this is the thing. I think it's easy to criticize. It's easy to throw, like as I call it, it's like throwing rocks at it. Oh, it's not good enough. It doesn't look. It's like, yeah, but what else is there? Like there was nothing before this came along. So yes, let's aim to be better. Totally, but let's not. What is it? Is it the Roosevelt quote or the he who was in the arena? I'm paraphrasing it really bad. You should know. You're a journalist. You should know these things like quotes off the top of your head. But don't criticize the person who's trying. Get behind them. It's interesting because people often say to me, well, what's the competitor to B Corp? It's like, well, there kind of isn't really a competitor because it's the only certification that is social and environmental. It's globally recognized and it's independently verified. And I think the fifth kind of bonus thing is, for some reason, it has captured the hearts and minds of people. Whereas if you say to anyone who's been through an ISO certification, you don't get many raving fans about, oh, ISO, it's so cool, we had such a great time. Whereas B Corp, people are just like, yeah, it was tough, but hey, like it was amazing and we've got all this stuff out of it. So I think it's here. And I guess they're tinkering with it. So you haven't had a deep look at the new draft standards?
I haven't dug into them too much, but I do know that the biggest change is sort of this idea of requirements now. So on the impact assessment, there's never been the idea that you have to do, one specific thing in each of the 5 categories. Yep. Like I think the example I gave in my article was like, environment is obviously a huge part of the impact assessment, but it has never required that you use renewable energy, for example. Yep. And so now what they've been working on is this idea of specific requirements that if a company is a leader in these things, they have to do these other requirements along the lines of a living wage and things like that. Yeah.
And what in general, what would be your thoughts on having sort of mandated requirements? I guess the word mandate is a loaded word in post-COVID.
It is, yeah. It's very interesting. It's like what the impact assessment is trying to do. I think I looked at Nespresso and it was like 400-page long, questions and digging into things. So it obviously has always been very in-depth. But I do agree that if your company is going to be billed as a leader in the environment, it should be doing some specific, they're probably a little bit like low-hanging fruit things, but it still is a leadership in that area relative to everything else.
Yeah, I think it's, for me, I'm kind of on the fence a little bit about it. I think partly I look at a lot of small to medium businesses where for them to meet this minimum standard, I think it's going to take them time to get there. So I think when you look at it from like a kind of like purely a marketing perspective, like I say, we're at 0.01 or 2% uptake currently. To ratchet up the standards before we're even at 1% or 5% of businesses, I do wonder whether, the assessment as it is bloody hard. Like it's not something that you just turn up and go, cool, can we have our certificate, please? We've answered some questions. Like it's bloody hard. And we've had hundreds of thousands of companies take the assessment and for whatever reason not go through to certify. So whether that's they just go, actually, this is too hard, or actually it's not what we thought it was, or we don't have the resource, or we can't afford it, or what have you. But there is, there's already a decent drop-off of people who take the free assessment but don't go through to certify. So part of me wonders whether this is too soon. Or
that's a really interesting point. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry. Yeah. Or is actually the groundswell support there that people have gone, actually, we recognize that we do have to meet this standard. And I guess I don't know, but I guess we'll find out. But having looked through the draft standards for my business, I'm kind of like, I'm not sure like today that I'd meet the criteria. And it's like, I'm also not sure that today I've got the time and capacity to actually go and implement. Like if I was due for recertification under the new framework in the next 3 to 6 months, it would be a big piece of work. And I'm a 3-time B Corp, so like I know my way around doing good theoretically. So yeah, I don't know. Interesting. Well, I guess we'll see what happens in 2020.
It is really one thing that so when I spoke to Dan Oseski, who's the head of insights at B Lab Global, he did say to me that every time that they have updated the impact assessment, it's gotten harder. So they actually see the average score go down every single time.
Yeah.
even if a company is maintaining its score, that shows that
still
they have accomplished something harder every time, which I don't think a lot
That's
of
good to know.
people outside might be aware of. That just maintaining that score has already been a challenge every time.
Yeah, which makes sense, because in year one, which is interesting, because year one I think I was like 82, and then I went up to like 92, and then this time around I've dropped down to like 84 or something. And it definitely, I've heard anecdotally that it gets harder each time, but that's good to know from the single source of truth that they are ratcheting it up. But I just think it's gonna be interesting. Like most of the companies we work with are pretty B Corp aligned, and they can get to 80. I just think it's gonna be interesting. I think there's gonna be some people who might just go, look, I'm just not interested in that as a thing, or I don't have capacity to be concerned about that topic specifically. Because having had a brief look at it, there's stuff like you have to have campaigned around a social cause, or you have to have done. It's kind of like, well, what if I don't care about a specific social cause? Like I'm busy trying to run my business, and I'm really focused on making more money this year so I can make more of a donation to my local community, where I don't know. I just think I need to spend more time myself looking into it. And it's also, I think it's going to be interesting to see whether they go, right, we're going to roll this out to existing B Corps first up, because you kind of know your way. Well, there we go. If you want to hear the ending to that podcast episode, you have to go and download it. Listen to the full episode. It's got to that afternoon time of the day where my lighting goes really weird. So luckily, Tamara's taken over the reins on our next panel event. Tamara, what's coming up?
Oh, it's just so good. We've got 6 newly certified B Corps in the waiting room. I've got 2 screens. It's why looks like I keep looking away from you. And so these businesses have all recently become B Corp certified, so they're probably still bearing the scars, and hopefully can shed some light on what it's actually like, and also what's like because different businesses experience different things. So for some it's a bit easier, or some it's a bit harder, or some find this challenging, others find that challenging. How stoked they are now, how they're celebrating, that kind of thing.
All of that stuff. And we've got a really good selection of businesses. We've got everything from accountants to marketing, documentary makers, to travel companies. We're a bit overloaded on travel companies, and a furniture company. So realistically, I think we've covered most of the bases. And I was just thinking it's probably very good that I'm not sort of emceeing this session, because if I was, it would just be me and Eleri from Hacker Education Tools. She is a very, very passionate Welsh person, as I am, and we just spend the whole time talking about how crap the Welsh rugby team is currently and how we failed dismally, and the only thing we won in the Six Nations was the wooden spoon. So if anyone's tuning in who likes watching crap rugby teams, welcome. It's great, isn't it? So without further ado, I'll hand it over to you.
Can you take off the tickery thing or change the tickery thing?
Well remembered. We can do that. There we go.
Don't have ticker control.
Done.
You'll be out of it.
It's a very special skill that only a few people get awarded. Right. I'll leave you. You can bring the people in there, can't you?
I don't know if I can actually. Let me. Hang on. Sorry. Yeah, I can. Here comes Phoebe.
Over to you. Here comes Paul. And I'll say cheery bye.
All right, I'll see you. I'll jump back in at the end. I'll see you then.
Yeah. I'll do some dropping of comments and notes. Have a great one.
Cool. Thank you very much. Hey, team.
Hello.
Good to see everybody. Oh, there you are. I was going, Leon. You're just a great circle. Oh, Jack.
Kia ora, how are you guys?
Kia ora. And with that, I am going to stumble my way through this as well. Tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Tamara Patelan toku ingoa no o tautahi ahau hei mātanga hāpai au no reira tēnā koutou katoa. Apologies to anyone who really speaks Te Reo. Good to have everybody here. Excited about talking to you guys. Congratulations for recently getting certified. On a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you by that, Phoebe?
We're delighted. Absolutely wrapped. Yeah, it felt like a long time coming, and to get it over the line was awesome.
How long did it take you, out of interest? I was going to get to that later, but I'll ask now.
Yeah, so we worked it out that it was 18 months, and we set up a dedicated meeting weekly, and we worked out that it'll probably be about 2 or 3 days a month. There were 2 beekeepers and multiple spreadsheets, and we scheduled in kind of like sort of like directors meetings to get some of those nitty-gritty kind of questions sorted. But yeah, definitely quite a bit of work.
That's a very disciplined, well done. That's a disciplined approach to going through the certification process. That's kind of gold standard. Actually, that's how it should be done, and how many companies don't do it. But cool.
And interestingly enough, just on that, shout out to Claire who was working at Springload at the time, Wellington-based B Corp company, who had actually given us that advice in advance. And that was through the Wellington-based B Corp community. And so that was some advice from her, which was awesome right from the start.
Oh, that's actually something I should ask you. You're coming at us from Wellington, Phoebe?
Yes, coming from Wellington. So we are PS Digital, which is a creative digital agency offering services in strategy, design, marketing, web design, and web development.
Nice. Yeah. Thank you. Actually, yes. I'll go to Paul. I'll go to you, and if you could introduce yourself, and then also 0 to 10, how excited you are about being a newly certified B Corp.
Kia ora, Paul Button, General Manager of Rotorua Canopy Tours. Out of 10 to be a B Corp, pretty high, pretty in the 8s and the 9s.
Nice. I very much enjoyed the fact that you got, was it the first B Corp in Rotorua, and that got you that lovely piece of coverage in the local papers, and also a bit of regional papers actually.
Yeah, we got great coverage through that. We were through the Herald, the Dominion, and through the local rag. Yeah, no, we were the first in Rotorua, first business, and we're the first zipline business in the Southern Hemisphere to get a B Corp certification.
Right. Nice. Yeah, well done. Good stuff. Serena, particularly proud of Serena because she did the cohort program with me. So she did the B Corp. We ran a cohort where we kind of go through the B Corp certification as a group for small businesses, and Serena hit submit not long after going through that. So yes, well done you. How's it?
We're super stoked. I think it's something that we needed to do. Sustainability has been the core of what our business has been for 15 years, but we've never actually pushed the matter or had it on paper.
Sorry,
just
Serena,
kind of live and breathe it.
Tell everyone what I know what you do, but
perfect. So we do office furniture. So we sell secondhand ex-corporate furniture. It generally comes from banks and big corporate companies, and then we resell it to expanding business or new business. As a sustainable way of furnishing office spaces, pretty much.
And how long have you been doing it? It's a wee while now, isn't it?
About 15 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the business in its current form, doing office furniture, has been about 15 years.
And you work with your sister? Was it your sister and you that started the business?
No, it is my mum. So my mum started it, and she retired a couple of years ago, and then I've been at the reins since then.
Great stuff. Thanks, Serena. Antz, do you want to tell us about Fairground Accounting?
Tēnā koutou katoa. So, ko Okatahi Oho, ko Anthony Rohan, tōku ingoa. Fairground Accounting, based here in Christchurch and in Wellington. So really, we support purpose-driven people to create amazing impact-driven enterprises to help make the world a better place. And 1 to 10 on the B Corp excitement scale, I've got to be honest, I'm at the start I was putting on the fake 10 mask for a little bit, because once you finally get through the whole process, I just felt that kind of like big wave of relief and just like exhaustion. And then they're like, yeah, you're certified. You're like, yeah, I'm really excited about it. But actually, actually getting out and talking about it and telling people has genuinely made me feel like really uplifted. So yeah, I'm pretty up there at the 9-10 genuinely now.
I know what you I kind of know what I have an analogy similar. Before I turned 30, I decided I wanted to run a marathon. So I went to run the London Marathon when I was age 29. And at the end of that, I had all these people at the end of the marathon going, yay, they had champagne bottles waiting for me. And I basically dragged myself across the last line of the London Marathon. And I really didn't care at that point about anything but lying under a tree. Wasn't excited until a couple of days later when I could walk again. So yeah, I get that. It can be exhausting to get across the line, can't it? Eleri, very recent. Oh, Eleri, I think you might be muted, or is it just me? Oh no, now you're muted. Try talking again. Can anyone hear Eleri? It's not just me, is it? No. Eleri, I'll come back to you in a minute. Hopefully you can find out what's going on there. And Leon, Augusto, tell us about Augusto.
Tēnā koe, how are you all? Apologies if I've got a little bit of dodgy internet and also wind in the microphone. I'm outside. I'm over filming in the Barossa Valley, making wine. Well, I'm not. I'm filming somebody else making wine, so it's a tough job. Augusto is a group of 5 companies, actually. It's an advertising agency, a fast turnaround video production company called Corner Store, a documentary production company called Dark Doris, and also a technology company developing apps and the like. And we're a purpose-driven company. My wife and I started it 15 years ago, and there's about 40 odd staff up in Auckland and a little satellite office over in New York, of all places. And we started our B Corp journey a little while ago whilst we were over in the States, and a CEO who we had at the time was taking care of the process. So I was blissfully ignorant as to the pain that she was going through at the time. Just in the board meetings, you go, like, how's the B Corp thing going? And she'd be like, yeah, it's hard. And then when we moved back during COVID, and she took another job somewhere, so we took the reins again, and I was tasked with taking on the B Corp, finishing it up. And I naively thought, it's be easy. I'll just get in and smash it out. And then sort of 6 months later of tears and blood and grime, and it was we finally got it done, and very much similar story of just relief more than anything. And we haven't yet gone out and really told our story. We haven't sort of done the marketing push yet to tell everybody that we are B Corp. We sort of feel that it's a little bit more, getting the certification sort of to us feels more like a stamp of approval or something for what we have become or what we are currently. What we're looking to do now, before we really go out and make a bit of too much of a big of a song and dance about it, we kind of want we're B Corp and we're going to do, or what we sort of need. We're finding that we don't want to just turn it into a marketing ploy. We sort of want a little bit more now that we've got the accreditation. We're sort of looking for now just what that means and how we're going to go forward. So we've got relief, and we're excited, but we're probably more excited about finding out what the next phase means for us and what it means in a meaningful, practical sense. Yeah.
I didn't realize Augusto had that many arms to its operations. There you go. Eleri, sorry, Leon. How are you doing, Eleri? Can we hear you yet?
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Fabulous. Do you want to tell us about Haka Educational Tours?
Yeah, kia ora everyone. Awesome to be here. So I'm co-founder and GM of Haka Educational Tours, and our mission is to broaden young minds through impactful travel experiences. So basically how we do that is we run high impact trips and camps for school groups, university groups and sports teams all over the world. We are very new in our B Corp journey. We received a certification just last month. So we've sort of done a soft launch and we haven't had a full hard launch or celebration yet. So I think, yeah, definitely feeling pretty stoked, but can't wait to get the team together, which hasn't happened yet, and properly celebrate it.
In appropriate fashion. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, nice. Yes. Great. Thank you, everyone. So firstly, I wanted to just ask everyone, and just a small thing. This doesn't have to be, we can run this conversation however you guys want to. So I can just ask questions and you can answer, or we can discuss amongst yourselves. If someone says something you want to speak to, please feel free. But the first thing I wanted to know was what motivated you all to begin this process, and from first deciding and then getting, how long was that? I think Phoebe's already said it was 18 months, but for the rest of you, how was it? Paul, shall I start with you? Why did you do it? When did you first hear about it, and how long did it take?
We first heard about it by a gentleman named Ben Mayo who runs an SEO company we were using. But Canopy Tours has probably always been a B Corp because we do tons of conservation work, we do tons of stuff for the community and for our staff. And we just and we're kind of famous because we lead with our conservation. So we kind of wanted something that would show the other stuff we do, like an accreditation that actually show you how well we look after our community and our people. And so when I heard about the B Corp, it was awesome. It's just like the next step. And also in the tourism industry, like, you know, Canopy Tours led with sustainability first 12 years ago when we opened, and people thought it was strange. And now everybody kind of plants a tree or traps a pest, and it's kind of the norm. So we wanted to do something where we could raise the bar in industry to allow the industry to keep rising the tide to keep up.
Yeah.
That was kind of our drive. And we, you know, like if, for the other tourism folk, you know, Eleri is pretty cool that you're up there too. And, you know, now you don't want to be the last person, right? You want to be the next person. And so for us, we jumped on, I think in April 2021. And it took us 2 years to 21 months to get it certified. And it only took us 6 weeks to do the certification, or 3 weeks, and then we pushed the button. Well, we didn't really have to do much apart from just work with Timmy and find out if we could prove what we did. And then we just waited in line for that 21 months. I guess we kind of caught the crest of the wave where the demand was really high.
I think you did. I think you just, you must have kind of hit submit just as B Lab were having the really long queues for verification.
Yeah, so we got the B Corp as just for relief. It was just like, oh, that's over, sweet, you know, like, but you know, in retrospect, it's like you say about the marathon. A few days later, you're like, oh, that's so cool, we got it.
Yeah. Looking at, I have obviously not been to Rotor or Canopy Tours yet, but looking at your website and looking at what you do, I can't wait. Looks amazing what you guys get up to up there.
It's a cool product, and we're definitely doing a lot of stuff that people don't, you know, so there's really, it's quite cutting edge in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and I love that you're showing your B Corp poster right there on your desk, Paul. Nice.
B Corp is on the door of the building. It's we've sent out emails to all of our database, you know, so there's 50,000 people that have been exposed to it. Amazing. And you know, we're pretty stoked.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic, because that also lifts our hearts here at Grow Good, because we really want B Corps to shout about being a B Corp, because ultimately that's what's going to grow the movement. That's what's going to drive the influence and drive the change in the way the world does business. Yeah. So Phoebe, what was your motivation for taking on the B Corp journey?
Yeah, so we've always been quite an ethically based, and so PS Digital was set up by my husband and I 16 years ago, and we had worked, you know, in a number of different countries and different types of agencies, I guess, and we wanted to set up a really cool agency that, you know, kind of did things the right way, the better way, a way that was going to be a great experience for the workers. So we knew that we would qualify for a lot of, I guess, the requirements. And I think for us, it was like, hey, we just need to document all the stuff that we do, all this amazing, great stuff we do, have really high staff retention, and we have a great business. And this amazing accreditation, you know, really aligned with our values. And we were just like, wow. So for us, it was really motivating to, I guess, go through that documentation process, which also kind of has shaped up our business, because, you know, you say you do these things, but actually to prove that you do these things is another thing entirely. So yeah, we were really motivated because we knew that we would get over the line. And I think that, you know, whilst yes, it's a marathon to get over the line, it's really just the beginning of the journey, because I agree with Leon that it's really important for your vision to keep growing, because you're almost ticking off all these good things that you have and you do, and you say, you know, all these things that you're ticking off, but you're kind of like, there's all those things that you can't tick off or don't tick off that I'm really excited to get into. So I whilst the marathon happened, the journey's just begun.
Yeah.
I feel.
Yeah, no, 100%. That continuous improvement piece. And I often say this to anyone who listens, is that in the process of working with clients on their B Corp journey, and especially ones that have just come to it, the moment I love, one of the best moments for me is when I see that aha moment, when they kind of get it. It's like, business as a force for good. Because you can say those words a million times, but there's a point where you get them. They kind of sink in, and now you get addicted to doing more good. It becomes like this addiction almost, and that's the minute when I see a client that just kind of the penny drops. That's a moment I love. Anywho,
I was just going to add to that, Phoebe, that I totally agree with all of that, that it's that measurement. The other thing that I've actually really found, and I even find it now on this call with all of you, it's actually more about other suppliers and what have you, the community. You instantly start looking for other people who are B Corp certified to work with. In as much that we've just bought a building and we're needing to do renovations to it and stuff in the IT thing, and I instantly now start looking, which B Corp IT companies can I work with for the new fit out of the building? Or, you know, Phoebe, we need web work done. I'm like, awesome, got a call, Phoebe, we need office furniture. And I'm, you know, like you find yourself kind of going, Serena, got to catch up with Serena. You know, and that's largely because you know you're going to be buying from somebody who has the same ethical standards as you, or at least cares in a similar way to you. And I've found that as helpful as anything else. Just, you know, being part of that community feels like that's been the biggest benefit for us so far.
Nice. Yeah. Actually, that's the point I want to ask about the biggest benefits later. But let's continue with motivation for doing it in the first place. Antz, what was your motivation?
Yeah, I think when we kicked off back in 2012, and I think maybe a couple of years after that, we'd come across B Corp, and I think back then there was Eagle, and I think Tim had just been like the freshest B Corp. He was about number 3 or number 4 at the time, and I remember just vibing with it straight away and going, yeah, this is like what we're about. This sounds really awesome. I think it was just one of those, you know, when you're in startup phase and you're just trying to get the business off the ground, you just think, yep, something I'd like to do, but we'll get to it. So we did give it a shot in 2016, but I think maybe being a little bit naive at the time, we think we had the right answers to the questions, but back then it was probably a little bit more Americanized. So when they came back and took some of our points away, we felt a bit sad about that. But always been with the support of Tim and Kath from Eagle. They've been great advocates and kept me really motivated for going, yeah, we think it's time to do it. Just more because it helps validate some of the values and the internal ways we think anyway. And we're already working with like amazing clients that are doing great things out there. So when we announced it, the flood of sort of well wishes from clients who, and some of them just going, yeah, you know, of course it just makes sense for you guys, you know. So I feel like the motivation was really just to have a nice one, just to have a bit of an external validation of what we do, but more so that we're not just talking the talk with our clients and talking about their impact and how they can be doing something better, but we're actually walking the talk ourselves. So we can be a bit of an example for them and say, hey, look, well, why don't you think about, your impact journey? Could B Corp be something that you could look at as well?
Yeah, nice. Eleri, I haven't asked you, have I, the motivation for Haka? Or I might have asked you, but not today.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I guess for us, impact's in our DNA. It's obviously in our mission. B Corp, I guess, provided a tool to measure that impact, which I hadn't come across before. So I particularly love the framework in the sense of it being very holistic, and it unpacks, as we know, every single aspect of your business and your business activity. And I love how transparent that is, which is something that's really important to us. I think the fact also, as we've all talked about, it's not just a certificate and poster that you put on your wall and it gathers dust. It is a lifelong commitment to doing better as a business. So that, I guess, was a huge difference to other certifications that we looked at. And when you work through that assessment, you just unpack so much in terms of future impact opportunities. Like that bookmark and function, I can't remember how many times I would press it, because it's just inspirational to think of, okay, well, what's next for us? What does that look like? Digging into the supply chain and working with our partners like Canopy Tours. That's just one of hopefully many, many more organizations in the tourism space that we can get on board. But I particularly found that, quite aspirational, I guess, in thinking long term, what could that look like? And then finally, it's globally recognized. So that's really important for us as we work in many, many different markets all over the world, and to have that recognized globally, alongside some of the fantastic sustainability certificates that we've got here in tourism in New Zealand, that again just adds that extra layer of validation, if we want to call it that. Those are
the
probably
validation. Sorry, keep talking over you. The validation's a really important piece, and also as you spoke to, it offers a roadmap for businesses who may not have. I mean, I know until I started getting into the BIA, I'd never really considered, supply chain. It's good to get into that, is it? Okay, yeah. So it gives pointers to businesses that just wouldn't have thought of it otherwise. Anyway, thank you. Serena, I don't think I've asked you the motive. Well, again, I think I probably asked you at some point, but not today. The motivation for George Walker's going down this road.
Yeah, I think for us it was, we wanted to prove that it is, we are a sustainable business, that we it's the core of what we do and it always has been. I think we got into a bit of a rut where, because it is just what we do, we didn't think that it needed to be explained or talked about. So when we were looking at ways that we can, put something behind us that just proves that we are who we are, B Corp really jumped out to us. And just how transparent the whole thing is. There's no hiding from anything. Like, everything is on the table, which I really, really liked. I think for us, the framework that it's provided as well has been invaluable to just how we proceed going forward as well, and we can always get better, and there's things we can improve on, and
Absolutely.
I think, and it's just, it's strengthened our reputation as well. Like, people know what we do, and we, but having the backing of it, and just that little bit of proof, I think makes it worthwhile.
Yeah, I remember, and my next question, we've lost Leon, which is a shame. Could be the Barossa Valley Wi-Fi, who knows. So I also want to, because I remember, because again, Serena, it was quite recently, you've done it as well, and I remember you saying that the last couple of months, or getting all the evidence in, was actually a lot of work, some late hours, some headaches, quite frankly. Some headaches. My next question to everyone is, so the process itself on the pain scale, And how did you manage the pain? Like Serena, I think most of it was yours, to be honest. But in the other businesses, did you manage to sprinkle this pain around the team a little bit more?
I
Serena,
think,
you want to start?
yeah. So I think for us, it was I'm not the best at admin. That's not my forte. So the spreadsheets and the gathering of information, and all that kind of stuff, I did struggle with. But I was lucky we've got a pretty nice little team here who we all chipped away at it together, which was nice. And everything's stored in our heads. So for us, getting it on paper was a massive task. But it's one that's really paid off for us as well, because it's something that should have been done, to be quite frank, that hadn't been done. So yeah, it was once we got into the certification part of it, and they'd come back with questions, and we were going, like, I think there was one question in particular that we completely misunderstood. And so what they were asking about information about our customers. And so we went through and did like this massive spreadsheet about all of our customers. And then they were like, oh no, we didn't actually need that. And I was just like,
oh no.
We've just spent hours. And what they needed was really simple, and I could have given it to them in 5 minutes, but I think I just overlooked it because some of it was so in depth. I then started looking at everything really closely, and probably could have saved us a few hours. But it was still a good opportunity. I learned a whole lot about my customers that I didn't know either. So
great exercise. Yeah.
Silver linings.
So a bit painful. And how just remind me, Serena, how big is your team?
We've got a team of 6.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Phoebe, what was the pain scale for you? And
I think initially, you're kind of like, whoa, look at these 5 sections, look at all these questions, and you're kind of a bit like, I felt like we sprinkled through the questions, and then we went, oh, hang on a minute, what have we done? What haven't we done? And I don't think we were utilizing the bookmark feature. So that would be my one huge hack for anyone doing it, is to use that bookmark feature, because it was just invaluable, became so good. And then, spreadsheets were really, really helpful to try and get things sorted. But I think also too, it was obviously working with Tim and Tamara that was really encouraging for us, in the way that there was definitely some things we didn't understand. I agree, Serena, there's definitely a couple of things we misinterpret, or maybe the wording is just kind of, it's said in a way that you're not quite clear what they actually really want from you. And so you just kind of go, oh no, we can't do that. Or we don't want to say, we don't want to be clicking anything that we can't qualify, or that's not true. But then it was like you guys were able to clarify, oh no, that just means this, this, and this. And then we're like, and it sort of unlocked, it's kind of a game of Pokemon in a way, where you're like unlocking these little things where you're like, oh, we're in there. And so I think, there was probably a little, we were held back a little bit by maybe not understanding everything properly. But then once you kind of get in, I think it was really good. I do think that another challenge, I think, could be anybody that tries to do it in isolation. And I'm a big believer that getting the whole team on board, we're a team of 10, and everybody was on board and everybody knew. And we had, when we have our, the particular weekly meeting, we would give an update on where we were at and how people could help. And I think so the whole company became quite invested. And so that was really encouraging for the people who were the beekeepers who were specifically working on it. And again, I think, I'm one of the directors of our company, but I have spoken to other people on the journey who maybe they're not the owners or directors of a company. And it's quite hard work, because there's a lot of big decisions or a lot of big questions that need to come from the owners of the company. So I think having regular meetings with the directors is probably a really good idea as well.
Yeah, no, that you've touched on 2 of our key pieces of advice here. Get your whole team on board. Everyone needs to be invested and excited and engaged and involved in this process. And leadership buy-in.
Yeah.
There's just no point if you don't have buy-in and enthusiasm from the highest parts of your company. So, no, gold standard. Phoebe, you're doing so great. Paul, and what about you? How painful, I think you might have said a little bit about this before, but how long, drawn out, and I said, no, for this round, we'll just focus on the pain. We'll come to the pleasure part of it later. So was it onerous, or what were the challenging bits for you?
I don't really. We didn't find it too onerous. We were pretty excited at the start. You know, we had a presentation with Timmy for the whole team, but we just worked. Our leadership group of 5 did it. But it was just ensuring we could prove what we said. But our initial submission was we were at 165 points. Like we kind of smashed it in a lot of ways because we were already doing that stuff.
Yeah.
And then during those 21 months, there was the odd email, and I'd just reply, and you'd send a bit of data here and there, and then we hired an accountant, a full-time accountant, just as we came up to be certified. So she kind of sent a bit of the stuff for the auditing, the staff list, and whatever bit of data proof. But it was pretty chill.
Nice.
I wasn't too overcome by many emotions. I kind of got excited, then I got over it. I was just like, because it was so long, it's just like, whatever, it's never going to happen, who cares? But then when we came into the sticky end, it was good. And actually, there's a bit of pressure because we were taking out a bank loan just straight afterwards. And there's a bit of pressure to get the B Corp from the bank so we get access to sustainability loans.
Nice.
We managed to do it. We saved 27 grand in our first year just by B Corp.
Wow.
That's awesome.
We probably got $5,000 or $8,000 of PR, and then into a big chunk of our loan. It was awesome.
Good stuff. Yeah, leverage that B Corp certification, Paul. Well done.
Yeah, we didn't do it for that, but you do everything for a marketing benefit, so it's definitely helping.
Yeah, you might as well leverage the benefits. Absolutely. Eleri, how was it for your team?
Yeah, I mean, we're quite a very small team. So it's myself and Annika. We were the beekeepers, and we did have support from 2 or 3 other team members as well. But I guess because we're small, we're very agile, and we're pretty, sort of set up from a process and systems point of view. So we actually didn't find it too onerous. Most of the data was there. It was just gathering it. And I think if you are quite agile in that sense, then it makes things easier. There definitely were some curveballs thrown with validating the data. And we were knocking our heads against the wall a few times. But honestly, for me, I was just like, this is hard for a reason. That's all I kept saying to myself. If it was this easy, then every company would be doing it. So I was just like, this is the process. We need to go through it. If this is what it takes, then I'm glad that it's this difficult because it's going to be worth it in the end. So I just try to keep a positive mindset around it. And it kind of got us through, I think. Yeah.
No, nice. Exactly. Yeah, no, that's exactly what we say too. It's kind of like, if it was easy, it wouldn't mean anything. So, what just out of interest, if you remember, what were the curveball moments?
One particular moment jumps to mind where our track changed from a provider with minor environmental footprint to major, and that unlocked a whole heap of questions with regards to where we operate, what are we doing in order to protect the environment that we're operating in, and that required a lot more information. So we obviously had to find that information, and it wasn't easy, and it did take time, and that's probably what slowed us down in the end with being able to get the assessment completed. But we got there.
Got there in the end. Yeah. And Antz, how was the process for you?
I think we went about it going through the B Impact Assessment, thinking, yep, these are things that we're definitely doing, and with a mindset of like, that definitely is something that we should be doing or can easily be doing. So it really forced us to think a little bit more around the processes and go, why don't we have a process around that, or why couldn't we be doing better? I think and then once we pushed submit on the application, I think we kind of thought we had a bit of a gap because I thought there was quite a long queue, and we thought it could be up to 9 months until they get to you to start doing the verification. So we sort of thought, okay, we'll have a bit of a breather. But I think for anyone doing it, even if you think you've got that time, spend that time just gathering your evidence together, because when they do, when B Lab does reach out and say, okay, it's time for verification, how are you placed next week? And you're like, you've kind of got to, or that's your opportunity. Or you can obviously reschedule, but yeah, just have everything in place ready to go so that you can just jump on and start going through that verification. But yeah, it was interesting. There were a few, like Eleri, there were a few little curveballs that made us think. But I think what it did is it really challenged us to think a lot deeper about the answers that we'd given. And it sort of going, we can actually give a proper answer now, as opposed to just ticking the box and saying, yep, we do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And as Serena mentioned before, what we hear a lot from clients is, we do all that, but all the information's in our head, or we've just never written it down before. And that process of collating things, getting stuff that just people know in their heads because they've been doing it so long, getting those processes down, that's part of the I don't want to keep using the word pain, but part of the process that can be a challenge. But once you've done it, like, super worth it, because you get to kind of assess things and rethink. And we've been doing it this way for this long, but is this the best way? We could always do it this way. Yeah. Great. Thank you, everybody. I kind of want to know as well, was the process what you expected it to be? And if not, how was it not? And also, just going to add in here again as well, if you want to ask each other questions, please just jump in and do that too. I'm going to, Serena, I'll start with you. So was the process, and I have to apologize, can't feel responsible for you misunderstanding that question that made you spend 3 months doing a PDF you didn't need to. Sorry about that.
No, that all happened during the validation process. So it didn't happen when we were going through the B Impact assessment. I think when we did the assessment, I was flying through it. I was just like, we've got this, we've got this, we've got this, we've got this. This is easy. Like, what is this? Like, we've got all
what's
this.
everyone going on about? It's so easy.
What's everyone going on about? And then I was like, at the end of the cohort, I'd pretty much just before the end of it had already submitted the assessment, and I was thinking in my mind, I was just going, oh, this is it, we're done. Like, they'll just check all my answers, tick it off, and that's that. No. That's not what happens. then they go through it all, ask you for some extra stuff, which was totally fine. I probably exaggerate. It wasn't as hard as I made it sound. I think it took us about 6 months all up from the assessment to certification. But
wow,
it was just the when they were coming back and the spreadsheets and things like that that we sort of struggled with, I guess. But it really wasn't that difficult. Yeah, it wasn't that difficult.
6 months is a really short amount of time, Serena. We went through it at quite the pace, to be honest. That's not long at all.
No, I keep hearing all this, and I'm like, oh, we did
quite well. 2 years, 3 years.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, some companies more complicated and all the rest of it. But yeah. Okay, so all right, cool.
It wasn't that bad.
You. Cool.
I think everyone should do it.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, everyone should do it. Yeah. Phoebe, was it what you expected it to be, or were there any?
Yeah. I mean, I think it was this kind of like all over the show. Like, I think it was way better. I think it was way longer, and I think it was way more involved than I imagined. I really enjoyed it, and I think that probably the bigger picture of it is that I really enjoyed working on the business and not just in the business, which I think we all are really guilty of. And I think that is really lovely to work on the business. And my husband and I are really passionate about our business and what we do. So to allocate some time to kind of making it better and documenting that was awesome. I really loved it, and I found that really fulfilling. And the beekeeper that I worked with has been incredible. And I think that, it was quite a bonding exercise for us, and I probably that was not part of my expectation. And I really enjoyed it. And Wellington has a really amazing network of people that help each other and get together and have these get-togethers. And I've met so many people on the journey. It was better and longer and harder and more involved. It was probably not what I expected.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, no, seriously, you're just leveraging all the benefits that we like businesses to leverage from it. So go you. Are you part of the Be Local Wellington community? Do you go?
Yeah. So I go to all the events and everything. Yeah,
nice.
Yeah. I'm not part of the organisation of it, but
you've met the other local B Corp.
Yes, definitely. Yep. And yes, no, they have a really great series of get-togethers, and the people running it have been super supportive and helpful before we certified, and then obviously going forward. And anyone Wellington based that wants to have a peppermint tea with me, I'm happy to chat about it, help anyone on their journey too.
Nice, thanks for that. Yes, yeah, exactly. Paul, was it everything you thought it would be?
I don't know. It was just such a non-event, right? You get excited, you submit, and then you wait nearly 2 years, and when we got verified, that was really sort of uneventful too. It was very dull. I think we got a new person, and so we had this panel of 6, and nobody spoke except for this one person that kind of had no idea what she was doing, and she asked a lot of questions that would kind of felt like you would know if you knew New Zealand, like about public health care and things like that. So it was quite confusing. It was kind of like, we got public health care, yep. Okay, can you give me proof? You're like, okay, here's a website, the government, ACC for it. And then I didn't actually realise that was our assessment, our verification chat. It was kind of like, oh, is that it? Oh, okay, cool, thanks.
Wow.
And then we awkwardly went our way, and then we got verified soon after that. There's a couple of pieces, but it was, I guess it was just a journey right through the excitement of the original assessment. A few weeks, whatever it was, and then push submit. You're like, it's going to take a few months. I can't wait until 2 years later, and you're like, oh yeah, whatever, who cares? This is and then then the dullness of the actual verification. But most of the verification has been done, I think, because we've been tapping away a little bit here and there, but. I guess just the elation, once we get the B Corp, then you could leverage it and do fun stuff with it, and then, share amongst our industry, which we're relatively proud of,
Yeah, great. Well, that's one of the more unusual verification stories I've heard, to be honest. But
I don't look back on with much emotion at all. I was just like, oh, was that it? Oh, okay, cool.
No, the fact that you had somebody. You said you had 6 verifiers on your call.
Maybe 4, 6, 4, maybe 4. Timmy was on the call. He jumped on and helped us out. And he texted me. He was texting, he texted on the old video call under the table. He said, I think we've got the weekend girl. I didn't quite understand what he meant by that, but when we got off the call, he said, yeah, that person's brand new, man. This must be their first one. That's why they've been shadowed. That's unusual. So maybe you did get someone who's only just become a verifier, and she was being, don't know. Which is everyone's got stuff somewhere, but we weren't quite sure. Like I genuinely did not know that was a verification call.
Wow. Okay.
Right. I'm probably like, okay, sweet. Call at 9 o'clock. Okay, jump on.
Yeah.
Not that prepared at the best of times.
Oh, okay. Anyway, gosh, we don't have time. Eleri and Antz, I need to get to you as far as was the process what you expected of it, and I might have to throw my other question in because I didn't realise it was already called 5. I'm wanting to also know from you guys your biggest tips and for others who are doing it, and also the benefit. If you've seen a benefit yet, what is the biggest benefit so far? So tips, benefits, and I also wanted to touch on. Okay, now I almost feel guilty even mentioning this yet. You've just got your new lovely certificate, and now I'm like, and so recertification. Have you thought about that? What's the plan for the next 3 years? Are you Is it part of, I'm not going to think about this again for another 2.5 years and then I'll do it all in the last 6 months? Or is it a case of you're going to kind of progress it over the next 3 years? So, Helen, you want to answer those 20 questions all at once? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll try to remember what your questions are. Was it what we were expecting? I would say yes. I had sort of spoken to a lot of B Corps, and obviously, yeah, we had Tim and Jess from Grow Good. They talked us through that process. I asked a lot of questions. So I think I went in there knowing this is going to be a journey. And for us, it took, I guess, 2 years in total. We started the process in early 2022, and then we started the assessment in November 2022. We submitted the assessment in July 2023, and obviously we were certified last month. So yeah, 2 years in total. The wait times in between, I think probably similar to Paul and Canopy Tours, we were in the thick of long wait times. So I maybe didn't expect as much of a delay in terms of communications. Like we were kind of having itchy feet, wanting to move, and that process took a while. But yeah, obviously just patient and get there in the end. Any tips? My tips would be, I guess, in terms of data collection and verification, we've talked about it before, just using that time in between the verification process to gather that data, and don't feel like you sort of have to do everything yourself and take it all on yourself. So bringing the team on board to make that process as easy as possible. And yeah, I think for me, just sort of really logically working through that assessment, trying not to get too overwhelmed with all of the questions, using the bookmark function. That was my favorite button. And yeah, just having a really logical process of like, okay, let's just take this one step at a time, work through it, and try not to get sort of too overwhelmed. In terms of recertification, I'll be honest, we haven't thought about that yet, but we have a lot of flagged impact improvement aspects of the certification that we are starting to think about now. So that will come in due course. But first, we fully need to celebrate.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Antz, can I come to you? And tips, benefits, how was it for you? Recertification, any of those?
Yeah, cool. I think B Corp do a lot. The process is all quite documented out, so you can sort of see the steps and where you are in the process. I think the biggest thing for us was just didn't understand like the context of how big or important or how long each step would be. It's a bit like you, Paul. I kind of got on that. We were all getting nervous leading up to that verification call, going, "Oh, this is going to be so." And I think it was like 40 minutes, some basic questions, and it's all good. We'd geared ourselves up for it a bit too much, but yeah, look, don't go alone. Talk to other B Corps. You've got some amazing, like Tim and Tam, just amazing people to tap into. I think for us, we've taken some ideas from it as well. So it helped to do things like get all that knowledge out of our head and do things like create an employee handbook. Like we knew all this stuff, we were doing it all, but we actually put it all together into one handbook. And now we've been doing things like we've had some new staff start, had some interns, and we've been able to actually go to that handbook and go through it with them. It's really good to internally have those sort of resources now. But we have picked things a bit like Eleri, of like we're going to work on between now and the next one, but we're only 1 month in, so we're not too focused on the recertification just yet, thankfully.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Brilliant. Thanks, Antz. Serena, you've already talked about how it was for you, but what about biggest tip, biggest benefit? If you've noticed anything?
Biggest tip would probably be to just engage your stakeholders, involve your employees and your customers and suppliers. Their input and support is super important and really helpful. It gives you a bit of perspective as well in seeing where other people are or view things. in regards to certification, I think we've picked out some things that we need to improve on or implement. We haven't started working on those yet. We're just getting our feet wet. But it'll be stuff that we look at doing over the next 12 months, probably 12 to 18 months.
Okay, thanks. And Phoebe, have you noticed, I know it's early days to be noticing any benefits, but if you have, or if you have a tip.
Yeah, I mean, I think the bookmarks, you know, I agree with Eleri. It's very, very much like once we got into the bookmark world, we were like, wow, this is great. I think just also too, someone had said to me back in the sort of earlier days is just start doing it, because it's almost like you initially feel almost timid to crack into certain areas, or you're not sure of the answer or maybe what answer is required. But I think just get going. And I also think that, you know, the journey is the great bit, the learning more and understanding more about your business and qualifying more about your business and how it works is actually really beneficial. So just, yeah, enjoy the journey, I guess. In terms of recertifying, we've talked about it. We are a service-based business. So unlike a product-based business, we have different challenges. So in terms of the environment, there's obviously things we can work on, and we did work on, but there are some things that we kind of have left. And so I'm looking forward to cracking into some of those things, because I think, you know, you do just tend to tick off what you can tick off. But it's left the sort of gaps that we want to look into, like, you know, your carbon footprint, for example, and maybe doing some carbon invoicing with clients. And I mean, I think that I just think that it's an exciting opportunity to continue the marathon. Yeah, great. Thank you so much. And Paul, if I could ask you about any advice you might have for other wannabes, if you've noticed any benefits yet, and what are your plans for recertification if it's not too early?
No plans for recertification, really. We submitted on what was at the time the highest score in New Zealand, and then we only passed by like 2%. We passed with 82 points, and we submitted with 165. We unlocked 3 impact models, but during the process they removed them, and we just couldn't be bothered even they were removed, and then they'd add them in the verification call, but we just couldn't be bothered dealing with it, so I wouldn't even pass, who cares? So we've got all that stuff, but we sort of do a lot of conservation work, and we didn't even include that in our application in the end. So we feel for the recertification we should be relatively fine. Yeah. But definitely benefits are, I kind of feel like if you're not first, you're last. Like I think this will sweep the world, right? And this will be the standard. And I think I'll be an early adopter as opposed to the one trailing. We're visitor facing. International visitors are sort of 60% of our business. And I think over time people will really start, there will be a marketing piece in terms of people being attracted to the business. But I think if you can message this and lead it in that brand positioning, I think you're always you do well, and other businesses will follow. And I guess for us now, it's like, what's next? Like, what's the next cool certification or accreditation we can get to then keep driving the organisation or keep driving the industry forwards?
Yeah. And I think, well, obviously we've already spoken to it already, but a big benefit for you was getting that big piece in the New Zealand Herald. So
Herald Post, there's a bunch of stuff. $27,000 off the loan, 2.6% off the your bank loans. That's the bank manager was chasing us down because he wanted us to be his first B Corp client.
Wow, that is interesting. Just out of interest, is anybody else in that space where they're looking for funding, or is that something that could be not okay? Yeah, no, it's not for every company. Lovely. Right, how are we doing? 6 minutes to 5. Is there anything that I haven't asked you, or that you think it's worth that you want to bring up, or do you have any questions for each other? Anything else you want to say about being a newborn B Corp?
Well, I'd like to say something like my mindset or my experiences, and with the people that you talk to, in our industry at least, I'd say don't be afraid of doing it, because you're going to be closer than you think. Don't be intimidated by the process, because a lot of tourism businesses, and I can only speak for tourism, they do a ton of cool stuff. I think in some ways tourism's kind of, we've got this moral position where we're supposed to do good because people feel we take from the environment or from the regions. And so a lot of tourism businesses do a lot of really cool stuff for the environment, community, for their team, but they don't really sing out because it's just normal. It's considered the expectations. I think in our industry, at least, I think a lot of businesses would get it quite easily. They just have to go through the process.
Nice. Yeah. I think we hear a lot of rustling in the tourism world, like me and Tim at Grow Good, we hear a lot of interest, definitely there's more interest in B Corp certification within your industry.
We've got certifications you pay for, right? And they've got their standards that you adhere to, and you don't have to. There's no accountability. Where this is actually like voluntary, you pay for it, you get it. Like it's just not a tick box. It's actually raising the bar in that sense.
Yeah, and I think if the New Zealand tourism industry really embraced B Corp, that would actually help us, globally.
Very much so. Like Rotorua as a region should get the most B Corps per capita in the country, right, or the world, or whatever,
Yeah. I think a lot of tourists look to New Zealand for that reason. They want to.
They come here for nature. They think we clean the green. And,
exactly.
B Corp helps with all that.
Yeah. Thanks, Paul. Anyone else? Any final kind of thoughts or comments or anything you want to talk about? Before we
I think if you're thinking about B Corp, like if you're on this call, if you've been at the summit throughout the day, you're probably, like Paul said, you're probably more closer aligned to getting those 80 points than you think, because you're probably fundamentally, if you already connect with what the whole B Corp movement is about, your values are probably already intertwined into your organization. I mean, if you're like a bit more of an owner-operator organization. So I'd say, and even if you don't want to go down the B Corp certification route, even just doing the impact assessment, which is free to do, is you'll get so much benefit out of just doing that, even if you don't want to continue on with the process, because you'll be like, those are some good ideas. I could do that.
100%, Antz. Yes. Yeah. I mean, I say that to this because the reality is that for really small businesses like sole traders or just two people businesses, the barrier to entry is the annual certification cost. So I say to those businesses, don't worry about certification. Just use the free tool as an ESG framework, as a blueprint, and maybe in 5 years or so. But it's a blueprint for being a better business. And by better, we mean more prosperous as well as more sustainable. So just use the tool. I'm interested, actually. Okay, so I'm going to ask all of you your favorite B Corp that isn't yours and isn't in this meeting. So do you have a favorite B Corp or an inspirational B Corp? Phoebe, do you have one?
Oh, I feel like that's a really tough question.
I can start.
I'll just put it out there. Being a good Wellington-based girl, I really admire Fix and Fog. They were early on, and I think that I'm a service-based business, and so I know what it's like to qualify under that sort of criteria, or they're a product-based business, and I can't begin to imagine how complicated and how many other kind of things they've had to kind of factor in, and they've recertified. And I think they are a really great example of the ethos, the culture, the mentality. Yeah, I think they're a great. Yeah. I think they're a great example.
No, I love them too. I have some of their almond butter in my pantry right now. So yeah, agreed.
As well.
Yeah. Anyone else want to shout out to their favorite B Corps that aren't in this room?
I like Sawmill Brewery.
Sawmill Brewery, yes.
Awesome location up Matakana. And I went there and I actually asked one of their employees randomly if people that go there because of the B Corp status. And he said he didn't know if they did, but he knew all about the B Corp. He was really engaged. He talked about the leadership and how the leadership engaged everybody. And I was like, wow, that's really cool. Like, it's really part of the business. And they lead the can, which I think is really cool.
What was that last thing, Paul?
They lead the brand on their can, like they allow their product space to have the B Corp brand.
Yeah. No, I love Silverberry. They're doing such a great mahi up there, aren't they? Any other shout out B Corps before we say good night?
Yes, aspirational business and visionary leader for me would be Atik and Brianne. I think she has built just an empire and is just a testament to how a business can be a force for good globally. So super aspirational, what they've been able to achieve from an environmental and social impact side. And seeing that, the impact that she's created, not just in the beauty industry, but holistically, now obviously going into the drink space. Yeah, I think it's pretty aspirational.
She's a force of nature, isn't she? No, I'm a big fan. Yeah, totally. And the Chia Sisters, first solar powered juicery up there in Nelson. Yeah, there's some really amazing, even just here, not even just, but here, right here in Aotearoa, there's some just amazing mahi being done by B Corps in our country, which makes me very proud. And now you guys are in that family, so just feel sad. So proud. Okay, guys. If it's now 5 o'clock, so you probably want to go home and have your dinner and stuff like that, or whatever. So, but please let me sincerely thank you for your time, for your energy, for your positivity, your work in this space, your influence, everything else. Thank you so much, and just in general, but also thank you for being part of this hour-long chat. It's been brilliant, and we appreciate it very much. Awesome. I will bid you farewell and wish you a lovely evening, and hope to catch up with you all at some point again soon.
Awesome. Thanks, Tamara.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. See you guys.
Nice work, team. And there we go. And
there we go. Yes,
it was all done. Let me get rid of that one as well. Some super cool, freshly minted B Corps doing some cool stuff. I think, like I said, at the beginning, really diverse range of companies from different backgrounds, different starting points, but have all managed to do it. So, what's stopping you?
That's right. If you're watching this, come be a B Corp. We can help with that.
Pretty much. And I think it was it Antz who said, it's free to go and have a look at the B Corp Impact Assessment. So just go and have a look at it, and you might be, we typically find, and I think Antz had a great comment. If you're even vaguely B Corp curious, it would possibly suggest that actually you're not a million miles away from being a B Corp already, and you will probably be pleasantly surprised by how close you would be to being a B Corp. So
sounds like you're doing more good than you think you're doing.
100%.
Yeah.
So that's kind of it for today. We've got ourselves scheduled here for an hour. I don't know whether we're going to go for a full hour, unless someone's. I can't see it. It's been quite a big day. Looking at the ticker on the top left, we've been live for 7.5 hours. Obviously, we haven't been here the whole time. We've had a couple
like one of those tele-marathon things that are raising money for 24 hours.
Yeah, we're happy to take any donations.
I should have said, I did actually think we needed to offer a donation and pick a charity and do this, but we didn't do that. So next time, add that to the ideas list for next time to raise some money for some dogs or something.
So thanks everyone for tuning in. If there's anyone who's got any final comments or questions, I feel like Nadia should be popping up with something. And
if anyone wants to join us now in the room,
we can make that happen.
We can give you the link and come and join us. And if no one does, we'll probably go home.
Wrap up and call it a day, because I could do with getting my dinner and going for a walk, getting some sunshine.
I have to. I want to do a shout out to Soul Studio Hot Yoga over in because I'm going to head over and teach a yin class there tonight. So if anyone wants to come and do a bit of yin yoga, That's class starts 6:45. So yeah, I'll give you a free guest pass. Anyone who's never been, let me know. I'll give you a free guest pass.
Well, there we go. You heard it here. I'll just put that in the chat, and I'll also just put it on the screen so people can see it. Yeah, Soul Studio, based in Christchurch, New Zealand's first B Corp yoga studio.
Yeah.
Get amongst it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. Thoughts, reflections from the day.
I think it's been great. I mean, I would possibly say that, but it's just been so good to have so many people from the B Corp world all talking about B Corp. It's just, I find it, I can't think of the word, but it kind of energizes you.
Seeing all the good stuff that's going on out there. Yeah. Some really just, genuinely good humans doing genuinely good stuff from a place of goodness. No egos, just, we're doing what we're doing. We're doing it in a really good way. I think, key things I've learned today. Some of the I've seen some of Brianne's posts around the investment challenges that female founders had, but yeah, just to the depth of some of the behaviour that's going there. Yeah, I had no idea. And I guess A, I've not looked for investment, and B, if I did, I'm a male, so theoretically I'd be awash with. Maybe I need to go and get some money. I need to go try and raise some money, because apparently they'll be throwing it at me because I'm a bloke. I'll come up with some random drone delivered service, drone delivered B Corp. There we go. We'll take your money. That was quite enlightening, and of course, monkey slave labour.
Not going to forget that one quickly.
I'm not going to forget that in a hurry.
I want to find out what companies are using them, and I want to shame them publicly.
It does feel like we need to, we need to find out what's been going on there.
Yeah.
And I guess, other than that, impact.
Sorry, I also thought it was. There's been lots of interesting things here today, but just in the last session when Paul was talking about how being a B Corp got him such a much better sustainable finance rate. You and I talk about that a lot, but it's really interesting to hear it from the horse's mouth, so to speak.
See it live in action. And we've also just recently finished working with a client. They haven't submitted yet, and even just on the basis that they are about to submit, they've had a similar conversation with their bank around a better interest rate on a loan that they've got. So, all the stuff that I talked about in the first session, there's real life examples of it happening right now. So it's not just me talking rubbish trying to convince you to be a B Corp. It's happening. What else? I think the sort of the impact session, or the this way forward with some of the older hats. Impact takes time. It's not black and white. It's a difficult process, and I think Eleri summed it up quite well. If it was, and it's a phrase I use all the time, if it was easy, they'd all be doing it. So shout out to all those companies that are doing it, because you don't have to do it. And I think listening to that last session, it's a rigorous journey. It's achievable, but there's some work you got to put in. So I
thought it was interesting as well, from this way forward session, what a couple of the people in that session said about, they don't even see this as a market. This is not a marketing thing. It's like, this is a way, I can't remember exactly what it said, but it really was a way to be a better business, and that was their primary motivation, and didn't even really care about any potential marketing leverage that they could get out of it.
I think that's the majority of the companies that are doing B Corp, because they genuinely believe in wanting to be a better business right now. I think we've probably got a handful of companies globally that have done it purely for marketing reasons, or sort of the business benefits. And there are business benefits to be had, and I think it's better, obviously, if people come at it from a position of authenticity and wanting to be a better business. But by the same token, if people get into the idea of doing business as a force for good because they just want to make money out of it, I kind of don't care, because over the long term, they will be influenced, and we've got to take people on that journey. So
no, absolutely. I have a friend who says doing the right thing for the wrong reason is actually okay. You're still doing the right thing.
It's getting people into it from from whatever angle, because ultimately doing good is contagious, and people will want to do more of it, and they'll slowly shift their minds and go, oh, actually it's not about the money. I don't actually care about that. I actually do care about the good I'm doing. And so I'm very much of the believer that let's get people on that journey, rather than, because I think if you start going down that path of but you don't get to be a B Corp because you did this historically. You know, if you look at the histories of some very large brands like VW, Hugo Boss, IBM Computers, they've
Interface was, I mean, it's now one of the most visionary brands, was one of the most horrifically polluting brands, and 100%. They've done a complete 180. Or if that's
100%. I mean, even my background in medical devices, a large amount. So if someone, God forbid, someone's injured that but when you go to a hospital to have something fixed, a large amount of the work to understand how to fix broken bones was achieved by German doctors breaking the legs of Allied soldiers to then refix them. So do we throw out all of that medical advancement because it was there's so much you can unpick it, which is kind of links back to not that I'm saying espresso Second World War soldiers, but it's the same things, like baby bathwater, just throw it all out. It's like, it's not as simple as that. There's bad stuff that's been done in the past. People, can you atone for it? Are there some things that people can't atone for? I don't know. I'm not the arbiter of that. You're not the arbiter of that. I don't know. This is where it gets complicated.
Yeah.
But also, I think that's the interesting part of it. It's having these conversations and trying to work out, muddle our way through as best we can.
Yeah. What we're all doing.
Yeah. But hopefully people have found some things today of value and of use. We have got, there's a bunch of places and ways that we can help you. Like I said, if you want to have a go at the impact assessment, we'll put that up one last time. It's completely free. The only time you'd pay money is if you want to go and get the certification, the independent verification, but would 100% recommend you go and have a go at the assessment, see what you know. What else have we got? We have got our ebook. If you want to learn a bit more about B Corp certification, if you didn't see the first presentation that I did this morning, the ebook's a pretty comprehensive guide, the what, why, and how of B Corp. It's got all the up-to-date data on it. And last of all, if you are super interested in being a B Corp and you might want to have some help on it, it's kind of what we do, and we're pretty good at it.
Everything we do, really.
That's pretty much anything we do. So, if you want to have a chat around how we can help you on a B Corp journey, or you just want some more information, go to the website. It's really easy to book a call. If you haven't already connected with me, well, to have been on this platform, you possibly have already connected with us on the social media. But connect with us on LinkedIn, drop us a note. We are here to help you simplify and fast track your B Corp journey, and we'd love to help you do that. Other than that, I don't think I've got anything else.
I think we're over and out for today. It's been we're getting close to 8 hours. There you go.
7 hours 43.
Yeah, what time is it? +5. Yes.
5. Yeah. So if no one's got any last comments or questions they want to jump in on, we will close it up. I'll just double check. Yeah, no more final questions or comments. So thanks everyone for tuning in. I actually quite enjoy doing this, so I think we need to put a marker in the sand and just say we'll do it next year. We won't skip any more years. If you've been tuning in, maybe let us know who was your favorite guest. What did you like about today? What could we have done better? I don't know. Let us know. Do you want to be a guest next time? We've got Antz, one of our guests. Cheers, Tim. Great effort today. Thank you, buddy. Wouldn't have been anything without you. One of our amazing guests. So thank you for giving up your time to come and be a part of this and help spread the movement of B Corp to people from around the world. I think we'll call it a day there. I'm going to go and try and get some sunlight, get some vitamin D, take the dog for a walk, and we'll go from there. And you're going to do some yoga.
Thank you. Reach out if anyone wants to get in touch. So we'll say goodbye, and I'll catch you later.
See ya.
Bye.